A second Russian region declares a state of emergency as Ukrainian troops push deeper into Russian territory and civilians flee ahead of the advancing front line. A global health emergency for highly infectious disease in Africa. A new strain of Mpox spreading at an alarming pace. More than 14,000 cases, over 500 deaths. And supplies headed to the International Space Station where 2 astronauts are waiting for a ride back to Earth, while their 8-day mission could turn into 8 months. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us. I'm Asiye Namdar in Washington. Ukraine's cross-border advance into Russia's Kursk region has entered a second week. Kyiv says it is taking even more ground and capturing more prisoners. The Russian region has declared a state of emergency and expanded its area of evacuation to Belgorod. Moscow says the offensive has hampered any possibility for future peace talks. Megumi Lim is in Kyiv with more. Ukraine
districts in the Kursk region. So far, Moscow has evacuated almost $200,000 people from border areas.
It's very hard to assess how deeply they penetrated because they are being, well, according to our Ministry of Defense and according to the pictures that I saw, we are continuing to eliminate their equipment and their manpower.
Ukraine has said that the incursion is to bring the conflict home to Russia and force Moscow into making peace. But Russia has said that Kyiv's actions in the Kursk region has put the prospect of peace talks on a long pause. Megumi Lim, CGTN, Kyiv.
Africa has become ground zero for a raging and deadly Mpox outbreak. Health officials on the continent declared it an emergency. Now the World Health Organization is following suit, calling it a global health emergency. That's mobilizing an international effort to try and contain the rapid spread of Mpox. Wilkester and Yabawa.
First time. According to Africa CDC data, there have been over 17,500 cases of infections of Mpox and more than 500 deaths on the continent this year. Experts say this calls for regional solidarity in tackling the disease.
The information we have reflects only a partial situation of what's actually happening. So that means that even though the situation and the evidence we had showed that the problem was quite severe, it's in reality probably even more so given the limitations we have.
The declaration is a call to leaders to make resources available to help fight the outbreak. The continent's top public health body says Africa needs 10 million Mpox vaccine doses, but currently has access to just 200,000.
Says her children have slept under insecticide-treated mosquito nets all their lives. But this hasn't fully protected her children from getting malaria. Joyce believes an alternative like a vaccine would be much more effective.
For instance, when children get measles vaccine, children don't get severe measles attacks. I feel this vaccine will be very helpful. Even if they fall sick of malaria, it won't be severe.
The use of mosquito nets and indoor spraying with insecticide continue in the country. The Health Ministry warns the malaria parasite is developing resistance to some medication. The world's first effective anti-malaria vaccine was approved by the WHO in 2021. The vaccine mean more of the country's children are safe. Isabel Nakiria. CGTN Kampala, Uganda.
Now, Chinese companies are playing an important role in Mexico's public health sector. CGTN's Alistair Barberstock explains.
The Mexican Red Cross has played a key role in recent years, saving lives throughout the COVID-19 pandemic and numerous natural disasters before and since. However, the non-profit depends on contributions to keep running, a donor list to which the
relationship with the Red Cross Society of China through our international federation. In October, we'll meet with them again and continue exchanging ideas on the modernization of the Chinese Red Cross, which has developed a lot and become an example for us to follow.
As the country faces an uncertain future, Mexico's Red Cross is now better equipped to face it. Alistair Baverstock, CGTN, Mexico City.
A race against time in New Zealand. Police are working to track down candy laced with methamphetamine. charity in New Zealand distributed dozens of pineapple-flavored sweets that apparently contain potentially lethal amounts of meth. Up to 400 people may have received the candy as part of a food parcel from the Auckland city officials. The contaminated candy was donated anonymously. 3 people, including a child, have sought medical treatment. None, fortunately, are in the hospital. The charity has apologized, and police are investigating. Still ahead, fresh supply is headed soon to the International Space Station. A Russian cargo ship prepares to take off as the return of 2 stranded astronauts is literally up in the air.
I see a country on the move.
There's my opportunity.
Is it good to change so fast?
Now a hurricane, Ernesto, is on the move after hitting the U.S. territory of Puerto Rico as a tropical storm. The island is now dealing with widespread power outages, flooding, and damage to infrastructure. Nitzo Soledad Perez has more on the 5th named storm of this year's Atlantic hurricane season.
Ernesto intensified to a Category 1 hurricane after lashing Puerto Rico, leaving half of the island without power and causing heavy rain, floods, and mudslides. Heavy rainfall led to rivers overflowing across the region.
President Biden has approved our request for FEMA emergency assistance funds. This support enables us to implement measures under the public assistance.
We don't know the time, around 1 a.m. And we still have no power.
I spoke to another resident of the island who lives away from the coast.
Around
There's a lot of municipalities that are damaged, road
and we still have no power.
I spoke to another resident of the island who lives away from the coast.
There's a lot of municipalities that are damaged, road I have electricity and I have water for.
And we still have no power.
I spoke to another resident of the island who lives away from the coast.
There's a lot of municipalities that are damaged, Rico are really affected by the storm.
Energy provider Luma warns that restoring power could take weeks, evoking memories of the aftermath of Hurricane Maria in 2017, when the island endured a prolonged blackout for over 6 months. Do you think Puerto Rico is prepared for a major hurricane? Right now, what the island experiences is a tropical storm.
Yeah.
We are starting the peak of the hurricane season. So what do you think?
All my hair just bring I think we are not prepared. We are not prepared at all. We have to do the government have a lot of work to do. We as citizens say we have to take care of our things.
The electricity, the grid is still bad.
Ernesto is now on a northward path, away from Puerto Rico, and forecasters say it could intensify into a major hurricane as it makes its way toward Bermuda this weekend, though staying far east of the U.S. mainland. Nitza Soledad Perez, CGTN, Miami.
New turmoil in Thailand. The country's constitutional court has sacked Prime Minister Srettha Thavisin for violating an ethics rule. Food supply. Japan's rice stockpile has fallen to the lowest level this century, with heat and low rainfall diminishing the country's rice crop. Terence Terashima reports.
Japan's rice stockpile has fallen rapidly this year due to several factors. A record-breaking heat wave and low rainfall in 2023 stunned the growth of crops, including fruits, vegetables and rice, leading to lower shipments and sharp price increases. Hidehisa Shinohara owns a rice store in Tokyo. He says he's never seen such low stockpile.
My store now has less than half of the stock compared to normal years. Everything is less than half. There are so many kinds of rice that are available in a normal year that are not available this year.
Naturally, the cost of rice has risen rapidly.
According to the latest figure released by the Agricultural Ministry, the price of rice has risen by 12% from the same time in the previous year, putting further strain on household finances.
Many consumers are visiting different stores to buy more affordable products.
Rice is in shortage, and I see many people looking for more affordable options in supermarkets around here.
I usually buy 4 or 5 kilos of rice. When it was cheap, 5 kilos would cost about 1,400 yen. But now 4 kilos would be over 2,000 yen. It's a big burden.
The Ministry of Agriculture says the shortage is fueled by increasing demand from the food service industry, still recovering after being hit hard by the COVID-19 pandemic. On top of this, there's increasing demand from a record number of inbound tourists with an appetite for Japanese food. While the new harvest is expected to go on market from late August, businesses say prices are likely to remain high.
I think prices will remain high due to the increased production costs. Farmers say they cannot make ends meet with the price range of last year. We're expecting more shortages of rice over the next couple of years. We need to maintain the higher costs so farmers can produce a stable level of shipments.
Japanese consumers worry it might become hard for households to enjoy tasty, affordable rice if the situation continues. Tokyo.
Well, NASA's latest update on the 2 astronauts stuck aboard the International Space Station is that there's no update. The mission carrying 2 astronauts to the ISS was supposed to last only a week, but the crew of Boeing's Starliner capsule, they've been stuck in space for over 2 months now. NASA says they may be there until February of 2025. But the Starliner capsule may return empty before that. The space agency expects to make a final decision within the next few weeks. Meanwhile, Russia is set to launch a supply vessel to the ISS overnight. The unmanned freighter will blast off from the Russian space station. In Kazakhstan. So much to talk about. Oh boy, let's turn to Keith Cowing. He's a former rocket scientist and the editor of NASAWatch.com. So Keith, clearly no clear answers from NASA. We don't know how and we don't know when. What, in your opinion, is the most likely scenario for how these 2 astronauts will return to Earth?
Quick answer, Asya, I don't know. And I think that's kind of what's perplexing everybody. There's a safety culture in place now where everybody wants to be doubly sure that everybody's okay. They're not stuck up there. It's just that if they don't have to come home in the spacecraft right now, they don't. but it causes traffic problems because they have to move around different flights. One flight will leave with 2 people and 2 empty seats and some new spacesuits as opposed to 4 people. And so it becomes a traffic and a logistics issue. But right now, I don't think anybody exactly knows what's going to happen. I could flip a coin and say that they'll probably come home in the Starliner, but I could be very wrong very quickly.
So explain to those of us who are not science experts or rocket scientists like yourself, what exactly is the problem here? And explain it in a way that we can understand, please.
Okay, here's a prop. I don't even know what this is. It's for my glasses, I guess. Imagine this is the spacecraft. The front part is where the crew is, and this part here is called the service module. When it originally launched to the space station, this part of the spacecraft has little gas jets that steer it. As it came up to the space station, some of these stopped working. So they had to figure out a way to get around that, and eventually they docked. As they've studied the spacecraft since then, they realized they're not exactly sure what happened. Now, the problem is, normally you'd say, yeah, well, we'll just bring it back home and look at it and see what went wrong. The problem is, the front part is where the crew is. That comes home. This part, where all the steering jets, the things that are broken, burns up in the atmosphere. So they only have really one chance to guess what's wrong with it, and they sort of just keep testing it and so forth. But at the end of the day, they're going to have to say, you know what, our tests give us confidence that it's okay to come home in this, or we're not sure. And that's sort of where they are right now. They're getting closer and closer into deciding whether or not they've tested it enough,
right,
or they're just not going to get the answer that they want.
So, Keith, how embarrassing, how bad is this for Boeing, which made that Starlink capsule?
Well, this is the 3rd time it's flown. The first time, it was so messed up that it didn't even know what time it was, and they barely got it back. The second time, without a crew. The second time they flew it, it did better, but it still had some problems. This time, it's the first time with the crew. It's supposed to go up, visit, look around, come back. Here we are, months later, and they're still up there. So, yeah, embarrassing is the word for it. Disappointing. The real question is whether it'll ever fly again once it comes back to Earth. And I think, that's not even a certainty either. So a lot of embarrassment and frustration to go around.
For most of us, if we go on a work trip, it's supposed to be a week, and then they say, oh, no, your work trip has been extended 2 months. And then they say, oh, sorry, not 2 months. You may be there for another extra 6 months. Emotionally and psychologically, for most of us who are not astronauts, we're going to be upset. We're going to miss birthdays. We're going to miss so many things in our personal life. So for these astronauts, I know they're obviously trained for these kinds of situations, but emotionally and psychologically, surely it's taking a toll on them.
Well, maybe, but, I have a lot of astronauts who are friends, and everybody has fun in outer space. And if you say, hey, guys, this is true. If you're coming home a week late, hey, more time to look out the window. I know one of the astronauts, Sunny Williams, she's just happy to stay up there as long as possible. And I can guarantee you that if there were the taikonauts on the Tiangong space station, if something said, hey, we have bad weather, you got to wait another week or two. To be honest with you, if something smiles all calamity, it's frustrating. The space station like a sci-fi movie, and they've decided it's safer to come home. They get in that space capsule, everybody seems to have a lot of fun. It's just they have the luxury
about anything dangerous or about the
99.999% certain that it's safe. I'm not, and they're exercising. To be honest with you, something but at some point you got to make a decision. Space station like in a sci-fi movie right now, and they've decided it's safer to come home. They would get in that space capsule and come home in a heartbeat.
Great information.
It's just
Thank
they
you so
have
much.
the luxury of being absolutely 99.999% certain that it's safe, and they're exercising this option. But at some point you got to make a decision. That's kind of where they're headed right now.
All right, certainly appreciate it. Keith Cowling, always giving us great information. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
And we'll be right back after this one.
Cutting through the noise to shine a light on the heart of the story, making room for new perspectives. True understanding means the ability to see events more one side, the overwhelming wave of information is the point, cutting through the noise to shine a light on the heart of the storm and making room for new perspectives. True understanding means the ability to see events from more than one side. I'm Rishi, and this is the
Shanghai, like
point.
many parts of the world, is gripped in an extreme heat wave this summer. But now there's a new way to cool off. This month, the world's largest indoor ski resort will open to the public. Tian and Zhang Zhenyi went in for a ski week.
Typical snow slopes, including a 26-degree incline,
many parts of the world,
460-meter-long S-curve, snow train, and an ice town. This ice and snow resort, with a total construction area of 350,000 square meters, is ready to welcome people of all ages from all over the world. Typical snow slopes, including a 26-degree incline, 460-meter-long S-curve, snow train, and an ice town. This ice and snow resort, with a total construction area of 350,000 square meters, is ready to welcome people of all ages from all over the world.
It's Shanghai, it's really hot, and I just want to escape from this bloody hot in a really chilly place. That's why I'm here.
Having been under construction for 5 years, it's expected to boost Shanghai's winter tourism market.
I've been here since before they opened at 10 a.m. I've heard this is one of the few huge indoor ski resorts in China and even in the world. So I'm planning on getting an annual membership.
Maybe you're wondering if there's any fun out there for those who don't know how to ski. Well, don't be disheartened. There are nearly 20 amusement facilities out there in this snow recreation area, so the novices don't feel left out of all the fun and excitements.
I like this place because for the first-time skier like me, I was a little bit scared of professional tracks there, but I can feel the joy of snow and ice here.
According to one report, the total scale of China's ice and snow industry will reach about $140 billion by 2025.
Snow and ice has brought about a boom in the economy. We'll have family recreational activities, coaches, accommodation, and shopping. So it's a huge industry chain and will bring us an unlimited incremental increase in consumption.
Some 346 million Chinese people participate in winter sports. This indoor ski resort is expected to provide great fun for ice and snow lovers the year round. Zhang Zhenyi, CGTN, Shanghai.
And that's the world today. Thanks for watching. Emma Hsien Namdar in Washington.
zoologists consider the Chilean Mountain National Park to contain some of the most diverse wildlife anywhere on Earth. Some zoologists consider the Chilean harshest stage of winter in the Chilean contains some of the most diverse wildlife. There are still traces of anywhere on Earth lingering in the light of the setting sun. This is when the snow leopard wakes up to begin its daily routine. Its long, dense fur helps keep itself warm and reduces unnecessary friction when it moves, helping it to stalk its prey in near silence. Now, it's following a herd of blue sheep thousands of meters away. Thousands of meters away. Able to deal with almost any possible danger on its own, this lonely predator is at the top of the food chain here in the Chilean mountains, one of the 4 major habitats of snow leopards in China. Its growls are a sign of loneliness. Loneliness, the late winter and early spring, is its mating season. But the valley is surprisingly quiet. This female will be in heat for a week, during which time she can mate over 10 times if she so wishes. However, for these reclusive animals, they have to find each other first. The female's gestation period will last approximately 100 days. The late winter and early spring, once the cubs are 2 months old season, and the mother is satisfied, there is no immediate danger. She'll allow them to take their first step for a week outside their den, during which time these cubs are about to set out. She can mate over 10 times if she so wishes. However, for these, everything is new to them. They have to find each other first. It seems to be blocking their way. Too afraid to wade through the water themselves, the mother quickly jumps in to help. The female's gestation period will last approximately 100 days. It's the first of many hurdles they'll have to overcome if they want to survive in these harsh lands. The Chilean mountains are located at the intersection of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, the Inner Mongolian Plateau, and the Loess Plateau. It's surrounded by desert on 3 sides and borders the Taklamakan Desert, ominously known as the Sea of Death. Many factors have contributed to the unique, semi-humid alpine climate here. Many factors have contributed to the unique, semi-humid alpine dense forests in the southern and middle sections of the mountains contain rare and varied wildlife, adding to the distinct. The dense forests in the southern and middle sections of the mountains contain rare and varied wildlife, adding to the distinct regional differences. The northern parts of the Chilean Mountains borders the southern fringe of the Kumtag, a desert plateau, ecologically fragile, parts of the Chilean Mountains borders the southern fringe of the Kumtag, a desert plateau, ecologically fragile, and also inhospitable to humans. A flock of blue sheep have been traipsing the mountains, looking for a safe place to bide their time until the winter solstice. A flock of blue sheep have been traipsing the mountains, looking for a safe place to bide their time until the winter solstice. But some of the males have become restless and would prefer to spend their energy in other ways. Some of the males have become restless after the solstice and would prefer to spend their energy in other ways. And more males begin to fight amongst themselves, eager to display their dominance. If they want the right to mate, they'll have to put on their best performance. After the solstice, the year-long peace among the flock is shattered. And more males begin to fight amongst themselves, eager to display their dominance. If they want the right to mate, they'll have to put. The females are in heat, but have decided to hide on a steep cliff to escape the males' endless harassment. However, the males are also superb climbers on their best performance and are able to find perches on even the narrowest of ledges. After a week of chaotic mating rituals, life is returning to normal in the flock. All for the better, because they need to save their strength for the winter and any possible run-ins with hungry snow leopards. The females are in heat, but have decided to hide on a steep cliff to escape the males' endless harassment. By late winter or early spring, the blue sheep's strength is severely diminished, and it's getting harder to find food. This is the most difficult period of time for these sheep. A group of goas are gallivanting on the plateau, taking advantage of an unusually warm day. Tibetan fox weighs his chances, but thinks better of it. A group of goas are gallivanting on the plateau, taking advantage of an unusually warm day. The snow leopard sticks to the high mountain cliffs, deep ravines, and higher altitudes. A hungry Tibetan fox weighs his chances to dominate the lower lying flat area. Thinks better of it. You'll have to look for food elsewhere. The snow leopard sticks to the high mountain cliffs, deep ravines, and higher altitudes, leaving the Tibetan fox to dominate the lower lying flat areas. The Tibetan fox has been spotted and has lost the element of surprise for now. As wily as it is, it's hardly undetectable in the low grass. The pika will get away this time, but will it be a different story come spring, when the fox can move more inconspicuously? late spring and early summer, the Chilean mountains' lush greenery has returned. In late spring and early summer, the Chilean mountains' lush greenery has returned. This young Tibetan fox is enjoying a rare delicacy for the first time this year. It appears this season there will be much more. This young Tibetan fox is enjoying a rare delicacy for the first time this year. The Tibetan fox gets significantly lighter after shedding its thick fur. Right now, it's searching for prey. Birds, to be exact, which is not the easiest task. It appears this season there will be much more on the menu. However, nature has given the Tibetan fox gets significantly lighter. This is the easiest season of the year to keep its stomach full. After shedding its thick fur. Not only are pikas greater in numbers this time of year, they spend more time above ground to feast on the abundant grasses. And while rare, the Tibetan foxes can dig them up with their long snouts if the mood strikes them. And while rare, the Tibetan foxes, it's to build them up so their long snouts have healthy appetites now. This is a huge burden for the mother, who needs to spend all her time as the #1 provider of the family, and can only take a breath when her children are fed. It's 2 children, soon to be adults, but she still has to step in from time to time. Like when this greedy little fox is a huge burden to steal the meal, needs to spend all her time as the #1 provider of the family, and can only take a breath when her children are fed. In the struggle, the pika is torn in half. The little fox promptly rips one half from her mother's jaws, and then takes the other half from her sibling. But she still has to step in from time to time. Like when this greedy children are almost 2 years old, to steal, will soon have to leave the care of their mother. Unwilling to stay in the den, one of the youngsters has come out to check his surroundings. But he's encountered a Himalayan marmot who is extremely protective of her 2 babies. But its sibling has arrived for backup with the mother in tow of her 2 babies. Besieged by the 3 Tibetan foxes, the marmot is outmatched, but its sibling has arrived for backup with the mother in tow. There was another beast living in the Chilean mountains that is even more dangerous than the snow leopards: the wolf. They can be found in every corner. Besieged by the 3 Tibetan foxes, play an important role in maintaining a healthy balance and outnumber between the different species here. This wolf is enjoying a yak it killed during the night. After eating its fill and disappearing into the mountains for 2 hours, it returns with its companions. After After eating its fill and disappearing into the mountains for 2 hours. It returns with its companions. In the animal kingdom, wolves are one of the best team players and are able to bring down other large animals with their incredible athleticism and almost telepathic communication. But even for them, life can be difficult. This newborn pup is experiencing its first heavy snowfall. It's one of two that have managed to survive the cold, animal king, hunger, and wolves are one of the best team players. Harsh winters here, and are able to bring down other large animals with their incredible athleticism and almost telepathic communication. The mother wolf has returned from the hunt, and the babies can hardly contain their excitement. The mother carefully regurgitates her food and allows her young to take the first bites and hardly contain their excitement. The mother carefully regurgitates success because the father wasn't so lucky. After feeding the pups, the parents head right back out on the hunt. At this age, the two youngsters' killer instincts haven't quite developed yet. So when they come across a passing hog badger, they're more curious than anything else. The two youngsters' killer instincts perhaps haven't quite developed yet, because the badger can be a lot more dangerous than it looks, especially to a baby wolf. They come across a passing hog badger, they're more curious than anything else. But the mother is keeping a watchful eye and decides to cut off the hog badger's route, forcing it to change course. This is just a warning, however. She knows that getting into a fight is not in the best interests of her and her new family. Badger can be a lot more dangerous than it looks, especially to a baby wolf. Wolf returns to her pups. Satisfied, she has averted disaster, at least for now. The mother wolf returns to her pups. This autumn, satisfied, she has averted the disaster. At least for now, she'll have to keep her guard up. It's the mating season for the Kansu red deer. And the strong males are proudly displaying their healthy bodies to join the females. But until then, in front of them, she'll have to keep her guard up. It's the mating season for the Kansu red deer. And the strong males are proudly displaying their healthy bodies territory. To the females, there is always the threat of an ambush at night, when the wolves will have the advantage. At dusk, when all is quiet, the lone wolf appears, looking for the rest of his companions. By sunset, they'll be gone. This is wolf territory, and there is always the threat of an ambush at night, when the wolves will have the advantage. part of a huge pack of about 20 wolves who have been biding their time until nightfall when they'll go out on the prowl. In late autumn, male white-lipped deer are actively preparing for the inevitable battles that will determine their mating rights. Those that lose will be forced to leave the herd. In late autumn, male white-lipped deer are actively preparing for the inevitable battles that will determine their mating rights. Winter has arrived. Those that lose will be forced to leave can be seen clearly in the snow. The herd. 2 wolves are already hot on the scent. The herd has no choice but to keep moving, sometimes up to the length of 200 kilometers. Winter has arrived, and the footprints of white-lipped deer can be seen clearly in the snow, abandoned by the herd. Surely it's an easy meal for the 2 wolves are already hot on the scent. This is the natural order of things. The herd has no choice but to keep moving, sometimes up to the length of 200 kilometers. Ecosystems cover almost the entire Chilean Mountain National Park by the herd, spanning an area of 50,000 square kilometers. It's vast and complex landscape. This is the natural order of rivers and lakes with precipitous elevation changes. The bushes, forests, ravines, and cliffsides all serve as natural habitats for these wild animals, which in turn provides a complete food chain for the big and small. Mountain ecosystems cover almost the entire Chilean National Park have attracted the spanning an area of 50,000 square kilometers. Its vast and complex landscape is decorated with numerous rivers and lakes with precipitous elevation changes. The bushes, large male wild yak, ravines, is on watch and cliffsides, and has just all serve as natural habitats for these wild animals, which in turn provides a complete food chain. The herd will have to go on the run. It's no wonder the Chilean mountains have attracted the interest of zoologists. Even though they are the biggest around the world in the Chilean mountains, the wolves still pose a threat when in numbers. This large male wild taking images on watch. It's hard not to just sense the many wolves approaching found out here in the Chilean mountains. But for the animals here, life is a daily struggle, full of uncertainty, violence, and full of uncertainty, violence, and death. Who knows what more secrets this remote land has yet to reveal? What more secrets this remote land has yet to reveal.
盟政府爱人民，圆通有水治理清，创造休闲好美景。圆通江边的游船啊是真洒势，厦门真美丽。从我的祖宗的祖上领导经营人呐，厦门政府爱人民，圆通有水治理。我们不得不把我们的一个家乡的话来进行弘扬创作。小林来，我们大水果是通篇要有押韵的，创造休闲好美景，有效果，趣味性会更强。游船啊是真洒势，这个庆新村啊哈，真美丽，家是爱家，这个是谐音嘛，正业的正跟祖宗的祖上，其实就来些是在学习当中，因为这学无止境啊，对不对？
小朋友大家好，我是葛安莲，今仔要甲大家讲一个水果，素无味。大家今仔要讲水果，素无味。安妮，对不起，那不是。
那我们怎么样要把这些东西继续保留下来呢？我们就要守护这个根脉的时候，就要从最基础的地方，就从娃娃抓起，就根植在他们幼小的心灵里面，他们才会激发出内心的感觉。只要有一个根脉，就像怎么样要把这些东西继续保留下来呢？东西是我们要守护这个根脉的时候，就要从最基础的地方，就从娃娃抓起，就根植在他们幼小的心灵里面，他们才会激发出内心的感觉来。只要有一个根脉，就像星星点火一样，来厦门大发这个东西是义不容辞。这阵的咱现代的两边在建设起来，就这边啊大楼，那边啊大楼，就变成了万家灯，所以又重现了10号的元旦，那现在是元旦的万家灯火。
I see a country on the move.
There is my opportunity.
Is it good to change so fast?
Yes, but it's a challenge.
We have one foot in the future.
But we never forget our past. We need to talk to one another.
And listen.
More than 1 billion voices telling their stories. Rediscovering China. Only on CGTN.
We are all connected. Across borders. Across continents. Connected by ideas. A shared humanity. Stay connected.
Years ago, Brazil and China established diplomatic ties. We'll discuss the political and economic relationship the two countries share today. Hello, I'm Mike Walter, filling in for Anna Naidu, and this is The Heat. 50 years after establishing diplomatic relations, China is now Brazil's top trading partner. In 2023, bilateral trade between the two countries exceeded 157 billion U.S. dollars. There are currently more than 300 Chinese companies operating in Brazil, spanning electricity, infrastructure, and electric vehicles. CDTN's Paula Cabal takes a closer look.
In recent
years
months,
after establishing diplomatic relations, China is now Brazil's top trading partner. In 2023,
with
bilateral trade between the two countries exceeded 157 billion U.S. dollars. There are currently more than 300 Chinese companies operating in Brazil, spanning electricity, infrastructure, and electric vehicles.
However, BYD's relationship with Brazil dates back to 2017, when they started producing solar panels at a plant in the São Paulo countryside in Brazil.
So it's a huge market, even for bus, trucks, now solar panels, and also the automotive sector. And now we are seeing that everything is growing, and Brazil is one of the most important markets for BYD worldwide.
Besides the consumer products, there is also heavy investment from Chinese companies in Brazil's infrastructure. Energy is among the highlights, with growing participation in generation assets and also in transmission lines. BYD's relationship with Brazil dates back to 2017, when they started producing solar panels at a plant.
Investment from Chinese companies, state-owned enterprises, small and medium enterprise, has entailed around $70 billion. So China has become the largest trade partner and the largest investment in Brazil.
When it comes to exports, agriculture is the top sector for Chinese investment, with big purchases of products such as beef, corn, and above all, soybeans.
China is Brazil's main customer for agricultural commodities. However, exports are highly concentrated in just a handful of products.
This officer from Brazil's Farming Confederation, CNA, says producers in the country are working to expand the range of products offered to China. In recent years, and above all, consumption has increased among Chinese consumers.
China is Brazil's main customer for agricultural commodities. However, exports are highly concentrated in just a handful of products.
This partnership at
this officer from Brazil's
Farming relations are completing 50 years. We want to keep this for the long
Federation
term.
CNA says producers in the country are working to expand the range of products offered to China. In recent years, fruit consumption has increased. Brazil and China have already made it clear that both sides are interested in deepening commercial ties and businesses to further strengthen bilateral trade and investments in the future. Among Chinese consumers, CGTN sees potential in further expanding fruits.
For more on Brazil-China relations, let's bring in our panel. Joining us from Beijing is Zhang Xishuang. He is a professor and director of the Center for Latin American Studies at Shanghai University. From Rio de Janeiro, Evandro Cabaré is a professor of international law, head of the Center for Brazil-China Studies at GVF. And also with us from Sao Paulo, Gustavo Ribeiro is the founder and editor-in-chief of the Brazilian Report. Also joining us, Victor Gao. He's the chair professor at Soochow University in Beijing. And Victor, why don't I start with you? 50 years, that's a lengthy period of time. And also we see the establishment of Gustavo Ribeiro is the founder and editor-in-chief of the Brazilian Report. Also joining us, Victor Gao. He's the chair professor at Soochow University in Beijing. And Victor, why don't I start with you? 50 years, that's a lengthy period of time. We see the establishment of where we are and embassy in Brasilia. 50 years, Beijing. It was August 15th, 1974.
Thank you very much for having me. First of all,
the beginning of a long relationship. We just heard in Paulo's story. It just kind of developed and developed. Give us your sense of where we are and kind of trace us through these 50 years, if you don't mind.
Countries. Second, thank you very much for having me. First of all, please allow me to such huge achievements between these two countries and 50-year anniversary of the normalization of relations between these two very important countries. Is not a fan of Brazil. We are all very proud of football games and the Brazilian team always countries the whole world, and including the Chinese audience. China. Thirdly, the Chinese economy and the Brazilian economy, as they turned out, highly complementary to each other, and the market is huge in China. Anyone in China is not a fan of Brazil because this is very logical. Because Chinese population, the Brazilian team always dazzle the whole world, including, for example, the Chinese. The size of the Chinese economy is the Chinese economy and the Brazilian economy. So they turned out imagine highly complementary to each other, and the market in China for the Brazilian products. For many products, the Chinese economy and this is the Brazilian economy because Chinese population, for example, China has turned out to be a leader, and for example, many high-tech size of the Chinese economy, as you mentioned just now, big as in the EV area. China is really imagine the great potential of infrastructure of all kinds in China for the Brazilian products, and very willing to cooperate with the Chinese economy and the Brazilian projects can really help each other. For example, China has turned out to be a leader for many years and decades to come, including, as you mentioned just now, in the EV. China is really the past 50 years of infrastructure of all kinds about the next China's very happy and very willing to cooperate because these two countries, these two economies, and these two people can help increase the productivity in Brazil for many years and decades to benefit. So I'm not only very happy to
we've got some serious commentators here with serious expressions on their face, but when you mentioned the football team, I saw broad smiles on our friends from Brazil, Evandro being one of them. Talk to me about this relationship. I've got a couple of questions for you, but first let's start with Paulo's report, because I thought it was interesting talking about BYD, how this relationship with BYD has kind of developed over time, and that's what we've seen with this relationship between China and Brazil. It just continues to grow in a lot of different ways. I saw broad smiles on our friends from Brazil, Evandro being one of them.
Much for having me
here. Talk to me about this relationship. I've got a couple of questions for you, but first let's start with Paulo's report, because I thought it was interesting talking about BYD, how this relationship with BYD has kind of developed over time, and that's what we've seen with this relationship between China and Brazil. It just continues to grow in a lot of different ways,
and the Brazilians are, starting to discover this possibility to have their car together with cars here in Brazil. Several friends here. The bilateral relations has huge potential in several between Brazil and China is not very promising, and the EV car economic cooperation that we saw here, that Brazil and China is very, very complementary, and especially because it's based in commodities. Brazil is the largest soybean producers, and China BYD now became the biggest buyer, for example, company here. And Brazil also we can are a nation, for example, in terms of infrastructure to have their investment, as we saw in the video here in Brazil. China has been a significant investor in Brazil in energy, transportation, telecommunications, not only in trade and economic cooperation that we saw here, that Brazil and China is very complementary. Cooperation, and Brazil, especially because it's based in commodities, resources. Brazil is the largest soybean producers, and China is the dialogue, the biggest buyer between Brazil and China can be very fruitful for the future.
Let me ask a follow-up. We know that President Lula was there for a state visit last year, met with President Xi Jinping, and then I believe it was back in an interview with foreign journalists in July, the Brazilian president also kind of mapped out where he sees this relationship going in the future. Let's listen to what he had to say, and I want to get your reaction on the other side.
We are planning to discuss with China a new strategic partnership between Brazil and China. A partnership that goes beyond future trading, a partnership that includes science and technology, chip production, software, and other aspects. In other words, what we really want is to establish a strategic partnership that can continuously lift the ties between Brazil and China. What we really want prosperity is to establish a strategic partnership in Brazil.
Sounds like a good plan. Where do you see efforts strengthening moving forward?
And this is an important
that can continuously lift the ties between Brazil and China towards more prosperity and create jobs in China and Brazil.
These are
sounds like a good plan.
Important.
Where do you see efforts strengthening
Brazil
moving
and China
forward?
Must and this is an important topic between collaboration in technology, especially in 5G area. And Brazil has a task to do internally. The Brazilian government should, and I hope Lula can do this, invest more in science and innovation. And China became is leading a lot of artificial intelligence in technology, energy, and innovation. And I think Brazil can take advantage of this. And I believe that Brazil and China must a cooperation that can be a kind of dialogue, win-win cooperation.
John Shishui, to that point, there's been this comment that China and Brazil working from soybeans to space. On the science front, and I hope 6 satellites have been jointly developed under the China-Brazil Earth Resources Satellite Program.
And innovation.
So do you see that also as an area moving forward where these two can strengthen their relationship?
Oh, yes. I believe that there are so many areas which China and Brazil can further move forward. Well, we often say China-Brazil cooperation high in the sky and down in the sea. I hope that in the near future, these two countries will further promote their bilateral relationship in the high tech, as my colleagues mentioned just now. One big area I have in mind is the so-called EV and many other high tech telecommunication. Well, China always hopes that we can play an important role in promoting so-called telecommunication and other areas in the so-called infrastructure sector. But in order to achieve this kind of objective, I think people in Brazil need to have a new mindset in terms of everything. As far as I know, some people in Brazil say that China-Brazil cooperation should go beyond complementarity. Well, I don't agree with this kind of judgment. In the age of globalization, in order to promote bilateral relationship, particularly in the trade and investment, you cannot go beyond the complementarity because complementarity can play a very important role in making good advantage of the so-called comparative advantage. So I hope that the people in Brazil will put forward new ideas of how to improve your investment environment. And of course, Chinese companies should learn more about the basic conditions of the market in Brazil. So anyway, I believe that the future is very bright. And if we can also should mention so-called people-to-people exchanges in making understanding of the so-called two sides needs to be further strengthened.
And Gustavo, the Brazilian vice president, was also in Beijing not too long ago, I think just a few months back. And during that visit, he also met with the Chinese president, Xi Jinping. And at the time, he called the visit a chance to look ahead to the next 50 years of this relationship. I'm not going to ask you to go 50 years forward, but just a few months back. Where do you see it in the next few years? During that visit, he also met with the Chinese in a complementary fashion. President Xi Jinping, and at the time, he called the visit a chance to look ahead to the next 50 years of this relationship. I'm not going to ask you to go 50 years forward, but
we're talking about Brazil-China relations, is the fact that
where
Brazil,
do you see it in the next few years kind of developing and moving in a complementary fashion?
The Silva administration sees China as a very strategic partner, fellow panelists have in terms of talked about. I think the role that Brazil wants to play in the world. To analyze when we're talking about Brazil-China relations is the fact that Brazil, and that it is interesting for Brazil not to be totally aligned either with the U.S. or the European Union, and that we should have positive relations with China, with Russia. So, for instance, China in terms of the role that Brazil wants to play in the more of a say in foreign, believes that the world is getting such as the UN multipolar, and that it is interesting for Brazil not to be totally aligned either with the U.S. of the Lula diplomacy, so I think that it should have positive relations between China with beyond the obvious economic ties, it's something that we should pay attention to. And if I may, just to give some detail, we talked about BYD in Brazil, and I think it's important to say that if you live in Brazil or in São Paulo, it is visible how BYD models are getting more and more popular on Brazilian streets. And I mean, as the UN report did a story very recently about how China has become the biggest one of the linchpins of the Lula diplomacy. So I think Brazil, in the case of BYD, is quite interesting because it went from single-digit ties between the number of models sold in Brazil, went from the single digits in 2019 that we should pay attention to. 75% of all just to give imported license to vehicles in Brazil in the first half of this year. So, and also Brazil is the country that buys the most Chinese EVs. So that's just a piece of data that I wanted to.
No, that's very impressive. Gustavo, also the Brazilian mining giant Vale has had a commercial relationship with China. That's very impressive. Gustavo, also the Brazilian mining giant Vale has had a commercial relationship with China dating back even predating these diplomatic relations going back to 1973. And in an exclusive interview with us, the executive vice president talked about his optimism to China's relationship. I want to play that, and in an exclusive interview with us, the executive vice president talked about his optimism for this relationship. I want to play that, and then I want to get your reaction on the other side.
With development, we're looking at the future. The Brazilian very optimistic view of the future. I see that the Chinese have the same, and the Chinese can teach us very much about looking at the future, about very optimistic view of the future. I see that the Chinese have the same, and the Chinese can teach us very much about Chinese planning, about Chinese technology, the urban development in China without an example, a reference to the world, cultural heritage. So there are many examples of how Brazil wants to achieve the same goals that China has.
You know, we've talked about BYD. You talked about just this growth, this explosion that we've seen. We're talking about that relationship, which dates back to 1973. You know, we've talked about BYD. You talked about just this growth, this explosion that we've seen. We're talking about that relationship, which dates back to 1973. How important this partnership is between China and Brazil. It's exporting quite a bit to China.
Well, I mean, China
so talk to us about trade and
Brazil's
how important this partnership is between China and Brazil.
It gobbles up about a third of all Brazilian exports. Well, and when China just about commodities, Brazil's most important trading partner. We're talking gobbles up about a third of all Brazilian exports. And when we talk just about Brazilian exports to China, it goes very much concentrated depending on the month we're talking about. Soybean, agricultural commodities such as soybeans, iron ore, and Brazilian exports to China are very much concentrated in three products to manage to sell a more diverse portfolio of products. Now, that being said, we used to say in Brazil in the 90s that if the U.S. sneezed, Brazil would catch pneumonia. I think that is now the case with China. China has become the most important trading partner for Brazil. Several industries depend commodities such as soybeans, iron ore, so any hiccups with the Chinese economy struggles can be very damaging to industries such as mining, such as oil products, and especially agricultural products. For instance, the pork industry in the 90s that if this has in China the U.S. biggest client, but also the meat sector. So I mean. Nowadays, we can say if China sneezes, then would catch pneumonia. I think that is now the case with China.
Well, let's hope we keep the hankies close by and there are no sneezes.
The most important trading
Victor, let's talk about Brazil and China because they also have this linkage. Founding members of BRICS, and it started small, as we know, just a few countries. Now it's grown. It ballooned recently, adding, we've got Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates. Now it accounts for about 28% of the global economy, produces about 44% of the world's crude oil. So it's really grown. This year, the summit will be in Russia. What do you think is going to be on the global top of the agenda this year? Produces about 44% of the world's crude oil. So it's really grown.
I think BRICS is already more than 10 years old, and the membership has increased from 5 to 10 member states. And allow me to just mention one point. BRICS start with B, which is Brazil. So you can see that this BRICS framework, as well as Brazil as an important member of BRICS, are truly very profound. And it is expected that the membership of BRICS will further increase from currently 10 member states to, let's say, 15, 20, 25, and beyond. There are many countries interested in applying to become full members of BRICS. And I think this is one of the main important topic that will be discussed by the BRICS summit in Russia this year. I'm going to Moscow in September to attend one of the economic meetings related to the BRICS summit. And I'm very much looking forward to meeting with other participants from other member states, for example. And I think how to really think in the longer term for the BRICS development in the next 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, 25 years and beyond will be very important, because BRICS is a framework based on consensus, based on peaceful and respectful relations between and among members, and also with any other aspiring countries want to become members. And I think the BRICS should also focus on how to escalate and further increase our level of cooperation from trading, which we talked about a lot, financial cooperation, technological cooperation, which we talked about a lot, and financial cooperation, and whether and when it will be very important cooperation to boost the financial cooperation, including, as President Lula of Brazil has mentioned on many occasions, very important kind of to boost the financial cooperation, including currency as President Lula of Brazil has mentioned on many occasions. A kind of now another thing, BRICS currency. If you look at the membership of BRICS, there is a high emphasis on energy. Many of the BRICS member states are rich in energy resources, and for China, it not only produces oil and gas, but it also uses more oil and more gas, which needs to be imported. So this facilitates another thing, the cooperation between and among BRICS at the membership of BRICS. For example, there is a high BRICS members can come energy. Up with many of the BRICS member states are rich energy cooperation, energy resources, because you have for China, it not only produces oil and gas within BRICS, it also uses more energy importing countries like China, which need to be imported, for example. So this within BRICS. So I think there will be a cooperation between and among BRICS member states discussed, and there will be no limitation BRICS members can come up with a new way member states energy cooperation to the future cooperation in the coming years and coming exporting countries.
And Gustavo, I know you mentioned BRICS earlier as well.
Energy importing countries like China and India, for example,
what did it do in terms of strengthening the relationship between these two countries?
Topics to be discussed, and there will be no limitation as to how the imagination of BRICS member states can apply to the future cooperation in the coming years and coming decades.
And Gustavo, I know you mentioned BRICS earlier as well. What about that?
For instance,
entering into BRICS, what did it do in terms of strengthening the relationship between these two countries?
Capital invested in the world last year. Well, it has done wonders because, for instance, the BRICS Bank is one of the big financiers of infrastructure projects in Brazil. Expansion, because they believe that China is one of the key entered BRICS countries in terms of foreign relations with China, but not necessarily with Brazil. For instance, Brazil in 2021 gobbled up about Brazil's 13% of Chinese capital.
Interesting. Well, Evandrew, in an interview with Xinhua News Agency, President Lula said he's going to participate as a guest at the APEC meetings in November in Lima, Peru. And at the time, there is a belief that Brazil may officially join the Belt and Road Initiative. Certainly, Brazil has benefited from infrastructure projects with China. How would the BRI impact Brazil moving
Interesting.
forward? Well, Evandrew, in an interview with Xinhua News Agency, President Lula said he's going to participate as a guest at the APEC meetings in November in Lima, Peru. And at the time, there is a belief that Brazil may officially join the Belt and Road Initiative. Certainly, Brazil has benefited from infrastructure projects with China. How would the BRI impact Brazil moving forward?
President Lula and President Xi Jinping is a very good question, because until now, Brazil, because of the G20, not participated in the Belt and Road Initiative. Recently, despite the fact that did a declaration, the largest trading telling Brazil and he would like to talk with the Chinese side about the Belt and Road Initiative. initiative and how Brazil can join in the next meeting between President Lula and President Xi Jinping in this APEC and also very interesting declaration. So because of the G20, if Lula, actually Lula recently joined the Belt and Road Initiative and did a declaration telling that in the bilateral relations there is a huge expectation about the Belt and Road Initiative and how Brazil can join and also be a strategic port that can also give the initiative. Is a very interesting declaration. So President Lula is open to discuss Pacific Ocean how Brazil can join the Belt and Road Initiative. And when we think about this Belt and Road Initiative, we need to consider that China, when China there is a huge expectation, and we know that China consider and a strategic region that can also choose its investment in the region to Brazilian products. Brazil is a big country in South America, and we Brazilian can also discuss when we think about Belt and Road Initiative. We need to consider that China, when China invests in South America, Brazil also has an interest in South America, and China is a key actor in the region as well. So when countries can choose its investment and be a good partner to Brazil is a big country in the region. America.
All right, John Shui, last question for you. Of course, after that, we've got the G20 coming up. That'll be in Rio in November. And President Lula has proposed creating a global alliance against hunger and poverty. Of course, China has this great record as far as alleviating extreme poverty. Are there lessons to be learned from China?
Can stress the dialogue.
Well, I think China has done a very good job in dealing with the poverty issue.
All right, John Shui, last question for you. Of course, after that, we've got the G20 coming up. That'll be in Rio in November. And President Lula has proposed creating a global alliance against hunger and poverty. Of course, China has this great record as far as alleviating extreme poverty. Are there lessons to be learned from China?
Conditions. Well, I think China has done a very good job in dealing with the poverty issue on China. Secondly, I think Brazil can learn something from China. The most promising area for cooperation for the two countries in this area is to first of all, more Brazil and China have their own China can offer more conditions, more financial aid to Brazil. Sometimes it's so this is a very promising area for Brazil to give that in the near future. Secondly, I think work together.
That's a really good point. Unfortunately, we run out of time. We're going to have to leave it there. Thank you all for joining us. Great discussion. That's all the time we have. I'm Mike Walter in Washington, D.C. Thanks so much for watching.
Well, China can offer more loans, more financial aid to Brazil. So this is a very promising area. So I feel that in the near future, both countries can work together.
That's a really good point. Unfortunately, we've run out of time. We're going to have to leave it there. Thank you all for joining us. Great discussion. That's all the time we have. I'm Mike Walter in Washington, D.C. Thanks so much for watching.
Russian region declares a state of emergency as Ukrainian troops push deeper into its territory and civilians flee ahead of the advancing front line. A global health emergency in Africa for a highly infectious disease. A new strain of Mpox spreading at an alarming pace. More than 14,000 cases and over 500 deaths. And supplies are headed to the International Space Station where 2 astronauts are waiting for a ride back to Earth while their 8-day mission could turn into 8 months. Hello and thanks for joining us. I'm Elaine Reyes in Washington. And over 500 Ukraine's cross-border advance into Russia's Kursk region has entered a second week. Kyiv says it is taking even more ground and capturing more prisoners. The Russian region has declared a state of emergency and expanded its area of evacuation to Belgorod. And supplies are headed to the International Space Station where 2 astronauts
Ukrainian
are waiting for a ride back
said on Wednesday Ukrainian forces had advanced 1 to 2 kilometers deeper into the Kursk region and that troops had finished clearing the Russian town of Sudzha of Moscow's forces. Kyiv has so far claimed to have captured in total more than 1,000 square kilometers of territory. For the first time, a Ukrainian TV channel reported from the Kursk region and aired a video of 3 Ukrainian soldiers taking down a Russian flag from a building reportedly inside Sudzha. Authorities in the Belgorod region declared a state of emergency in the second Russian region following attacks by Ukrainian forces. The Russian Ministry of Emergency on Wednesday released footage of 2 districts in the Kursk region from 2 districts in the Kursk region. Evacuated almost 200,000 people from border areas.
It's very hard to assess how deeply they penetrate because according to our Ministry of Defense, according to our Ministry of Defense, to the pictures that I saw, we are eliminating their equipment, eliminate their equipment and their manpower.
Ukraine has said that the incursion is to bring the conflict home to Russia and force Moscow into making peace. But Russia has said that Kyiv's actions in the Kursk region has put the prospect of peace Megumilim, CGTN, Megumilim,
Africa is ground zero for a raging and deadly Mpox outbreak. Declared the disease a global health emergency. And now there's an international effort to try to contain its spread. Jody Jacobs has more.
The World Health Organization says the speed of the Mpox outbreak in the past few weeks on Wednesday convened a meeting of its emergency committee to evaluate the surge in Africa.
The detection and rapid spread of a new clade of Mpox in Eastern DRC, its detection in neighboring countries that had not previously reported Mpox, and the potential for further spread and the potential for further spread is very Africa and beyond is in addition to other outbreaks, in addition to other outbreaks in other parts of Africa, Mpox, it's clear that coordinated international response is essential and safe to stop this outbreak.
Burundi is the latest country where Mpox has been confirmed. According to the World Health Organization, the Democratic Republic of Congo has the highest number of reported cases. Has the highest number of reported cases in neighboring Rwanda, Uganda, and Kenya. Since the beginning of the year, more than 15,000 cases and 500 deaths have been reported. Mpox is transmitted through close contact and causes flu-like symptoms and lesions. Most cases are mild, but it can kill. And the new variant of the endemic since the beginning of the year, more than 15,000 cases and 500 deaths have been reported. Tedros Ghebreyesus says the WHO is helping support a rollout of vaccines.
WHO has developed a regional response plan requiring an initial $15 million.
And causes flu-like symptoms and
we have released about $1.5 million from the WHO contingency fund for emergencies,
appears to spread
and
more
we plan to release more in the coming days.
Tedros Ghebreyesus says the WHO is helping support a rollout of vaccines.
WHO has developed a regional response plan requiring an initial $15 million, working closely with each of the affected countries and leveraging our on-the-ground WHO contingency fund for emergencies treat those infected, we plan to release more in the coming
Meanwhile,
days.
in Gaza, the Health Organization is fighting another possible emergency. The WHO says the risk of polio spreading is high, and unless there is an urgent response, this could constitute a serious health threat for the children of Gaza. It says fewer than half of the 107 primary health facilities remain operational. Population displacement and the shortage of medical supplies have contributed to reduced immunization rates. The WHO has approved the release of 1.2 million doses of polio vaccines for use in Gaza. A humanitarian ceasefire, it says, needs to be implemented so that it can vaccinate as many children as possible to mitigate the risk of polio spreading is high. Jody Jacobs, CGTN, is an urgent response. This could constitute...
Uganda is rolling out a nationwide immunization plan to combat malaria. The country is set to receive 3 million doses of the vaccine this year, including for young children. Isabel Nakiria reports.
Joyce Ntamalera says her children have slept under insecticide-treated mosquito nets all their lives. But this hasn't fully protected her children from getting malaria. Under insecticide-treated mosquito nets all their lives. The vaccine, but this hasn't fully protected her children from getting malaria. Joyce believes an alternative like a vaccine would be much more effective.
I feel this vaccine will be very helpful, for even if they fall sick of malaria, it won't be severe. When children get measles vaccine, children don't get severe measles attacks. I feel this vaccine will be very helpful, even if they fall sick of malaria, it won't be severe.
Parasite is developing resistance to the use of mosquito nets and indoor spraying with insecticide continue in the country was approved by the WHO in 2021.
The vaccine will be given to children between the ages 6 months and 1.5 years. That means a big percentage of people are still at risk of getting severe malaria.
In Uganda, 6 in every 10 sick children was have malaria and are at risk of 2021 treated early.
The vaccine will be given to children between the ages 6 months and 1.5 years.
When you're using the vaccine, you reduce hospitalization by about 20%.
That means a big percentage of people are still at risk of getting severe malaria.
In Uganda, 6 in every 10 sick children have malaria and are at the highest incidence of malaria in the world. 3 million doses of the vaccine are expected at the end of the year. The country's children
when you're using the vaccine, you reduce hospitalization by about 20%.
Chinese companies are playing an important role in Mexico's public health sector. CGTN's Alistair Bowerstock explains.
Uganda has one of the highest
The Mexican Red Cross has played a key role in recent years, saving lives throughout the COVID-19 pandemic and numerous natural disasters before and since. However, the non-profit depends on contributions to keep running. A donor list to which the Federation of Chinese Businesses in Mexico recently added its name. At an event at its headquarters, the Bank of China's General Director for Mexico, Xin Shanwen, who also heads the Business Council, conducted the COVID-19 pandemic and numerous natural disasters before and since.
However, we take on a deeper understanding of the importance of solidarity and mutual aid. As members of Mexican society, Chinese companies have always actively assumed social
the non-profit depends on contributions to keep running. A donor list to which the Federation of Chinese Businesses in Mexico recently added its name. Included in the package, an early cancer diagnostic machine, General Director for Mexico, Xin Shanwen, who also manufactured by top Chinese medical supply ceremony, and a promise that such donations will be made yearly moving forward.
It's a gesture of social commitment that we want to show that we are grateful to Mexican society, to the country that has given us the opportunity to grow here as people, as companies and as friends.
This donation has not only brought Mexico's Red Cross closer to Chinese businesses, but also to its Red Cross counterpart across the Pacific, from which Director Carlos Freyaner says his organisation has a cancer diagnostic machine and 12 defibrillator kits, cutting-edge technology manufactured by top Chinese medical suppliers,
in October, we'll meet with them again and continue exchanging ideas on the modernisation of the Chinese Red Cross, which has developed a lot and become an example for us to follow.
As the country faces an uncertain future, Mexico's Red Cross is now better equipped to face it. Alistair Baverstock, CGTN, Mexico City.
A race against time in New Zealand. Police there are working to track down candy laced with methamphetamine. A charity in New Zealand distributed dozens of pineapple-flavored sweets that contain potentially lethal amounts of meth. Up to 400 people may have received the candy as part of a food package from Auckland City officials.
Mexico's Red Cross is now better equipped to face it.
3 people, including
Alistair
a child, have
Baverstock,
sought medical
CGTN,
treatment.
Mexico
The charity
City.
has apologized. A race against time in New Zealand. Police there are still working to track down candy laced with the International Space Station. The charity in New Zealand distributed prepares to take off pineapple-flavored sweets that contain potentially lethal amounts of meth up in the air. Up to 400 people may have received the candy as part of a food package from Auckland City officials. The contaminated candy was...
I see a country on the move.
There's my opportunity.
Is it good to
donated
so
anonymously. 3 people, including a child, have sought medical treatment. The charity has apologized,
but it's a
and police are investigating.
We
Still
have
ahead,
one foot
fresh
in the
supplies
future.
headed soon to the International Space Station. A Russian cargo ship prepares to take off as the return of 2 stranded astronauts is literally...
We need to talk to one another.
And listen.
More than 1 billion voices telling their stories. Rediscovering China. Only on CGTN.
Hurricane Ernesto is on the move after hitting the U.S. territory of Puerto Rico as a tropical storm. The island is now dealing with widespread power outages, flooding, and Hurricane Ernesto is on the move after Itza Soledad Perez has more.
Ernesto intensified to a Category 1 hurricane after lashing Puerto Rico, leaving half of the island without power and causing heavy rain, floods, and mudslides. Heavy rainfall led to rivers overflowing across the region.
President Biden has approved our request for FEMA emergency assistance funds. This support enables us to implement measures under the Public Assistance Program with 75% federal funding for all municipalities. As of the latest update provided by FEMA, approximately 635,000 customers are without electrical service.
Half of the island without power, 400 people in shelters, and mudslides. 235,000 led to rivers overflowing across the region. We were able to speak with Mauricio Fleury.
President Biden has approved our request for FEMA emergency assistance funds. This support enables us to implement measures under the Public Assistance Program with 75% federal funding for all municipalities. As of the latest update provided by Luma, approximately 635,000 customers are without electrical service.
The governor said more than 400 people are in shelters and 235,000 residents do not have access to clean water. Right now, we were able to speak with Mauricio Fleury via shaky phone connection.
In the middle of the night. We don't know the time. Around 1 a.m. and we still have no power.
I spoke to another resident of the island who lives away from the coast of Puerto Rico.
There's a lot of municipalities that are damaged. How bad was it? Road blockage because of trees have fallen.
I was not expecting such a...
Also, thanks God I have electricity and I have water for until now. I am crossing my fingers, but I know that other places here in Puerto Rico are really affected by the storm.
Energy provider Luma warns that restoring power could take weeks, evoking memories of the aftermath of Hurricane Maria in 2017, when the island endured a prolonged blackout for over 6 months.
Do you think Puerto Rico is prepared for a major hurricane? Right now, what
the island experiences a tropical storm.
Yeah.
We are starting the peak of the hurricane season.
Really
so what do you think?
affected by the storm. Oh my God! I think we are not.
Power could take
we are not prepared.
Evoking memories of the aftermath of Hurricane Maria in 2017, when the island endured a prolonged blackout for over 6 months. Do you think Puerto Rico is prepared for a major hurricane? Right now, the island experiences a tropical storm.
The electricity, the grid is still bad.
Ernesto is now on a northward path, away from Puerto Rico, and forecasters say it could intensify into a major hurricane as it makes its way toward Bermuda this weekend, though staying far east of the U.S. mainland. Nitza Soledad Perez, CGTN, Miami.
A new report is accusing the city of Los Angeles of criminalizing homelessness. Human Rights Watch is slamming the city as the state of California embarks on a mission to clear encampments. Mark New has the details.
In July, California Governor Gavin Newsom took to the streets of Los Angeles to help clean up a problem. He just ordered state agencies to start removing homeless encampments, following a Supreme Court ruling allowing cities to enforce bans on sleeping outside in public spaces.
Mark New has the details.
I'm here on behalf of 40 million Californians.
In July, California Governor Gavin Newsom took to the streets of Los Angeles to help clean up a problem.
Results.
He just ordered
I don't want to read about
state agencies to start removing homeless encampments,
I want to see it
following a Supreme Court ruling allowing cities to enforce bans on sleeping outside in public spaces.
And to get those streets clean, get those tents off the streets, the encampments off the streets, and begin once again here feel pride on behalf of 40 million Californians that are fed up.
A new report from Human Rights Watch entitled "You Have to Move" found that Los Angeles County has more than 75,000 people without housing, a 10% increase in the previous year. The report accuses Los Angeles of criminalizing homelessness without addressing the underlying problems. The report interviewed more than 100 unhoused or formerly unhoused people and documented some of their stories in a video.
Get those tents off the streets,
Michelle was a former laundromat manager who lost her job when the business suddenly closed during the COVID pandemic.
This is our home.
A new report from Human Rights Watch entitled "You Have to Move" found that Los Angeles County has more than 75,000 people without housing, a 10% increase in the previous year.
We won't make it.
Harvey has lived on the streets for 25 years, but when he's forced to move to temporary housing, it's both expensive and isolating. The report accuses Los Angeles of criminalizing homelessness without addressing the underlying problems.
Find a place
the report interviewed more than 100 unhoused or formerly
that I'll be able to live there at peace on a permanent basis.
The report says that on average, 6 unhoused people die every day on the streets of Los Angeles County. The report repeatedly points to rising housing costs, finding that more than 500,000 renters in Los Angeles do not have access to affordable housing.
Oh, Commissioner, anybody here? If I was able to talk to Governor Newsom, I will ask him to come for at least a day and walk their shoes. If I was able to talk to Governor Newsom, what they do to survive, ask him to come for at least a day.
The report also cites a stark racial disparity in that while black people comprise just 8% of the county's population, they make up 1/3. The report also cites a stark racial disparity in that while black people comprise just 8% of the county's
Japan is grappling
population,
with a
they make
heat
up
wave and
1/3
drought
of
that's
the unhoused.
affecting its food supply.
The
country's rice stockpile has fallen to the lowest level this century. Japan is grappling with a heat wave and drought that's affecting its food supply. The country's
Japan's rice stockpile has fallen rapidly this year due to several factors. A record-breaking heat wave and low rainfall in 2023 stunned the growth of crops, including fruits, vegetables, and rice, leading to lower shipments. Japan's rice stockpile has fallen rapidly this year. He says Shinohara owns a rice store in Tokyo. Heat wave and low rainfall in 2023 stunned the growth of crops, including fruits, vegetables, and rice, leading to lower shipments and
there are so many kinds of rice that are available in a normal year that are not available this year.
In Tokyo.
The price of rice has risen by 12% in the same time the previous year.
My store now has less than half of the stock compared to normal years.
Many consumers
there are so many kinds of rice that are available in a normal year.
Products.
Rice is in shortage, and I see many people looking for more affordable options in supermarkets around here.
I usually buy 4 or 5 kilos of rice. When it was cheap, 5 kilos would cost about 1,400 yen. But now 4 kilos would be over 2,000 yen. It's a big burden.
The Ministry of Agriculture says the shortage is fueled by increasing demand from the food service industry,
that are not
still
available
recovering
this year.
after being
The
hit
price of
hard
rice has
by the
risen by
COVID-19
12%
pandemic.
from the same time
On top
the
of
previous
this,
year,
there's
putting
increasing
further strain
demand from
on
record
household
number of
finances.
inbound tourists. Many consumers are visiting different stores to buy more while the new harvest is expected to go on market from late
Rice is in
August.
shortage,
Businesses
and I
say
see many
prices
people
are likely
looking for
to
more.
remain high.
Farmers say they cannot make ends meet with the price range of last year. We're expecting more shortages of rice over the next couple of years. We need to maintain the higher costs so farmers can produce a stable level of shipments.
Japanese consumers worry it might become hard for households
We need to maintain the
enjoy
higher
tasty,
costs so farmers can
affordable
produce a
rice.
stable
If the
level of
situation
shipments.
continues, Japanese consumers worry it might become hard for households to
NASA's
enjoy
latest update
tasty,
on the 2 astronauts stuck aboard the
affordable
International
rice.
Space
If the
Station
situation
is that there
continues,
is no
then
update. The mission carrying 2 astronauts to the ISS
It's
and
just
NASA
that
says they
don't
may
have
be
to
there
come
until
home in the
February of
spacecraft right now.
2025.
They don't. But it causes traffic problems because they have to move around different flights. One flight will leave with 2 people
Russia
and
is
2
set
empty
to launch
seats
a
and some
supply vessel
spacesuits
to
as
the
opposed
ISS
to 4
overnight.
people.
The
And so it becomes a
unmanned freighter
traffic
will
and
blast off
logistics
from
issue.
Kazakhstan.
But right now, I don't think
For more on
anybody
the
exactly
Russian
knows
launch and
what's going to
scheduled rescue
happen.
mission,
I
my
could
colleague
flip a
Asier
coin and
Namdar
say that
spoke
they'll
to Keith
probably come
Cowing.
home in the
He's a former
Starliner, but
rocket
I could be
scientist
very
and
wrong
the editor of
very quickly.
NASAWatch.com.
How embarrassing, how bad
They're
is
not
this
stuck up
for
there.
Boeing,
It's just
which
that
made that
if they don't have to
Starlink
come home in the spacecraft right now. This is the 3rd time don't. it's flown. The first but time, it causes traffic problems. It was so messed up. It didn't even know what time it was, and they barely got it back. The second time, and without a seats and crew, spacesuits as opposed to 4 people. But and so it becomes a traffic. This time, it's the first time with the crew. Right now, I don't think anybody exactly knows what's going to happen. Here we are. I could flip a coin and say that they'll probably come home in the Starliner, but I could be very wrong. Disappointing. The real question is whether it'll ever fly again once it comes back to Earth.
Boeing,
I think,
which made
that's not even
capsule.
a certain. Well, this is the 3rd time it's flown. The first time, embarrassment and frustration. It was so messed up.
I mean, I know they're
obviously trained
for these kinds of situations, but emotionally and psychologically, surely it's taking a toll on them.
But it's not well, maybe, but this time it's the first time with the crew. It's supposed to go up, visit, everybody has fun in outer space. Here we are. And if you say, "Hey, months later, this is still up there," so you're coming home. Yeah, a week late. The word for it. Hey, disappointing. Look out the window. The real question is whether the astronauts will fly Williams comes back. She's just happy to stay up there as long as possible. I can guarantee you that if they were asked, so the Taikonauts and the Tiangong space station go around. If something said, "Hey, we have bad weather, you got to wait another week or 2," there would not be all smiles all around. Yeah, it's frustrating because people have families at home, and I have a lot of astronauts. Eventually, it gets old, and everybody has fun, and everybody seems to have a lot of fun. And if you say, "Hey, guys, this is true. You're coming home a week late. Hey, more time to look out the window." I'm not, and I know one of the astronauts, well, Sonny Williams, she's calamity happy to stay up there as long as like in a sci-fi movie. I can guarantee you that they've decided it's safer to come home. They can get in that space station. If it's just things that, "Hey, we have bad weather, you got to wait another week or 2," 99.999% be all smiles all around. And they're exercising because people have families at home. But at some point, you got to make a decision. Eventually, it gets old, but kind of where they're headed right now. And everybody seems to have a lot of fun.
Coming up, a new way to beat the summer heat. We'll show you a place to ski year-round, the indoor winter resort. We'll have those details after the break.
I'm not, and to be honest honest with you, if something, calamity affects the space station like in a sci-fi movie, and they've decided it's safer to come home, they would get...
What is your assessment of the state of the continent today?
Africa has the potential to power itself.
Excuse me.
Were you worried about your life at that particular... Not at all.
What is your assessment of the state of the continent today?
Africa has the potential to power itself.
Excuse me.
Extreme heat has also been hitting parts of China this summer, but the city of Shanghai has something to look forward to. The world's largest indoor ski resort is opening next month. Zhang Jianyi gives us a preview.
Typical snow slopes, including a 26-degree incline, 460-meter-long S-curve, snow train, and an ice town. This ice and snow resort with total construction area of 350,000 square meters. This is ready to welcome people of all ages. Ice and snow resort with total construction area of 350,000 square meters. It's ready to welcome people of all ages from all of the world. Having been under construction for 5 years, it's expected to boost Shanghai's winter tourism market.
That's why I've been here since before the opening at 10 a.m. I've heard this is one of the few huge indoor ski resorts in China and even in the world. So I'm planning on getting an annual membership.
Maybe you're wondering if there's any fun out there for those who don't know how to ski. Well,
I've
don't
been
be
here since
disheartened.
before the
There are
opening
nearly
at 10
20
a.m.
amusement
I've
facilities
heard
out there in
this
this
is one
snow
of the few
recreation
huge
area,
indoor
so the
ski
novices
resorts
don't
in
feel
China.
left out for the fun and excitement.
I like this
even in the
place
world.
because for the first
So I'm
time
planning
skier
on
like
getting
me,
an
I
annual
was a little
membership.
bit scared of professional
Maybe you're
tracks there,
wondering if there's
but I
any
can feel
fun
the
out
joy
there
of
for those
snow
who
and
don't know
ice
how to
here.
ski. Well,
According
don't
to
be
one
disheartened.
report, the
There are
total
nearly
scale
20
of China's
amusement
ice and snow
facilities out there in
industry
this
will
snow
reach about
recreation area, so the
$140
novices don't feel
billion
left
by
out for the fun
2025.
and excitement.
Snow and ice has brought about a boom in the economy. We'll have family recreational activities, coaches, accommodation, and shopping. So it's a huge industry chain and will bring us an unlimited incremental
I
increase
like
in
this place
consumption.
because for the first time
Some
skier like me, I was a
346
little bit
million
scared
Chinese
of
people
professional tracks
participate
there,
in winter
but I can
sports.
feel the joy of
This
snow
indoor
and
ski
ice
resort
here.
is expected to According to one report, for the ice total and snow scale of lovers China's year ice and round. snow industry Zhang Jianyi, will reach about CGTN, $140 billion
And that is
by
the world today.
2025.
Thanks so much for watching. I'm Elaine
Snow
Reyes.
and ice
Global
has
Business with Mike Walter is coming your way next. And for more news anytime, go to our website, cgtn.com.
An inflation milestone here in the United States. Consumer prices fall below 3% for the first time since 2021. I'm Mike Walter in Washington, D.C. Also coming up on this hour of Global Business, Europe's growth lags behind as Germany remains the Eurozone's economic problem child. Plus, the world's largest indoor ski resort set to open in Shanghai. But first, a bit of good news when it comes to the battle against inflation in the United States. The Bureau of Labor Statistics says inflation milestone here in the United States. Consumer prices fall below 3% for the first time since 2021 from a year ago. I'm Mike Walter. That's its lowest increase since March of 2021. Karina Mitchell breaks down the numbers from New York.
So this was largely a positive report because it shows CPI, both at the headline level and the core level, rose by just 0.2% month over month in June. And at headline level, year over year, actually rose by 2.9%. That is the first time we've seen a 2% handle post-pandemic. The core number annualized came in at 3.2%. That's slightly better than the previous month. Let's take a look at what helped drive those gains. It was largely attributed to a rise in shelter costs, up by 0.4% in July. That's double the rise that we saw in June. Rents actually climbed by 0.5%. Now, those particular data points in June will give the Federal Reserve some headline pause for concern. The headline number by 2.9%. Those shelter costs accounted for about 90% handle rise that we saw. So the Fed will be watching those shelter costs came in at 3.2%. Food prices also climbed by 0.2%, but energy was flat, and new sales of vehicles and used car sales actually saw a decline. So this number wasn't quite as cool as the PPI data that we got in the previous session, but it does reinforce that inflation is headed in the right direction. There were no big surprises, so everyone that's breathing a sigh of relief. Now the big question is, of course, what helped drive those gains. It was largely attributed to a rise in shelter costs in September. How much does it cut in July? It is likely that we will still see that first rate cut come in September, but it is now up in the air after this report. Will we see a 25 basis point cut, or will we see a more aggressive 0.5% cut? After we got the jobs report a couple of weeks ago, there were many people saying that this Federal Reserve hasn't been aggressive enough, or is behind the curve, and they were calling for a big rate cut initially. After we got the jobs report a couple of weeks ago, there were many people saying that this Federal Reserve hasn't been aggressive enough. Come out in the Thursday session. They'll also look a little bit more closely than perhaps they normally do at first-time unemployment claims also coming out in the Thursday session. They want to make sure the consumer is still strong, able to spend and support the economy, and they don't want any big surprises when it comes to unemployment. But the key data point that they are now looking at will be labor, we'll have to wait and see, but the Fed in the next government jobs report by looking at retail. Remember, we got that surprise number of 4.3 when it comes to unemployment. They don't want to see that number go any higher before they can implement in the Thursday session. They'll also look a little bit more closely than perhaps they normally do at first-time unemployment claims also coming out in the Thursday session. They want to make sure that volatility consumers are still dealing with, and the markets have been dealing with the economy, and they don't want any big surprises when it comes to unemployment. But the key data point that they are now looking at.
Mortgage rates are falling. Applications to refinance a home loan surged 35% last week compared with the previous week. That's according to the Mortgage Banker Association's seasonally adjusted index. And they've jumped 118% from the same week a year ago after the rates dropped to the lowest point. And they jumped 118% from the same week a year ago after the rates dropped than a year ago. But even that number is a 19-month high. Time now to check how U.S. markets digested all that data. CGTN's John Terrett has details from the New York Stock Exchange.
At the end of the Wednesday session in New York, we had two parts of the inflationary puzzle that we're looking for this week. On Tuesday, we had PPI, wholesale inflation. By early Wednesday morning, we had CPI, which is the Consumer Price Index, both coming in tamer than expected. And based on that, the markets rallied strongly. The Dow was ahead by 0.6%, 242 points, and back above 40,000. The Nasdaq was in the green, but really as flat as a pancake. At the end of the Wednesday session in New York, we had two parts of the inflationary puzzle that we're looking for this week. On Tuesday, we had PPI, wholesale inflation. By early Wednesday morning, we had CPI, which is the Consumer Price Index, both coming in tamer than expected. And based on that, the markets rallied strongly. The Dow was ahead by 0.6%, the inflation 242 points, and back above retail sales very important part of the inflation picture. Expected to be up slightly. We'll see. Comes out just before the market opens on Thursday. The Nasdaq was in the green, really as flat as a pancake. It was only up 4 or 5 points. Behemoths. The S&P 500 broad market ahead by the nationwide 20 points. Just a really big one that really drives things here is Walmart. We also hear from John Deere and from China, from JD.com. And 54.55 according to the big boy, the New York financials leading the way.
Joining us now to discuss all of this is William Li, Chief Economist at the Milken Institute. Thanks so much for being with us. William, just dive in. This latest inflation data, your reaction?
What a sigh of relief. Between yesterday's report and today's report, there's a lot of confirmation that inflation is starting to cool off and we're starting to moderate in terms of its increase. But if you ask the man in the street, are you better off than you were last year? Between yesterday's report and today's report, there's a lot of confirmation that inflation is starting to cool off and we're starting to moderate in terms of its increase. And if I ask the man in the street, are you better off than you were last year? Services and pet services are all 6% higher. So the cost of living is still very high. Really, financial markets are relieved. If I have to, the Fed at least got the message that 19% higher than it was last year, and that they can start to cut interest rates, and that's the good news.
So the reality is numbers are coming down, but the psychology of it all, people still on the man on the street is going to say, well, no, I don't see any difference.
Higher.
When might they see
the cost of living is still very
some
high,
relief?
but financial markets are relieved that the most of the relief they find that is going to be when they go buy stuff like cars and food and pay for gasoline. The stuff that they buy is getting better because, in fact, the costs are actually coming down. But when they go to pay rent and when they pay car insurance, those services are still very high. And the Fed really can't do much about those. Those really come about because of regulatory issues and that's insurance.
So the reality is numbers are coming down, but the psychology of it all, people still on the man on the street is going to say, well, no, I don't see any difference. We've seen a slowdown in consumer spending. Or do you expect that to continue? At what stage? And how have these high prices impacted consumers basically saying, look, I'm not going to go out and buy? And what has it done to the habits in the last couple of years, would you say?
The stuff that they buy is getting better. That's a great question because the consumers now are really, but when they go to pay rent, those who are very wealthy, when they pay 10% of the population, those services they can still afford to buy stuff and pay for services, and because the Fed really can't do much increase, really increase their wealth tremendously because of regulatory issues. 80% of the people who are living paycheck to paycheck, because there are a lot of cars out there. Labor market data showing that a lot of many, especially in the middle classes, and we've seen a slowdown in consumer spending. Are having to find second jobs. They're having a tough time making ends meet. So the high cost of living is really wearing down on people's ability to say, next year I can expect it to be better off than I am this year. And that's what's going to be showing up in the polls during the elections as well. That discontent will manifest.
Yeah, and William, we heard John Terrett say that retail sales will be out tomorrow and earnings reports from places like Walmart. We have seen some of these retailers, Target, Walmart, they've been slashing prices. How much is that driven by the changes in the way Americans are actually shopping right now, maybe tightening the purse strings?
You really hit that on the nail. Walmart is experiencing an expansion of sales because upscale consumers that used to go to Macy's and Nordstrom are
retail sales will be out tomorrow and earnings reports from places like Walmart. We have seen some of these retailers, Target, Walmart, they've been slashing prices. How much is that driven by the changes in the way Americans are actually shopping right now?
Retailers, and I think you're going to see again that split. You really hit that on the nail. The retailers Walmart is experiencing an expansion of sales because the rich are doing consumers that used to go to Macy's and Nordstrom, and the poor are barely able to make ends now.
And William, I was talking about the purse strings, tightening the purse strings. We've also seen the Federal Reserve basically sitting on their hands. Looking at the latest CPI data, will that prompt them to actually make a move as far as reducing interest rates?
A shift in consumer behavior. Absolutely. In fact, you can take to the bank that this September meeting, they're going to be lowering interest rates. Again, that's probably a little bit of time, like 25 basis points at a clip. But as if the economy starts to weaken even further and consumers are really having a hard time making ends meet, they'll start to accelerate the pace of interest rate cuts. So we can expect some relief on the interest rate front coming in the U.S. population.
And we've been hearing so many people kind of clamoring that for some time. What kind of impact is that going to have?
Are barely able to make ends meet. It's going to take a while to show up.
You're going to see it show up in terms of mortgages. We've also seen the Federal Reserve basically sitting on their hands. Looking at the latest CPI data, will that prompt them to actually make a move as far as reducing interest rates?
People have been sitting on their low interest mortgages because they're afraid to sell their homes. Absolutely. In fact, you can take to the bank to buy a new one. This September meeting, they're going to be lowering housing coming on the market. And I think there's going to be a lot of relief on that front as well. At a clip.
There's also been this discussion last week. I know the market had some hiccups, and there was all this talk about recession fears. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think it's still a major concern out there?
I think it's so unfortunate that so many economists say there are surefire indicators of a recession, and here it is. And every time they present this indicator that's supposed to be surefire, it doesn't work. Right, the inverted yield curve was supposed to be surefire, and we've had inverted yield curve now for more than a year and a half, 2 years. So unfortunate that so many economists say they're going up by indicators of a recession. That's always a surefire indicator, and recessions don't happen when the unemployment rate is going up without layoffs. It's going up because more and more people are looking for jobs because their opportunities out there are getting better and better. When the unemployment rate is only between 4 and 4.5%, and every time they present this indicator that's supposed to be surefire, it doesn't work. All that talk of recession the inverted yield curve was supposed to be surefire. We've had inverted yield curve now for more than a year and a half, 2 years.
Well, I will tell you what is surefire. Your analysis. It's always great to talk to you. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Much more coming up ahead on the show. We'll bring you the latest on the conflicts in the Middle East and Ukraine.
Going up by half a percentage point, that's only a surefire indicator. And recessions don't happen when the unemployment rate is going up.
A widespread but often hidden problem.
The person on the subway, the child in school is hungry, and this is why he or she's not learning. These are issues that are not being dealt with.
Complicated histories behind food
These are
and race.
issues that are not
McDonald's
being dealt
has been
with.
at the center of a number of conversations about what does it mean to really provide opportunity within communities that have been left
Complicated
behind.
histories food, behind justice, food and race. This week on
McDonald's has been at the center of a number of conversations about what does it mean to really provide opportunity within communities that have been left behind.
Food justice.
The difference is not always
this
obvious.
Week on Fulframe.
It has to be discovered. Images. There are always different sides to a story. We put the focus on the details. Here to be identical. To see more. What looks can be discerning. See GTN. See the difference is not always obvious. It has to be discovered.
Modern vitality, born of ancient civilizations. Asia exemplifies diversity in its best sense, and welcomes changes at the fastest pace.
To understand better, see GTN. See the difference.
Asia Today brings you the headlines from the most populous continent. Puts in focus politics, born of ancient civilizations and faces. Asia exemplifies diversity in its best sense from the region and beyond, and welcomes changes at the fastest pace. Asia Today brings you the headlines from the most populous continent. Puts in focus politics, economies, and faces, and takes you on a tour of the sights from the region and beyond.
War death and destruction in the Middle East. New attacks by Israel in central and southern Gaza killed at least 20 people and wounded dozens of others. There's been no let-up in the fighting. Scores of Palestinians, including children, are now being treated at Gaza's Nasser hospital for severe injuries. Israel says they were responding to a Hamas rocket fired towards Tel Aviv earlier this week. The Palestinian death toll is approaching 40,000 since the conflict began in October of last year. The escalating death toll comes just one day before ceasefire talks are slated to resume, in Doha. The top diplomat for the U.S., Antony Blinken, has delayed his planned departure. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in the Middle East. New attacks by Israel ahead of the central and southern Gaza meeting killed at least 20 people. Leaders from Hamas said they will not attend if a proposal by U.S. President Biden is not the focus of those talks. Jonathan Regev has more from Tel Aviv.
Hamas will not be there, that is correct, but Hamas will be in touch with the mediators, especially with Qatar. So Hamas will not be there. Message, their point of view will be delivered in these negotiations. Will be in touch with the mediators, especially Hamas officials. Qatar, they live in Qatar, right next door, so they might not officially participate, but they are there close by, and their voice will be heard. Negotiations in the mediators. Israel is hoping Hamas officials and to achieve some kind of a deal. We can understand it by the fact that both the head of the Mossad, the Israeli Secret Service, Dedi Barnea, and the head of the Israeli Internal Security Agency, Ronen Bar, both of them will attend. This is quite a high-level delegation sent from Israel. There is a lot of pressure from inside and outside. First, from inside, next door, so families, they might not officially participate, but they are there close by, and their voice will be heard. This according to the mediators. They're putting pressure on the government to proceed, to go forward. There's also pressure coming from outside. We know that the American administration and other Israeli allies, such as the United Kingdom, Germany, France, are all putting their pressure in order for this to succeed and to achieve some kind of a deal. We can understand it by the fact of an end or the head of the Mossad, and maybe be able to achieve some kind of an agreement to other arenas, security agency, the Lebanon border will attend. This is quite a high-level delegation. There are still points of contention. There are still things that Hamas wants to achieve that Israel is unable to deliver, and vice versa. Discussions are difficult. There are still points of contention. There are still things that Hamas and what wants to achieve that Israel is unable to deliver, and vice versa. So
again, that was Jonathan Regev reporting in Tel Aviv. Ukraine's incursion into Russia's Kursk region is in its second week. Kyiv says it is taking even more ground. Again, that was Jonathan Regev reporting in Tel Aviv. Ukraine's incursion into Russia's Kursk region is in its second week. Megumi Lim is in Kyiv with more.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said on Wednesday Ukrainian forces had advanced 1 to 2 kilometers deeper into the Kursk region and that troops had finished clearing the Russian town of Suja of Moscow's forces.
Kyiv says it is
Kyiv has so far claimed to have captured in total more than 1,000 square kilometers of territory. For the first time, a Ukrainian TV channel reported from the Kursk region and aired a video of 3 Ukrainian soldiers taking down a Russian flag from a building reportedly inside Suja. Authorities in the Belgorod region declared a state of emergency, the second Russian Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said on Wednesday Ukrainian forces had advanced the Russian Ministry of Emergency deeper into the Kursk region. Footage of evacuation from 2 districts in the Kursk region clearing the Russian town of Suja of Moscow's forces. Almost 200,000 people captured in total more than 1,000 square kilometers of territory. For the first time, a Ukrainian TV channel reported from the Kursk region and aired a video of 3 Ukrainian soldiers taking down a Russian flag from a building.
We are continuing to eliminate their equipment and their manpower.
Ukraine has said that the incursion is to bring the Russian region to Russia and force Moscow into making peace. But Russia has said that Kyiv's actions in the Kursk region has put the prospect of peace talks on a long pause. Megumi Lim, CGTN, Kyiv.
It's been 3 years since the Taliban returned to power in Afghanistan. They marked it with speeches in a military parade at a former U.S. air base outside Kabul. The Taliban say the country is safer with fewer terror attacks. No country has officially recognized the group as Afghanistan's government. Setbacks facing women and girls have been a key sticking point to that. Girls are banned. It's been 3 years since the Taliban returned to power in Afghanistan. Women have been banned from most jobs in a military parade at a former U.S. air base outside Kabul. Policies that the United Nations and the Human Rights Group with fewer terror attacks, gender no country has officially recognized the group as Afghanistan's government. Setbacks facing women and girls have been a key sticking point to that. Girls are banned from attending school beyond the 6th grade, and women have been banned from most jobs, gyms, and
has a leadership position anywhere that has influence.
Well, these policies that the United Nations and the Human Rights Group say amount to gender apartheid.
When women are engaged in the Taliban's most striking their roles are largely to monitor the erasure of Afghan women of other women from public discriminatory decrees. Today,
the UN says the economic situation is also dire. More than half the population of Afghanistan, some 23 million people, need humanitarian assistance. Coming up on Global Business, modest growth in most of the European Union's economies. We'll talk about that after a short break.
Each day, there are millions of stories. Each one can open new perspectives, new possibilities. possibilities. Wherever you look, we are there. To see, discover, explore. We put the pieces together to find what really matters to you. All around the world. All around the clock. Our reporters are at home across the globe. From our headquarters in Beijing and production centers in Washington, Nairobi, and London. Stories from across the globe, reaching people across the globe. CGTN. See the difference across the globe.
Whether it's about your education, the home you live in, or the items you buy, your money has a story to tell. Because every business story is a human story. Whether it's about your education, the home you live in, or the items you buy, your money has a story to tell. Because every business story is a human story.
Now to the latest GDP figures coming out of Europe. While the Eurozone recorded modest growth in the last quarter, there still are signs of strain for the EU's largest economy. Of course, that's Germany. Caroline Malone reports from Brussels.
Well, the new data for the Eurozone certainly shows that economic recovery is somewhat flat. 0.3% is certainly very slow growth for this region. There are, however, different economies within the Eurozone who are varying in the way that they are recovering economically. We've got on one hand Poland that has more than 3% GDP, more than 3% growth. We've got countries such as Spain also doing quite well, France as well doing well with positive growth. Also likely to continue to do well off the Eurozone certainly shows that just finished, economic recovery is somewhat flat. On the other hand, we have the Eurozone's largest economy, Germany. They had for this region. There are, however, at the end of last quarter, the second quarter of the Eurozone this year, certainly not doing as well as other economies. Largely as a result of Poland, that has more than 3% due to internal factors, things such as lack of investment in building materials and construction. There's also wider uncertainty in the region over interest rates off the back of the Paris Olympics that just finished, of course. Could be, on the other hand, we have the Eurozone's largest economy, Germany, talking about 2.9% inflation at the end of last quarter, signs that they will move interest rates, certainly not doing as well as other economies, lowering the cost of borrowing. Often European economies might follow internal factors. That could be quite good news. Certainly it was good news for the European stock markets that reacted positively to the news in building materials and construction. There's also wider uncertainty in the region over interest rates. The wider factors, though, are concerning. A lot of in the future, though, in the Eurozone, could be this new data we've had out of the United States. The United States about tension in the Middle East. 2.9% inflation. This 10-month central bank decides that they will move in to expand, to escalate. That is creating uncertainty, which is rattling investors. We have volatile stock markets. And certainly until that level of geopolitical instability is more acceptable, lowering the cost of borrowing in the Eurozone, often European economies might follow that. So that could be quite good news. Certainly it was good news for the European stock markets.
Joining us now to discuss Europe's economy in more detail is Remy Kian. He's a senior partner at investment consulting firm Embley Advisory. We want to welcome you to the show. What are some of the key figures that are jumping out at you as far as GDP numbers? I mean, countries that stand out, either good or bad.
I mean, it's quite interesting to see the latest figures, because obviously after years of relative stagnation, we're seeing some encouraging numbers
as far as GDP numbers. I mean, countries that stand out, either good or bad.
There is also encouraged by the relative success in quenching inflation down when you compare the performance of European economies in the US economy after years of relative stagnation. We're seeing some encouraging compared to the US numbers. This relative growth in inflation is encouraging for a series of economies. You're making a very interesting point in terms of saying that each economy should be seeing success in quenching inflation down. When you compare the performance of European economies in reducing economies, Portugal, particularly about performing in Eurozone compared to the US, actually have related growth with the reduction of inflation is encouraging for a series of economies. You're making a very interesting point in terms of saying that each economy should be seeing a different reduction of we're seeing encouraging performance from the Mediterranean countries, Spain, Greece, Germany, Portugal, unfortunately are not disappointing in terms of the performing in Eurozone. Have actually have growth of China, especially in terms of 6 for industrial equipment that Germany is actually exporting towards China, and also the questions on the energy security questions, and also German economy was relying on the possibilities of cheap gas from Russia, and obviously there's been clear changes after the invasion of Ukraine.
Yeah, as long as you went there, I'd like to talk maybe a little bit more about Germany. As we look at the data, obviously it's not encouraging when it comes to Germany. Which sectors do you think are going to be hit the hardest as a result of all of this?
Especially in terms of industrial equipment that Germany is exporting towards China, and also investment on the industrial level of the European energy security in terms of the German economy was relying on the possibilities of automotive industries. But the question here is specifically on the capacity for the industry in Germany to switch from different sources of energy and turning much more to LNG and natural gas from Russia. And obviously there's been plenty of changes after the competitive advantage in terms of its production costs.
As long as you went there, I'd like to talk maybe a little bit more about Germany. As we look at the data, obviously it's not encouraging when it comes to Germany. Which sectors do you think are going to be hit the hardest as a result of all
the question
of
of whether or not there's economic numbers discussion about a decision on investment on the industrial level, at the European level, also in tourism industry in the Mediterranean region. There is fostered also by automotive industry, relatively weak euro compared to the dollar.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was in Greece just a couple of months ago, and it is funny to think about. It wasn't that long ago. All we talked about was Greece and austerity, and as you pointed out, Greece, Portugal, Spain, not seen as heavy movers. Obviously, they're lifting things up somewhat. Another area that seeing that as well as France. Funny to think about the Olympics. It wasn't that long ago. All looks like they're going to get a major boost from that. What are your thoughts on that and the French economy going forward this year?
Just before Olympics, French,
Greece, Portugal, Spain, not seen as heavy movers.
Numbers in terms
obviously, they're lifting things up somewhat.
5% way higher than the objective.
Seeing that as well as France, they just
that is linked to somewhat to the Olympic Games and investment for a series of infrastructure that were needed. And actually, those Olympic Games were relatively inexpensive and quite favorable to the French economy.
They're going to get a major boost from that. What are your thoughts on
the French economy has remained quite attractive to foreign investment. When you look at the before rankings of countries, especially in the Western Hemisphere, you see France as one of the first or second French in terms of economy, attracting new sources of investment because of deficit specifically, 5.5% way higher than the objective. There's a question of which made him popular. The question and worries linked to somewhat the Olympic Games and investment for a series of the infrastructure that were needed, despite those things that were relatively inexpensive in summer. We're going to come back to the paralyzed Congress in France, where you don't see a clear majority favorable to the French economy, and the Prime Minister to lead continue positive onto this. The French economy has remained quite attractive to foreign investment when you look at in Europe. And then there's discussion at the European level, especially in terms of investing in the Western Hemisphere. You see France as one of the first or second energy, and on the large investment capacity of attracting new sources of investment because of Brexit. We no longer look at the United Kingdom as part of the European Union,
but things are complicated there as well.
The question and worries about France is the
maybe on the rise. We've seen this recent anti-immigration chaos that's been coursing
after the election
through the country.
Your
outlook for the UK and
despite the enthusiasm of the success of the not going to decide all questions of the recent demonstration on the economic front. There's concerns about economy that struggle much more in terms of reducing inflation compared to to Europe. Purely on the economic level, Brexit was not a positive move, and issues about being able to export products to some of the most important markets that were in the European Union for a series of industries. You have a new majority, a new desire, and a new program Keir Starmer Labour Party that are looking at about economy that struggle much more in terms of reducing inflation compared to the and boost the economy from a demand aspect. So that actually can be encouraging and can create a boost into the economic level. But there are some concerns about the issues of competitiveness, being able to export products some of the most limited markets that were numerically under the Rishi Sunak administration and the ones before. And the capacity of mainland Europe, Germany even become still attractive for financial sectors, and France as attracting a lot of those businesses and being potentially the pilot of the continental area. A new program from Keir Starmer Labour Party that are looking at enforcing
back to the EU, maybe trade tariffs. Negotiations between the EU and China, where do you see those going when it comes to the relationship about EVs?
But it's quite interesting because you moved away from a traditional European Union that was focusing on large trade agreements and that came down after with the failed agreement with Mercosur or Canada towards China. The European Union is also trying to foster its own domestic industry, and so that's where the question of being able to build partnership with larger blocks, whether you validate your own industry for the Inflation Reduction Act in North America, like the Rishi Sunak administration did in the UK, or you try to develop your own, and so that's where industry in terms of being able to build obviously is the basis for your foreign policy towards a country like China. Validate your own industry for the Inflation Reduction Understanding, joint investment, the research in terms of administration with energy, or you try to develop climate change industry in terms of really understand the issue on the need for energy transition. But when it comes to EVs, the basis for your collaboration towards a country like China, there are the value chain where you have of joint understanding, joint investment, research in terms of renewable energy, in terms of strategy, fighting climate change. Interestingly, developed really understand the issue on the need for energy transition. But when it comes to EV batteries, there needs to be collaboration in Berlin or Paris.
Yeah, it's a story we're going to continue to follow. Remy, thank you so much for your insights.
My pleasure, Mike, as always. On the series of
Italy's GDP saw moderate growth in the second quarter, record-breaking drought on Sicily is causing havoc for that Italian island's tourism industry. Water supply has been reduced by 50% in some areas, making it difficult for hotels and tourist attractions to provide essential services. As Hermione Kitson reports, many residents
and the Chinese foreign policy that will be decided also at Brussels, but also
dating back to 500 BC, Sicily's Valley of the Temples archaeological site is one of Italy's many ancient historic jewels. But while it's withstood the test of time, it's now facing unprecedented challenges due to climate change.
Negli ultimi anni il clima qui nell'area.
In recent years, the climate here in Agrigento has become much hotter and with less precipitation year after year. In recent years, the climate here in Agrigento has
heat record for Sicily
become much hotter and with less precipitation year after year.
Have run dry and dams each month this year has set a new heat record for Sicily and has been 40% less rainfall.
It's since April that we've had these problems with water. Unfortunately, the drought is putting us in this situation.
There are areas in the city where water hasn't arrived for 10 to 15 days. Unfortunately, it's like this year.
The president of the local water authority, ICA, admitted the difficult situation.
Problems with water. Unfortunately, the drought is putting us in this situation.
There are areas in the city where water hasn't arrived for 10 to 15 days. Unfortunately, it's like this year.
We have a water network from the 90s that, due to leaks, admitted the difficult situation. The crisis is also affecting tourism, with several B&Bs and hotels not able to provide essential services.
They have a right to be angry, but ICA can't pay the cost of 30 years of inefficiency. We have a water network from the 90s that, due to leaks,
but the Valley of the Temples director assures that the site has its own emergency supplies.
Non abbiamo soste durante il giorno.
We don't have any interruptions during the day, but we also have reservoirs and reserves if it's necessary to supply the public services here at the Valley of the Temples.
With water as a tourist here?
The national government has allocated nearly $22 million to drill new wells, fix leaking aqueducts and revamp old desalination plants. It's hoped any financial losses this year will be recovered next year, as the city of Agrigento has been named as Italy's cultural capital for 2025. It's a prestigious title awarded by the government that aims to enhance cultural heritage and promote tourism.
We don't have any interruptions during the day, but we also have reservoirs and reserves in this area, which has 2,600 years of history.
A window of opportunity in the midst of adversity. Hermione Kitson, CGTN, Sicily.
Greece's worst wildfire of the year has forced thousands to flee their homes near Athens. The area is devastated. Wildfires are a problem every summer, but climate change has made them even worse. Evangelos Sipsis reports. Worst wildfire
everywhere you turn your head, burned trees and ashes, the remains of Athens' deadly fire. Among the trees, 4 walls stand. It's the only thing left of Yannis's house. Everywhere you turn your head, burned trees and ashes, the remains of Athens' deadly fire. The flames took among the trees, 4 walls stand. It's the
it all
only
happened
thing
around
left
3 p.m. and 5 p.m. on Monday.
It is here where he worked as an artist.
This whole neighborhood was burned between those times. It happened really quickly. Now I'll have to find something to rent, but I don't know where. I'm not sure if I can live in Athens
anymore. For over 12 years. The blaze that burned from Sunday forced 11 communities and villages
to evacuate. It all happened around 3 p.m. and 5 p.m. on Monday. It did not burn overnight.
That's why the government has set up centers across the capital.
It happened really quickly. Now I'll have to find something to rent, but I don't know where. I'm not sure if I can live in Athens anymore.
Or have been taken out of hospices in order to provide a safe shelter for some hours. Then we immediately send them out to hotels that have been funded, subsidized by the state. They will stay there for about 2 or 3 days, hopefully going back to the house that is now accessible again.
11 communities and villages to extreme weather conditions returned to their neighborhoods elsewhere. Their houses. That's why the government has set up centers across the capital to distribute essentials and place their scientific research.
We have been welcoming people that lost their homes or have been taken out of hospices in order to provide a safe shelter for some hours. Then we immediately send them out to hotels that have been funded, subsidized by the state. They will stay there for about 2 or 3 days, hopefully going back to the house that is now accessible again.
But similarly, in 2023, and major fires in eastern Attica, the frequency of such events is increasing and occurring in the same geographic area, so these regions will gradually become difficult to inhabit.
The term climate refugee has been lingering more and more lately as communities like this one face more extreme weather conditions, forcing research to call by creating longer periods of drought and extreme heat waves, such as together to support those affected by such events. Financially, scientists warn that without a plan to avoid these disasters, more and more people will have to migrate within their own borders. While financial support provided by the government to people like Yannis who have lost everything could ease the blow and help them rebuild their life, without a plan to preserve and protect areas like these, internal displacement will become a reality. More people will have to migrate within their own borders.
But more on extreme weather in the Americas next, and the rising toll of the changing climate on communities. The stories when we come right back.
Lost everything could ease the blow and help them rebuild their life. Without a plan to preserve and protect areas like these,
internal is not always obvious. It has to be discovered.
Displacement will become a reality. Evangelos Sipsis for CGTN.
To see more.
But more on extreme weather in the Americas next, and the rising
see the difference.
Toll of the changing climate on communities. The stories when we come right back.
You're watching breaking news on CGTN. Images may appear to be identical, but looks can be deceiving. The difference is not always obvious.
You're watching CNN with the latest market-moving headlines around the world.
With widespread power outages, flooding, and infrastructure damage, NHTSA Soledad Perez has won the 5th named storm of this year's Atlantic hurricane season.
An intensified to a Category 1 hurricane after lashing Puerto Rico, leaving half of the island without power because of heavy rain, floods, and mudslides. Heavy rainfall led to rivers overflowing across the region.
President Biden has approved our request for FEMA emergency assistance funds. This support enables us to implement measures under the Public Assistance Program.
Administering intensified to a Category 1 hurricane after lashing Puerto Rico, leaving half of the island without power because of heavy rain,
approximately
floods, and mudslides. Heavy rainfall led to rivers overflowing across the region. The governor said more than 400 people are in
President
shelters,
Biden has approved our request for FEMA emergency assistance funds. This support enables us to implement measures under the Public Assistance Program.
In Fajardo, Puerto Rico, in the northeastern part of the island.
All right, how bad was it?
It was very strong. I was not expecting such strong winds because they
with 75% federal funding for all municipalities.
We were out
as of the latest update
and nothing was
provided by Luma,
people
approximately 635,000 customers
and then in the night it started hitting.
Without electrical service.
Power right now? The governor said more than 400 people are in shelters, and 235,000 residents do not have access to clean water. We were able to speak with Maritza Fleury via shaky phone connection from her home in Fajardo, Puerto Rico. I spoke to another resident of the island who lives away from the coast.
How bad was it?
There's a lot of municipalities that are damaged, road blockage because of trees has fallen, a lot of flooding also. Thanks God I have electricity and I have water for until now. I am crossing my fingers, but I know that other places here in Puerto Rico electricity and I have water by the storm.
Energy provider Luma warns that restoring power can take weeks.
I am crossing my fingers, but I know that other places here in Puerto Rico are really
over 6 months
by the storm.
Do you think Puerto Rico is prepared? Energy provider
for
Luma
a major
warns that
hurricane?
restoring power could take
the island experienced a tropical
memories
storm.
Of the aftermath of Hurricane Maria in 2017,
we are
when the island endured a prolonged blackout for over 6 months. Do you think Puerto Rico is prepared for a major hurricane? Right now,
I think we are
the
not
island experienced a tropical storm
at all. We have to do
we are starting the peak of the hurricane
and the
season.
government
So
have
what do you
a
think?
lot of work to do. All my hair just bring we as citizens we are not prepared. We have to take care of ourselves. We have to do
the electricity. The grid is still.
The government have a lot of work to do.
Adnes is now on a northward path, away from Puerto Rico.
Citizens,
and forecasters say it could intensify into a major hurricane as it makes its way toward Bermuda this weekend, though still far east of the U.S. mainland. Adnes is now on a northward path, away from Puerto Rico.
Climate scientists say
and
extreme
forecasters
weather
say it could
conditions in
intensify
Hawaii
into a
helped
major
fuel the
hurricane
deadly and
as it makes
destructive
its way
fires in
toward Bermuda
Lahaina
this
last year.
weekend.
There is concern that climate change could have a long-term impact on the island's natural resources. Dennis Johnson reports climate scientists say extreme weather conditions in Hawaii helped fuel the deadly and destructive fires in Lahaina last year. There is concern that climate change could have a long-term impact on the island's natural resources. Dennis Johnson reports from Maui.
With hopes of also raising a professional diver and a former champion of the annual
30 years ago, you would have to swim 50 feet at least from the shoreline out before you would see colorful reef. Today,
visitors for a living.
26, 30 years later, I'm swimming almost 100, 150 yards out 30 years ago. You would have to swim 50 feet at least from the shoreline out before you would see colorful reef. As for me, 365 days, I'm probably 26, 30 years later. I'm swimming almost 100, 150 yards going on in the before I can see 25, 30 years. You cannot recognize things if you only diving once a month. As for me, 365 days, I'm probably diving at least 300 days a year. So So I see the changes in what's been going on in the past 25, 30 years. And yeah, it's really bad.
That change is being documented by conservation groups like the Pacific Whale Foundation. Its research team has been surveying the local reefs, which are susceptible to the slightest changes.
Temperature or maybe a pollutant, they'll expel their algae that they live in symbiosis with. They really just like their environment, prevents those reefs from being able to make the food that they need to thrive.
In addition to rising ocean temperatures, tourism also takes a toll. Massive resorts built on the coastlines are encroaching on wetlands
either
that are
due
meant
to
to play
an increase
a
in
critical
temperature
role
or
in
maybe a
capturing the runoff
pollutant,
to the ocean
they'll
and
expel
protecting the reefs.
and once the corals start in symbiosis with all the fish that depend on the coral either for their food those reefs or for their shelter, being able to make the food that they raise their young to thrive.
In addition to rising ocean temperatures,
so as the reefs decline, those animals can also decline.
Sam Kwailani has handed off his diving business to his sons and grandchildren. Also takes a toll. Massive resorts built on the coastlines are encroaching on wetlands that are meant to play a critical role in capturing the runoff.
Protect our resources, and we might not be able to start gathering like how we used to, by taking abundance to go and feed the rest of the family. It looks like soon we might be only taking enough just for ourselves.
It is Tianshan, CGTN, Lahaina, on the Hawaiian island of Maui.
Coming up on Global Business, a new indoor ski resort set to open in Shanghai next month.
It is
the world's
Tianshan.
largest. We'll have more on that next.
CGTN, Lahaina, on the Hawaiian island of Maui.
Coming up on Global Business, a new indoor ski resort set to open in Shanghai next month. The world's
Where are the cash cows? And who are the lame ducks? And what exactly are black swans?
We'll have more on that next.
Ray Ryan. A unicorn company. Ever wondered makes the difference between a bear and a bull market? On CGT. Where are the cash cows?
The world economy as we know it is about to change. Global Business reports highlight emerging markets, developing countries, and dynamic sectors worldwide. We feature top analysts and newsmakers to provide perspectives on every facet of business. From an on-the-ground perspective, we provide you with balanced and objective assessments. Fast, sharp, and insightful. Global Business.
Make sense of the world with Global Business. Only on CGTN.
I see a country on the world economy as we know it is about to change. Global Business reports highlight emerging markets, developing countries, and dynamic sectors.
Is it good to change so fast?
We feature top analysts and newsmakers to provide perspectives on every facet of business.
We have one foot in the future.
We provide you with balanced and objective assessments. Fast.
But we never forget our past. We need to talk to one another.
And listen.
More than 1 billion voices telling their stories. Rediscovering China. Only on CGTN. More than 1 billion voices telling their stories.
Extreme heat has also been hitting parts of China this summer, but the city of Shanghai is something to look forward to, and soon the world's largest indoor ski resort is opening there next month. CGTN's Zhang Yujini takes us on a sneak peek.
Difficult snow slopes, including a 26-degree incline, 460-meter-long S-curve, snow train, and an ice town. This ice and snow resort, with a total construction area of 350,000 square meters, is ready to welcome people of all ages from all over the world. Ice and snow resort, with a total construction area of 350,000 square meters,
really chilly place.
is ready to welcome
That's
people
why I'm here.
of all
Having
ages
been under
from all over
construction
the
for
world.
5 years,
It's Shanghai, it's really
expected
hot,
to boost
and I just
Shanghai's
want to
winter
escape from
tourism
this
market.
bloody hot in a really chilly
I've been
place.
here since
That's
before
why
the
I'm
opening
here.
at the 10 a.m.
Having been under construction
I've heard
for
this
5
is one of the
years,
few
is
huge
expected
indoor
to
ski
boost
resorts
Shanghai's
in
winter
China
tourism
and even
market.
in the world. So I'm planning on getting an annual membership.
Maybe you're wondering if there's any fun out there for those who don't know how to ski. Well, don't be disheartened. There are nearly 20 amusement facilities out there in this snow recreation area, so the novices don't feel left out if there's any fun out there for those who don't know how to ski. Well, don't be disheartened. There are nearly 20 amusement facilities out there in this snow recreation area, so the novices don't feel left out of all the fun and excitement.
According to one report, the total scale of China's ice and snow industry will reach about $140 billion by 2025.
Snow and ice has brought about
According to one report, the total scale of China's ice and snow industry will reach about
accommodation and shopping. So it's a huge industry chain and will bring us an unlimited incremental increase in consumption.
Some 346 million Chinese people participate in winter sports. This indoor ski resort is expected to provide great fun for ice and snow lovers year-round.
And will bring us an unlimited incremental increase in consumption.
Meanwhile, in the southern city of Guangzhou, a roller hockey carnival is being held that brings together youth from Guangzhou, Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan. CGTN's Mi Su Tong has our story.
The opening ceremony of the Roller Hockey Carnival features youth figure skating performances, the Guangdong line dance, and martial arts with the theme "One Family on Both Sides of the
Chinese people participate in winter sports. This indoor ski resort is expected to provide great fun for ice and snow lovers year-round.
Between two roller skating teams from the city of Guangzhou and Thailand.
A roller hockey carnival is being held that brings together youth from Guangzhou, Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan.
The Treasure Islands of our country. I have brought teams to the mainland many
times. The opening ceremony of the Roller Hockey Carnival features youth figure skating performances, the Guangdong line dance, and martial arts with the theme Roller Hockey focuses on developing teamwork, psychological resilience, and social skills. Athletes and coaches from both sides of the street hope that such competitions can be held every year to promote exchanges and learning.
We hope to lead the cross-strait exchanges in more areas than just roller skating. We may also have the opportunity to bring our team to Taiwan to compete, and I hope that people from both sides of the Taiwan Strait will collaborate in more areas.
As more cross-strait youth exchanges and cooperation take place, especially in the fields of sports, culture, and technology, Guangzhou turns a preferred destination for Taiwan compatriots to study, work, and do business in the Guangdong and cooperation take place area. Especially in the fields of sports, culture, and technology, Guangzhou tangible cultural heritage and visit multiple landmark architectures in Guangzhou to get closer to the southern compatriots to study, work, and do business in the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau, Greater Bay Area. The young players from Taiwan will also experience the Lingnan and tangible cultural heritage and visit multiple landmark architectures in Guangzhou to get close.
Each day, there are millions of stories. Each one can open new perspectives, new possibilities.
During the carnival that runs till Saturday. Mi Su Tong, CGTN, Guangzhou.
Discover.
More business headlines
explore.
Coming your way next.
We put the pieces together to find what really matters to you, all around the world, all around the clock.
We'll be right back after
our reporters are at home across the globe. From our headquarters in Beijing and production centers in Washington, Nairobi, and London, each day there are millions of stories. Stories each one across the globe, open new perspectives across the globe. CGTN. See the difference.
Whether it's about your education, the home you live in, or the items you buy, your money has a story to tell. Because every business story is a human story. Global Business. Has a story to tell. Because every business story is a human story.
Now, let's recap today's top business headlines. Homeowners in the United States are catching on that mortgage rates are falling. Applications to refinance a home loan surged 35% last week compared with the previous week. That's according to the Mortgage Bankers Association. That as inflation has begun to ease in the United States, the Consumer Price Index rose 2.9% last month. From a year ago, that's the smallest 12-month increase in more than 3 years. And NASA says its 2 astronauts stuck aboard the International Space Station. They have to stay there until February. It was supposed to be a week-long mission to the ISS. For the crew on the first test flight, let's recap today's top business headlines. Homeowners in the United States are catching on that mortgage rates are falling. Applications to refinance is hosting one of the world's largest tech and innovation events with the previous week. That's according to the Mortgage Bankers Innovation Week.
With more than 2,500 startups and a similar number
that
of
as inflation has begun to ease in the United States, the Consumer Price Index rose 2.9% last month. From a year ago, that's the smallest 12-month increase.
The 2024 theme focuses on humanization in the age of artificial intelligence. According to Brazilian entrepreneur Fábio Queiroz, co-founder of the event, humanization, how will people and societies adapt?
We know that it's here to stay.
Of artificial
Science is very important for developing
According
our businesses,
to Brazilian entrepreneur
our lives,
Fábio Queiroz,
and protecting our
co-founder
planet.
of the
But we
event,
must not
the question is,
that humans
how will
are
people
behind the machine.
and societies adapt? And sometimes they will be
know that it's
inside
here
machines.
to stay. Science
This robotic exoskeleton can help people with mobility impairments walk hands-free.
Artificial intelligence is imperative to design of this technology because it's built into the firmware and the software of the program, so that when a patient walks, we customize the exoskeleton frame to their size, but it also has to evolve to their specific gait.
From education to finance,
to design
manufacturing
of this
to
technology.
healthcare, for
Because
better
it's built
or
into the
worse,
firmware
everyone here
and
believes
the software of the
world is on
program,
verge
so that
of
when a
radical
patient
change.
walks, we
AI
customize the
Pathology is a
exoskeleton
startup
frame to
seeking
their
investors
size,
to
but
bring
it also
its
has to
skin
evolve
cancer
to their
detection
specific
app
gait.
to the public. Education to finance, to quickly analyze simple cell phone photographs can save lives. Or worse,
we are trying to raise $1.5 million to go to market in the next year. So what we are trying to do is to give some screening to the health public system in Brazil for free with a 94% of accuracy.
There are no shortages of ideas, and simple cell phone photographs as well can save lives.
We are trying to raise $1.5 million to go to market in the next year. So what we are trying to do is to give some screening to the health public system in Brazil for free with a 94% of accuracy.
There are no shortages of ideas and investor interest, and as well attended event, which aims to attract a global audience. Brazil in particular is flexing CGTN, Rio de Janeiro muscles.
And that is going to do it for this edition of Global Business. Elaine Reyes comes your way next with a wrap-up of today's news, but check out other editions of Global Business out of Beijing, Washington, Nairobi, and London at these times shown at GMC. I'm Mike Walter from our whole team here. Thanks so much for watching.
Countries, surpassing Chile as the South American regional leader. Lucrecia Franco, CGTN, Rio de Janeiro.
And that is going to do it for this edition of Global Business. Elaine Reyes comes your way next with a wrap-up of today's news, but check out other editions of Global Business out of Beijing, Washington, Nairobi, and London at these times shown at GMT. I'm Mike Walter from our whole team here. Thanks so much for watching.
region declares a state of emergency as Ukrainian troops push deeper into its territory and civilians flee ahead of the advancing front line. A global health emergency in Africa for a highly infectious disease. A new strain of Mpox spreading at an alarming pace. More than 14,000 cases and over 500 deaths. And a closer look at California's efforts to deal with this growing homeless population. What's being done to relocate hundreds of people living on the streets. Hello, and thanks for joining us. I'm Elaine Reyes in Washington, D.C. Ukraine's cross-border advance into Russia's Kursk region has entered a second week. Kyiv says it is taking even more ground and capturing more prisoners. It's into Russia's region has declared a state of emergency and expanded its area of evacuation to Belgorod. Megumi Lim has more ground and capturing more prisoners.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said on Wednesday Ukrainian forces had advanced 1 to 2 kilometers deeper into the Kursk region and that troops had finished clearing the Russian town of Sudzha of Moscow's forces. On Wednesday, Ukrainian forces had advanced 1 to 2 kilometers deeper into the Kursk region of territory. For the first time, a Ukrainian TV channel reported from the Kursk region and aired a video of 3 Ukrainian soldiers taking down a Russian flag from a building reportedly inside more than 1,000 square kilometers of territory. In the Belgorod region declared a state of emergency. The second from the Kursk region to do so following attacks by Ukrainian soldiers taking down a Russian flag. The Russian Ministry of Emergencies on Wednesday released footage of evacuation from 2 districts reportedly inside Sudzha. So far, Moscow authorities in the Belgorod region declared a state of emergency, the second Russian region to do so.
It's very hard to assess how deeply they penetrated because they are being, well, according to our Ministry of Defense and according to the pictures that I saw,
the Russian Ministry of Emergencies on Wednesday released footage of evacuation from 2 districts in the Kursk region. Ukraine has said that the incursion is to bring the conflict home to Russia and force Moscow into making peace. But Russia has said that Kiev's actions in the Kursk region has put the
It's very hard to assess how deeply they penetrated.
Megumi Lim, CGTN, Kyiv.
Because they are being, well, according to our Ministry of Defense and according to the pictures that I saw, we are continuing to.
Scores of Palestinians, including children, now being treated at Gaza's Nasser hospital for severe injuries. Israel says it is responding to a Hamas rocket fired toward Tel Aviv earlier this week. The Palestinian death toll approaching 40,000 since the conflict began in October of last year. Ceasefire talks are slated to resume in Doha. The U.S.'s top diplomat, Antony Blinken, has delayed his planned departure. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu met with his negotiating team ahead of the meeting. And earlier this week, leaders from Hamas said they will not attend. Has delayed his planned departure by U.S. President Israel's Prime Minister is not the focus of Benjamin Netanyahu met with his negotiating team ahead of the meeting.
Hamas will not be there, that is correct, but Hamas will be in touch with the mediators, especially with Qatar, so their message, their point of view will be delivered in these negotiations in Qatar. And let's remember, some Hamas officials, they live in Qatar right next door, so Hamas will not be there, that is officially participate, but they are Hamas there close by, and their voice will be heard. This according to the mediators, Israel especially with Qatar, and to achieve some kind of a deal. Message understood by the fact that both the head of the Mossad, Israeli Secret Service, and the head of the Israeli Internal Security Agency, Ronen Bar, both of them will attend. This is quite a high-level delegation sent from Israel. There is a lot of pressure from inside and outside. These negotiations in families. Let's remember, some are saying that this officials, for many hostages, live in Qatar right next door. The last chance to bring them out they alive. Might not officially. Therefore, they're putting pressure on the government to proceed, to go forward. There's also pressure coming from outside. We know that the American administration participate, but they are there close by, Israeli and their voice will be heard. This, according to Germany and mediators, Israel is hoping putting their pressure in order for this to achieve some kind of a deal. We can understand it by the fact that both the head of kind of an end or at least a pause and maybe the head of be able to achieve some kind of an agreement to other arenas, most notably the Lebanon border. still the discussions are difficult. There are still points of contention. There are still things that Hamas wants to achieve that Israel is unable to deliver, and vice versa. Agreement to other arenas, most notably the Lebanon border. And what this summit in Qatar is able to achieve.
That was Jonathan Regev reporting in Tel Aviv. It has been 3 years since the Taliban returned to power in Afghanistan. They marked it with speeches and a military parade at a former U.S. air base outside Kabul. The Taliban say the country is safer with fewer terror attacks. No country has officially recognized the group as Afghanistan's government. Setbacks facing women and girls have been a key sticking point. Girls are barred from attending school beyond 6th grade, and women have been banned from most jobs, gyms, and parks. Policies the United Nations and human rights groups say amount to gender apartheid. More than half the population of Afghanistan, some 23 million people, need humanitarian assistance. The Taliban returned to power Africa is ground zero for a raging and deadly Mpox speeches and a military. Health officials on the continent have declared it an emergency, and now the World Health Organization is calling it a global emergency. Well, Kister Nabaya has more.
4 months after scientists reported a new strain of the Mpox virus in the DRC, the Africa Centers for Disease Control and Prevention now says the Mpox outbreak constitutes a public health emergency of continental concern. 4 months after scientists reported a new strain of the Mpox virus in the DRC, the Africa Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
To our African citizens, we declare Mpox as public health emergency.
Now says the Mpox outbreak constitutes a public health emergency. In recent weeks, health experts have expressed concern as the new and more deadly strain of the Mpox virus spread from the DRC to 15 other countries. Burundi, Kenya, Rwanda, and Uganda are among the countries that have reported Mpox cases for the first time. According to Africa CDC data, there have been over 17,500 cases of infections have expressed concern as the new and more deadly strain of the Mpox virus spread from the DRC for regional solidarity in tackling the disease. Burundi, Kenya, Rwanda, and Uganda are among the countries that have reported Mpox cases for the first time. According to Africa CDC data, there have been over 17,500 cases of infections of Mpox and more than 500 deaths on the continent this year. Experts say this calls for regional solidarity in tackling the disease. The declaration is a call to leaders to make resources available to help fight the outbreak. The continent's top public health body says Africa needs 10 million Mpox vaccine doses, but currently has access to just 200,000.
Mpox is a global threat, a menace that
given the limitations we have.
The declaration is a call to leaders to make resources available to help fight the outbreak. The continent's top public health body says Africa needs 10 million Mpox vaccine doses, but currently has access to just 200,000.
That Mpox is the global greatest, a menace that and demonstrates that we are all learning no race from the COVID lesson. And we are playing solidarity. It is a virus that exploits our vulnerabilities.
A race against time in New Zealand. Police are working to track down candy laced with methamphetamine. A charity in New Zealand distributed dozens of pineapple-flavored sweets that contain potentially lethal amounts of meth. Up to 400 people may have received the candy as part of a food package from Auckland City officials. The contaminated candy was donated anonymously. 3 people, including a child, have sought medical treatment. The charity has apologized. Police are investigating. Still ahead, a record-breaking drought in Sicily is devastating the tourism industry. Plus, a race against time in New Zealand. Police are working to track down candy laced with methamphetamine. A charity in New Zealand distributed dozens of pineapple-flavored sweets that contain lethal amounts of meth. Up to 400 people may have received the candy as part of a food package from Auckland City officials. The contaminated
sense of the overwhelming wave of information means cutting through the noise to shine a light on the heart of the story and making room for new perspectives. True understanding means the ability to make sense of the overwhelming wave of information unleashing cutting through the noise to shine a light on the heart of the story and making room for new perspectives. True understanding means the ability to see events from more than one side. Unleashing, and this is the point.
Tropical storm, no more. Ernesto is now a Category 1 hurricane after pounding Puerto Rico. Nearly half the U.S. territory is without power. Nearby St. John and St. Croix are reporting island-wide blackouts, and some phone towers have been knocked offline. Tropical storm, clocking winds of up to 120 kilometers per hour as it heads north and is expected to hit Bermuda by Saturday. Ernesto is now a Category 1 hurricane after pounding Puerto Rico. Greece's worst U.S. territory is without power to flee their homes nearby St. John and St. Croix are a problem every summer, but climate change has only made things worse. Evangelos Sipsas reports. Island-wide
everywhere you turn your head, burn trees and ashes. The remains of Athens' deadly fire. Among the trees, four walls stand. It's the only thing left of Yannis's house. It is here where he worked as an artist. It is here where he lived for over 12 years. But the flames took all that away.
Wildfires are a problem every summer.
It all happened around 3 p.m. and 5 p.m. on Monday. It did not burn overnight. This whole neighborhood was burned between those times. It happened really quickly. Now I'll have to find something to rent, but I don't know where. I'm not sure if I can live in Athens anymore.
The blaze that burned from Sunday forced 11 communities and villages to evacuate, and thousands to find shelter elsewhere. 12 years. That's why the government has set up centers across the capital to distribute essentials.
It all happened around 3 p.m. and 5 p.m. on Monday. It did not burn overnight. This whole neighborhood was burned between those times. It happened really quickly. Now I'll have to find something to rent, but I don't know where. I'm not sure if I can live in Athens anymore.
The blaze that burned from Sunday forced 11 communities and villages to evacuate, and thousands to find shelter elsewhere. But 10 people affected the government has set up centers across the capital to distribute, to rebuild essentials and places to host them. According to Greek scientists, the climate forecast exceeds their scientific research by creating longer periods of drought and extreme heat waves, such as wildfires. And some communities have already started to suffer.
What we have unfortunately witnessed in Greece in recent years is the occurrence of repeated large forest fires. In 2018 in Mati, in 2021 in Attica, similarly in 2023, and now this major fire in eastern Attica. The frequency of such events is increasing and occurring in the same geographic area, so these regions will gradually become difficult to inhabit.
The term climate refugee has been lingering more and more lately as communities like this one face
what we have unfortunately witnessed in Greece in recent years is the occurrence of repeated large forest fires.
Elsewhere,
in 2018
while
in
the Greek government has put a plan together to support those
similarly
affected by
in
such events
2023
financially, scientists warn that without a plan to avoid these disasters, more and more people will have to migrate
in eastern Attica. The frequency of such events is increasing and occurring in the same geographic area, so these regions will gradually become difficult to inhabit.
The term climate refugee has been lingering more and more lately as communities like this one face areas more extreme weather conditions, forcing them to call elsewhere home. While the Greek government has put a plan together to support those affected by such events financially, scientists warn that without a plan to avoid these disasters, more and more people will have to migrate within their own borders. While financial support provided by the government to people like Yannis who have lost everything could ease the blows and help
one of
them
Italy's
rebuild
many
their life.
ancient historic jewels. But while it's withstood the test of time, it's now facing unprecedented challenges due to climate change.
And protect areas like these, internal displacement
In recent years, the climate here in Agrigento has become much hotter and with less precipitation year after year.
Each month this year has set a new heat record for Sicily and has been 40% less rainfall. The island's rivers have run dry and dams are at record lows. In response, water rationing is in place. Dating back to 500 BC, Sicily's Valley of the Temples archaeological site is one of Italy's many ancient historic
There are areas in the city where water hasn't arrived for 10 to 15 days. Unfortunately, it's like this year.
The president of the local water authority, ICA, admits it's a difficult situation, but says the blame game isn't a solution.
The climate here in Agrigento has become much hotter and with less precipitation year after year.
But ICA can't pay the cost of 30 years of inefficiency. We have a water network from the 90s that, due to leaks, loses 58%.
The island's rivers have run dry and dams are at record lows. Several B&Bs and hotels rationing is provide essential services.
Have you had any problems with water as a tourist here?
It's since April that we've had these problems with water. Unfortunately, the drought is putting us in this situation.
But the
There are areas in the city where water hasn't arrived for 10 to 15 days. Unfortunately, it's like this year.
The president
We don't have any interruptions during the day, but we also have reservoirs and reserves if it's necessary to supply the public services here at the Valley of the Temples.
The national government has allocated nearly $22 million to drill new wells, fix leaking aqueducts, and revamp old desalination plants. It's hoped any financial losses this year will be recovered next year, as the city of Agrigento has been named as Italy's cultural capital for 2025. It's a prestigious title awarded by the government that aims to enhance cultural heritage and promote tourism.
I think it's a title that can benefit the whole of Sicily. It's a window that opens out to this area which has 2,600 years of history.
A window of opportunity in the midst of adversity. Hermione Kitson, CGTN, Sicily.
Climate scientists say extreme weather conditions in Hawaii helped fuel the deadly and destructive fires in Lahaina last year. There is concern that climate change could have long-term impact on the island's natural resources.
In the midst of adversity. Hermione Kitson, CGTN, Sicily.
Sam Quailani is a professional diver and a former champion of the annual spearfishing tournament on the island of Maui. He organizes diving and spearfishing tours for visitors for a living, with hopes of also raising awareness about the declining health of the ocean. Sam Quailani is a professional diver and a former champion of the annual spearfishing tournament on the island of Maui. He organizes diving and spearfishing
I'm
tours.
swimming almost 100, 150 yards out before I can see colorful reef. You cannot recognize things if you only dive it once a month.
For a living,
as for me, 365 days, I'm probably diving at least 300 days a year. So I see the changes and what's been going on in the 50 feet at least from the shore a year. So you would see colorful reef. It's really bad. Today,
that change is being documented
26,
by
30 years
conservation
later,
groups
I'm
like the
swimming almost
Pacific
100,
Whale
150
Foundation.
yards.
Its research team has been surveying the local reefs, which are susceptible to the slightest changes.
Before I can see colorful reef,
are very
you cannot
sensitive.
recognize things if you only dive it once a month.
You know, they really just like their environment just so, and when it changes, either due to an increase in temperature or maybe a pollutant, they'll expel their algae that they live in symbiosis with, and that really prevents those reefs from being able to make the food that they need to thrive.
In addition to rising ocean temperatures, tourism also takes a toll. Massive resorts built on the coastlines are encroaching on
they really
wetlands
just
that
like
are
their
meant to
environment
play a
just
critical
so,
role in capturing the runoff to the ocean and protecting the reefs.
And once the corals start changes, either due to an increase in temperature or maybe a pollutant, either for their food expel or for their shelter, algae that they live in symbiosis with, their young, and that really prevents those reefs from being able to those animals that they can also decline.
Sam Quailani has handed off his diving business to his rising ocean grandchildren. Tourism also takes a toll. Massive resorts built on the coastlines are encroaching on wetlands that are meant
to protect our reef, protect our resources. And we might not be able to start gathering like how we used to, by taking abundance to go and feed the rest of the family. It looks like soon we might be only taking enough just for ourselves.
It is Tianshan, CGTN, Lahaina, on the Hawaiian island of Maui.
A new report is accusing the city of Los Angeles of criminalizing homelessness. Human Rights Watch slamming the city as the state of California embarks on a mission to clear encampments. Mark New has the details.
Go and feed the rest of the family. It looks like soon it might
In
be only
July,
taking
California
enough
Governor Gavin Newsom took to the streets of Los Angeles to help clean up a problem. He just ordered state agencies to start removing homeless encampments, following a Supreme Court ruling allowing cities to enforce bans on sleeping outside in public spaces.
Lahaina, on the Hawaiian island of Maui.
On behalf of 40 million Californians that are fed up.
Accusing the city
I'm here
of Los Angeles
because I'm one of them. I want to see results. I don't want to read about them. I don't want to see the data. I want to see it by believing it, by seeing people that are back up on their feet, and to get those streets clean, get those tents off the streets, encampments off the streets, and begin once again to feel pride about our state.
A new report from Human Rights Watch entitled "You Have to Move" found that Los Angeles County has more than 75,000 people without housing, a 10% increase from the previous year. A new report accuses Los Angeles of criminalizing homelessness without addressing the underlying problems. Watch the report interviewed more than 100 unhoused or formerly unhoused people has more than documented some of their stories in a video. Without housing. Michelle was a increase from the previous manager who lost her job when the business suddenly closed during the COVID pandemic.
This is our home right here, because we're together. I feel like I'm the mom. Everybody comes to me like, what are we going to do? What are we going to do?
The report accuses Los Angeles of criminalizing homelessness without addressing the underlying problems. The report interviewed more than 100 unhoused or formerly unhoused people has lived on the streets for 25 years. But when he's forced to move their stories in a video, it's both expensive and was a former laundromat manager who lost her job when the business suddenly closed during the COVID pandemic.
Find a place cheap enough for me to afford that I'll be able to live there at peace on a permanent basis.
The report says that on average, 6 unhoused people die every day on the streets of Los Angeles County. The report repeatedly points to rising housing costs, finding that more than 500,000 renters in Los Angeles do not have access to affordable housing.
Oh, Commissioner, anybody here? If I was able to talk to Governor Newsom, I will ask them to come for at least a day and walk their shoes of what they go through, what they do to survive each and single day.
The report also cites a stark racial disparity in that while black people comprise just 8% of the county's population, they make up 1/3 of the unhoused.
If I was able to talk to Governor Newsom, I will...
Still ahead, one of the world's largest tech and innovation events is going on in Brazil. We'll head to Rio to see what's new in the age of AI. Next.
To come for at least a day and walk their shoes of what they go through, what they do to survive each and single day.
Industry movers
the report also cites
tech mavericks and policymakers. We drilled down on their success. We asked them how they set
racial disparity
and how they
that while black people comprise just 8% of the county's population, they make up 1/3 of the unhoused.
Real business.
Mark New, CGTN, Palo Alto.
Join the conversation. Biz Talk, only on CGTN.
A widespread but often hidden problem.
The person on the subway, the child in school is hungry, and this is why he or she's not learning. These are issues that are not being dealt with.
Complicated histories behind food and race.
McDonald's has been at the center of a number of conversations about what does it mean to really provide opportunity within communities that have been left behind. The person on the subway, the child in school is hungry, and this is why he or she's not learning.
Rio de Janeiro is hosting one of the world's largest tech and innovation events. Lucrecia Franco has more on this year's Rio Innovation Week.
The 2024 with more than 25% on startups and a similar number of speakers of sharing 26 stages. According to Brazilian entrepreneur Fabio Queiroz, co-founder of the event, the question is, of machine technology and society. The 2024 theme focuses on humanization. This robotic exoskeleton can help people with mobility impairments walk hands-free.
Artificial intelligence is imperative to design of this technology because it's built into the firmware and the software of the program, so that when a patient walks, we customize the exoskeleton frame to their size, but it also has to evolve to their specific gait.
From education to finance, manufacturing to healthcare, for better or worse, everyone here believes the world on the verge of radical change. This AI Pathology is a startup seeking investors to bring its skin cancer exoskeleton to the public. People with mobility impairments analyze simple cell phone
Artificial
photographs
intelligence is imperative to design.
We are trying to raise $1.5 million
technology
to go to
because
market
it's
in
built
the next
into the
year.
firmware.
So what we are trying
the
to
software
do
of the
is to
program,
give
so that when a patient
some
walks,
screening to the
we
health product system
customize
in
the
Brazil for free
exoskeleton frame
with a
to their
94% of
size,
accuracy.
but it also has to
There are
evolve
no
to their specific
shortages of
gait.
ideas
From education
and
to
investor
finance,
interest
manufacturing
at
to
this well-attended
healthcare,
event,
for
which
better.
aims to attract a global audience. Brazil, in particular, is flexing its tech muscles. According to the Global Innovation Index by the World Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO, Brazil climbed 5 spots in 2023 and now ranks 49. According to the Global Innovation Index by the World Intellectual Property Organization, as the South American regional leader, 5 spots in 2023, CGTN and Rio de Janeiro.
And that is The World Today. Thanks so much for watching. I'm Elaine Reyes. China 24 is coming up next. And for more news anytime, go to our website, cgtn.com.
Now ranks 49 out of 132 countries, surpassing Chile as the South American regional leader. Lucrecia Franco, CGTN, Rio de Janeiro.
And that is The World Today. Thanks so much for watching. I'm Elaine Reyes. China 24 is coming up next. And for more news. Anytime, go to our website, cgtn.com. From Washington, D.C., this is China 24, a look at China and its impact around the world.
Building social bridges between China and Mexico. How Mexico's poorest communities are benefiting. A strategic partnership growing stronger. Pakistan building social bridges between China and Mexico. Its embassy in Beijing. And melting away the summer heat. Mexico's poorest communities are benefiting. Indoor ski a strategic partnership growing stronger. In Shanghai, Pakistan celebrates its 77th Independence Day at its embassy.
This is China 24.
In Beijing.
Hello, and thanks for joining us.
Away the summer heat will hit the slopes inside the world's largest indoor ski resort. It's about to open its doors in Shanghai.
Cross-Pacific trade. Chinese companies are also playing an important role in the public health sector.
Live from Washington, this is China 24.
The Mexican Red Cross has played a key role in recent years, saving lives throughout the COVID-19 pandemic and numerous natural disasters before and since. However, the non-profit depends on contributions to keep running, a donor list to which the Federation of Chinese Businesses in Mexico recently added its name. At an event at its headquarters, the Bank of China's General Director for Mexico, Xin Shanwen, who also heads the Business Council, conducted the donation ceremony. The Mexican Red Cross has played a key role.
We take on a deeper understanding of the importance of solidarity and mutual aid. As members of Mexican society, Chinese companies have always actively assumed social responsibilities, overcome difficulties, and contributed to Mexico's public welfare projects.
Included in the package, an early cancer diagnostic machine and 12 defibrillator kits, cutting-edge technology manufactured by top Chinese medical suppliers, and a promise that such donations will be made yearly moving forward.
It's a gesture of social commitment that we want to show that we are grateful to Mexican society, to the country that has given us the opportunity to grow here as people, as companies, and as friends.
This donation has not only brought Mexico's Red Cross closer to Chinese businesses, but also to its Red Cross counterpart across the Pacific, from which Director Carlos Freyaner says his organization has a lot to learn.
We have a great relationship with the Red Cross Society of China through our international federation.
By top Chinese medical suppliers, and a promise that such donations will be made yearly moving forward.
Of the Chinese Red Cross, which has developed a lot and become an example for us to follow.
To the country that has given
us the opportunity to grow here as people, Mexico's Red Cross is now better equipped. This donation has not only brought Mexico's Red Cross closer to Chinese businesses, but also to its Red Cross counterpart across the Pacific, from which Director Carlos Freyaner says his organization has a lot to learn.
We have a great relationship with the Red Cross Society of China through our international federation.
In a recent interview with foreign media in Brasilia, Brazil President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva highlighted the 50 years of diplomatic relations between Brazil and China, emphasizing his government's ambitious
faces an uncertain future, Mexico's Red Cross is now better equipped to face it.
We intend to discuss with the Chinese a new strategic partnership between Brazil and China, a strategic partnership that involves not only the export of commodities, but also includes collaboration in science and technology.
President Lula is an old friend of China. So I believe that with the present government of President Lula,
in a recent interview with foreign media in Brasilia, Brazil's President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva highlighted the 50 years of diplomatic relations between Brazil and China. This former Brazilian ambassador to China stresses that Brazil also needs to do its part to make the most of its partnership with China.
We intend to discuss with the Chinese a new strategic partnership between Brazil and China, a strategic partnership that involves
for us Brazilians. China is, I think, ready to import a number of goods and services, as a matter of fact. The challenge is ours. We should become China more competitive in order to sell to the rest of the world, China included.
Brazil and China enjoy well-established cooperative diplomatic relations, and both nations express strong intentions to further deepen these ties in the coming years. This professor of international relations sees resilience in Brazil's diplomatic relations with China, regardless of possible changes in Brazil's political landscape.
The fact that Brazil remains a member of the BRICS even after having a government that was very much aligned with Washington, Bolsonaro had huge affinities with Trump, is a signal that China-Brazil relations, they will happen, they will take place, and they will be strong regardless of who is in power in Brazil.
China is Brazil's main trading partner and an important investor in the country. There seems to be strong political will to further develop this relationship in the future. Paulo Cabral, CGTN, Brasília.
Pakistan celebrated its 77th Independence Day from British colonial rule. On Wednesday, Pakistan's embassy in Beijing held a flag hoisting ceremony to mark the occasion, and Liu Jixin was there.
It's a big day of celebration of Pakistan's achievements as an independent nation over the past 77 years. Attendees wore traditional Pakistani robes, the Shalwar Kameez. The embassy courtyard was filled with music and celebratory vibes.
We take a lot of pride in what we have achieved nationally, and also since we are in China, so looking at Pakistan-China relations, we also take a lot of pride in having developed a very stable and very strong bilateral strategic partnership between our two countries.
It's a big day of celebration. Ambassador Hashmi said there's no dimension that the two countries have not touched upon bilaterally. With cooperation seen on diplomatic front, the political front, in defense, economy, trade, investment, culture, education, agriculture, science, over the past 77 years, he was deeply impressed by the just concluded Paris Olympics and the performance of athletes from both China and Pakistan.
What I found most amazing is I saw some of the glimpses of how Chinese athletes and sportspersons they have performed. I think it was a treat to watch them. That's what I found most amazing is very hard work, but also talent and resilience in the face of several pressures. But they stood out, and I think they made China proud. And I can tell you that I saw this is also the case in Pakistan. Chinese athletes and sportspersons
the embassy of
they have
Pakistan
performed.
conferred civil awards to two Chinese citizens, namely Shah Zulkam, former president of China-Pakistan Friendship Association, and Nong Rong, former ambassador of China to Pakistan, for their distinguished contributions in cementing China-Pakistan relations.
I can tell you that
a city in Jiangxi province is known as the country's porcelain capital.
This is also the case in Pakistan.
Following the flag hoisting ceremony, the embassy of Pakistan conferred civil awards to two Chinese citizens.
A serenist from the city of Taiyuan in North China's Shanxi province, is one of the entrepreneurs in Jingdezhen. He started his business about 10 years ago in just a small room measuring a few dozen square meters.
Looking at the scale now, you can see how we've really benefited from the opportunities of this era over the past few years, which has allowed us to grow to our current size.
Sun believes Jingdezhen has benefited from the local government's efforts to hasten the renovation of old factories.
The environment in Jingdezhen over the past couple of years has been great,
Taiyuan in
with a
North
large
China's
influx
Shanxi
of
province
tourists.
is one
If
of the
someone wants to
entrepreneurs
get
in
into
Jingdezhen.
design,
He started his business about 10 years ago in just a small room measuring a few dozen square meters. Referred to as China's porcelain capital, Jingdezhen has long been known as a place for porcelain production. Throughout the city, you will find the remains of old ceramic factories that are now displaying new vitality. Jingdezhen has benefited from the local government's efforts to hasten the renovation of old factories. This place was renovated into an urban cultural and creative block, symbolizing the revival and prosperity of Jingdezhen's ceramic culture in the new era. The factory, originally built in the 1950s, was repurposed using the existing industrial era buildings as a foundation, referred to as China's porcelain capital. Jingdezhen, which began operating in October 2016.
We are fundamentally engaged in industrial operations, not just the development of physical spaces. The operation of this industry plays a crucial role in driving local economic development.
Renovations like Tao Xi have taken place across the city, attracting young artists from across China to pursue their dreams. For the past decade, the arts district has been committed to fostering employment opportunities for young people.
There are about 26,000 registered individual businesses in Tao Xi, involving about 150,000 people. The operation of this industry plays a crucial role in driving local economic development. These young people have
Renovations like Tao Xi have taken place across the city, attracting young artists from across China to pursue their dreams. China's drive to develop new industries and models, committed to fostering employment opportunities. Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, the country's leadership stressed it will improve institutions and policies to drive new quality productive courses, which refers to advanced productivity that goes beyond traditional modes of economic growth. Yet, it's in line with local conditions. CGTN, Jingdezhen, Jiangxi Province.
When we come back, paying tribute to the International Memorial Day for Comfort Women.
There's new possibilities for industrial development.
Jingdezhen epitomizes China's drive to develop new industries and models at the third plenary session of
No one again began holding guns from political towards protesters.
Were you worried about your life at that particular time? Not at all.
What is your assessment of the state of the continent today?
Africa has to protect the planet.
What is your assessment? Of the state of the continent.
Wednesday is the International Memorial Day for Comfort Women. It consummating Chinese lawsuit against Japan for its sexual enslavement of women during World War II. Demonstrations also took place in South Korea to honor the victims of those abuses. Shane Ham reports.
Here in front of the Japanese embassy in Seoul and just steps away from the iconic Statue of Peace, protests are taking place in honor of International Memorial Day for Comfort Women. It's a day dedicated to the memory of the thousands of women and girls, many of whom were Korean, who were forced into sexual slavery by the Japanese military during World War II. It's a poignant reminder of the pain and unresolved issues from a dark chapter in history. All of the surviving victims are now elderly. In fact, there are just 9 of them living, according to the South Korean government's official tally. For them, the day is about more than just remembrance. It's about justice and a formal apology from the Japanese government. Here in front of the Japanese embassy in Seoul, and just steps away from the iconic Statue of Peace, protests are taking place in fluctuating relations between South Korea and Japan. Comfort Women. It's a day dedicated especially to the memory of the thousands of women and girls, many of whom are Korean, who were forced into sexual historical grievances continue to strain their relationship. Issues like Japan's handling of wartime history in its textbooks and disputes over compensation for forced labor continue to resurface. Today's protest, therefore, isn't just a call for historical recognition, it's a demand for progress for forced labor continue to resurface. Today's accountability. Therefore, it serves as a stark reminder that despite diplomatic efforts, history continues to cast a long shadow over South Korea-Japan relations. It serves as a stark CGTN Seoul.
For more on this day of remembrance and China's victims,
a reminder that despite diplomatic efforts, history continues to cast a long shadow over South Korea-Japan relations. Shane Ham, CGTN Seoul.
Testimonies from Imperial Japan's sex slaves. Thank you so much for joining us, Professor.
Thank you for having me here.
On this day of remembrance and China's victims, we turn to anniversary and remember these victims. She's a professor so many years of Chinese and Japanese at
Vassar. This is an issue, the Comfort Woman issue. Actually involves many fundamentals
and the principal author of Chinese Comfort Women, Testimonies from Imperial Japan's Sex Slaves. Thank you so much for joining us, Professor.
Issue is still, thank you for having me here, internationally between the activists and supporters this anniversary and the politicians in Japan
so many years
and the right-wing activists in Japan. Yes, so the Comfort Woman's suffering, their profound issue, the Comfort Woman issue, not been actually involves many fundamentals of human, however, human rights, and scope of victimization. Until today, in human history, Woman issue is still be debated, properly recognized internationally, and between the activists and supporters and the politicians in Japan and the right-wing activists in Japan. So the Comfort Woman's suffering prevent their future similar kind of crime against humanity from happening again.
Professor, we just heard the story about the Comfort Women in South Korea, which has been somewhat more widely publicized over the years. But of course, this has happened in other countries in the Asian region. Do you think the Chinese victims and other Asian ethnicities are somewhat overlooked?
And integrated into Chinese women collective, together with the Korean women, constitute the largest victim otherwise. However, Chinese women's information was not available future after the war. Similar kind of a crime. For a long time, they were against humanity quiet from happening again. The patriarchal ideology in the society and also South political Korea, which situations.
Has been, somewhat more widely.
After the Korean and the Japanese Comfort Woman issue became international attention.
Years, but of course, this has happened in China, in other countries in the Asian region. Do you think the Chinese victims and other Asian ethnicities are somewhat overlooked?
However, that piece of information, Chinese woman is not together with the Korean woman's language constitute the largest. That's one of the reasons I started writing about the Chinese woman's information experiences was not available. First, after the war is Japanese literature were kept quiet. It's important to do that the people outside China ideology in the society and also political situations suffered under the Japanese military Korean and Japanese Comfort Woman
Professor, we have about 30 seconds left. We know that many of these victims have passed away. There's only a few left. But we know there's been a lawsuit filed by the children of deceased Chinese victims. Without getting into the details, what would it mean to the families if they wanted? What message could it send to the world after all these years?
It's not available in English language and for a long time. That's one of the reasons I started writing about the Chinese Comfort Woman's voice experiences. Although by training is a properly Japanese literature scholar into the history. It's important right now internationally many China to know, like the Comfort Woman justice of women politicians in the United States also supporting system. These Comfort Women survivors and their families
left. We know that many of these victims have passed away. There's only a few left. But we know there's been a lawsuit filed by the children of deceased Chinese victims. Without getting into the details, what would it mean to the families if they wanted? What message could it send to the world after all these years?
Educating us. I think the families and their generations to come. Descendants.
All right, Professor Pei-Pei Chu, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your time.
Alive.
Still ahead, tourists are flocking to the Gobi Desert for a chance to take part in a mission to Mars, or at least it feels that way. We'll explain next. Ahead, tourists are flocking to the Gobi Desert for a chance to take part in a mission to Mars.
Again, he can hold him. Guns to work protesters.
So at least it feels that way. We'll explain next.
When you're worried about your life
your assessment of the state of the continent today.
Africa has the potential to pride itself.
Excuse me.
Deep in the Gobi Desert, space lovers can participate in a mission to Mars. Qinghai Province provides a perfect backdrop, and it's one of the only places on Earth most similar to the Red Planet. And tourists can even wear a spacesuit during the experience. Wang Zhonghia has the story.
Driving hundreds of miles deep into the Gobi Desert could be tiresome. But what if the journey felt like a voyage on Mars?
I'd recommend my friends to see this vast, stunning landscape. The audio guide is also quite engaging, giving us an immersive Mars experience.
Li Jianxing is just one of the many adventurers. This summer, over 14,000 tourists have embarked on their space-themed journey.
Wow, this is my first time wearing a spacesuit.
Yeah, it's very cool.
Yeah, super cool.
We have several events lined up, including the Perseid Meteor Shower tonight and tomorrow, and our third sci-fi literature camp.
Beyond the surreal landscape and spectacular stargazing, the campsite offers activities like rocket experiments, geology exploration, and wireless communication.
We have several events lined up, including the Perseid Meteor Shower tonight and tomorrow, and our third sci-fi literature camp.
Beyond the surreal landscape and spectacular stargazing, the campsite offers activities like rocket experiments, geology exploration, and wireless communication.
Once the crude oil was exhausted, the town found itself on the way. In 2015, locals considered developing tourism centered around their Yadong landfall. Their excitement grew when China's Zhurong rover returned the first images from Mars, revealing nature's endowment is limited to two landscapes. Once the crude oil was exhausted,
the town is expanding to accommodate more high-end clients, science education programs, and self-driving tourists.
Despite its remote location and challenging access,
when China's Zhurong rover returned the first more infrastructure, just like the previous Mars #1 highway, in an effort to attract even more visitors to this mystical land.
Accommodate more high-end clients, science education programs, and self-driving tourists.
Despite its remote location and challenging access,
Yuan talks of plans to build more infrastructure, just like the previous Mars #1 highway, in an effort to attract even more visitors to this
typical
mystical
snow
land.
slopes, including a 26-degree incline, 160-meter-long S-curve, snow train, and an ice town. This ice and snow resort, with a total construction area of 350,000 square meters, is ready to welcome people of all ages from all of the world.
This Shanghai is really hot, and I just want to escape from this bloody hot in a really chilly
Typical
place.
snow slopes,
That's why I'm
including
here.
a 26-degree construction for 160-meter-long S-curve to boost Shanghai's winter tourism market. This ice and snow resort, with a total construction area of 350,000 square meters, is ready to welcome people of all ages from all of the world.
This Shanghai is really hot, and I just want to escape from this bloody hot in a really chilly place. That's why I'm here.
Haven't been under construction for 5 years.
There are nearly 20 amusement facilities out there in this snow recreation area, so the novices don't feel left out of
winter
both
tourism
sound and
market.
silence.
I've been here since before the opening at 10 a.m. I've heard this is one of the few huge indoor ski resorts in China and even in the world. So I'm planning on getting an annual membership.
Report, the total scale of China's ice and snow industry will reach about $140 billion by 2025.
Snow and ice has brought about a boom in
Don't
the
be
economy.
disheartened.
We'll have
There are nearly
family
20
recreational
amusement facilities
activities,
out there in this
coaches,
snow recreation
accommodation,
area,
and
so the
shopping.
novices don't
So it's
feel
a
left out
huge
of both
industry
sound
chain
and
and will bring
silence.
us an unlimited incremental increase
I like
in
this place
consumption.
because for the first time
Some
skier like me, I was a
346
little
million
bit scared
Chinese
of
people
professional tracks
participate
there,
in winter
but I can
sports.
feel the joy of
This
snow
indoor
and
ski
ice
resort
here.
is expected to provide great fun for ice and snow lovers the year round. According to one report, the total scale of China's ice and snow industry will reach about about $140 billion by 2025.
Carnival in Guangzhou.
Snow and Ice.
This week's event brings together 31 teams from the region.
This has brought about a boom in the economy. We'll have family recreational activities, coaches, accommodation, and shopping. So it's a huge industry chain and will bring us an unlimited incremental increase in consumption.
Some 346 million Chinese people participate in winter sports. This indoor ski resort is expected to provide great fun for ice and snow lovers the year round. Zhang Zhenyi, CGTN, Shanghai.
Cross-strait exchanges are getting a boost.
I become the top scorer.
I come from Taiwan, the treasure island of our country. I have brought teams to the mainland many times. Both players and their parents enjoy the travel and feel that our compatriots are very welcoming, as we are all from the same country.
Roller hockey carnival develops youth figure psychological resilience and social skills. Athletes and coaches from both sides of the strait hope that such competitions can be held every year to promote exchanges and learning.
We hope to lead the cross-strait exchanges in more areas than just roller skating. We may also have the opportunity to bring our team to Taiwan to compete, and hope that people from both sides of the Taiwan Strait will collaborate in more areas.
As more cross-strait youth exchanges and cooperation take place, especially in the fields of sports, culture, and technology, Guangzhou turns a preferred destination for Taiwan compatriots to study, work, and do business in the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau, Greater Bay Area.
The young players from Taiwan will also experience the Lingnan intangible cultural heritage and visit multiple landmark architectures in Guangzhou to get closer to the southern metropolis during the carnival that runs till Saturday. Mi Sutong, CGTN, Guangzhou.
Thanks for watching China 24.
I hope that people from both sides of the Taiwan Strait will collaborate in more areas.
As more cross-strait youth exchanges and cooperation take place, especially in the fields of sports, culture, and technology, Guangzhou turns a preferred destination for Taiwan compatriots to study, work, and do.
Making a lot of notes since I arrived.
Prime Minister of Fiji's Devanti Rabuka praises China's development while touring Yunnan and Fujian provinces during an official visit. Hamas says it will not take part in the latest round of Gaza ceasefire talks in Qatar. Fighting rages as Ukrainian forces continue their incursion into Russian territory.
I have been making a lot of notes since
and the World Health Organization declares Mpox a global public health emergency for the second time China's development while touring Yunnan and Fujian provinces during an official visit. Good morning and welcome to the World Today. I'm Hona live from Beijing. Our top story this hour. The Prime Minister says it will not take part in the latest round of Gaza ceasefire talks until August the 21st. On Wednesday, Rabuka arrived in southern China's Xiamen, Fujian province. Our Xu reports from Ningde in Fujian.
We've been closely following Fiji Prime Minister Sitiveni Rabuka's visit to Fujian province, the second stop after Yunnan province. He will spend 3 days to visit the coastal cities of Xiamen, Ningde, and Fuzhou. He was warmly received by local officials and had a very short meeting highlighting economic development. The first special economic zones in China and is seen as the window of China's reform and opening up. And the Prime Minister said during the short meeting, the Prime Minister would like to during the short meeting development experience of Xiamen and China as a whole back in Fiji. After the meeting, he toured China as a whole back in Fiji. After the meeting, he toured the beach unifying China with the slogan "One Country, Two Systems," unifying China of Taiwan region across the sea. Little Kinmen Island of Taiwan region unifying China demonstrates China's strong determination to safeguard its national sovereignty and the common will of the Chinese people for a peaceful the sea reunification of the motherland. After that, they went to the China demonstrates China's strong determination to safeguard its national sovereignty and the common will of the Chinese people and the regions. Also, at reunification of the motherland. Scientific and Innovation Center, the delegation learned about the advanced experience with a total of improving service quality of shipping routes through digital means 55 countries and regional. Also at smart ones. Scientific and Innovation Center, the delegation learned about the advanced reform and the opening up improving service integration and through intelligent transformation and transforming traditional
before traveling to Fujian on Tuesday, the Fiji Prime Minister was in southwest China's Yunnan province. He toured a border county to learn more about China's rural development.
Cross-strait integration and intelligent transformation
from this visit and before traveling to Fujian on Tuesday, the Fiji Prime Minister was in southwest China's Yunnan province.
On Tuesday afternoon, Fiji's Prime Minister Sitiveni Rabuka arrived at Mali Port in Yunnan province, a county sitting on the China-Vietnam border. He toured 2 villages, Ping'an and Nanyou, where he learned on Tuesday afternoon, Fiji's Prime Minister Sitiveni Rabuka arrived at Mali Port in education and protection of sitting on the China-Vietnam border. He says he's impressed by how these remote villages have undergone tremendous changes in a short period of time.
I was very impressed
where he learned how rural revitalization is taking place in terms of agricultural development, education, and protection of ethnic culture. He says he's impressed by how these remote villages have undergone tremendous changes in a short period of time.
And very impressed with the pictures they showed me of nowhere in village in 1992 any improvement. And the picture and what I actually saw close to what we have seen village today. I congratulate the leaders, the Chinese leaders of the past, particularly in 2 years. Xi, I was Prime Minister of Fiji in 1992, and his vision, Prime Minister again now. Concentrate in Fiji, critical efforts at the time, any to alleviate poverty and raise the standard of living what we have seen people of China, particularly those disadvantaged leaders, minority, the Chinese leaders of the past.
The Fiji Prime Minister says his country is also dedicated to reducing poverty, and the Mali Port's approach to rural development could serve as an inspiring model.
For me, it's an eye-opener in the sense that we thought we concentrate his efforts, his political alleviation and alleviate poverty and raise the standard of living well. of the people. When you look at the scale, those leaps and bounds in China, where the minority has taken over the same period.
The Fiji Prime Minister says his country is also dedicated to reducing poverty, and the Mali Bo's approach to rural development could serve as an inspiring model.
Turn the little things in the villages, eye-opener in the provinces and the nation.
Fiji is the first Pacific Island country to have established diplomatic ties with China. Over the past 5 decades, the two countries have witnessed close exchanges across various fields. Rabuka says he expects more collaboration with China under the Belt and Road Initiative.
At the scale and the leaps and bounds that China has taken over the same period, which we are lagging way behind. And we have not only in China's standards, but also internationally. Those are the areas that I feel we can really do a lot in the next 2 years that's left for my government until we get to really do a lot in. We must do something in the next 2 years. The ball rolling and point the nation in the right direction for future governments to follow suit.
Well, this year marks the 50th anniversary of diplomatic relations between China and Brazil. Since then, the two nations have significantly developed ties, both in political and business contacts, with prospects for additional growth in the coming years. Our Paulo Cabral reports.
In a recent interview with foreign media in Brasilia, Brazil's President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva highlighted the 50 years of diplomatic relations between Brazil and China, emphasizing his government's ambitious plans for this partnership.
Well, this year marks the 50th anniversary of diplomatic relations between China and Brazil. Since then, the two nations have significantly developed
a strategic partnership that involves not only the export of commodities, but also includes collaboration in science and technology.
Both in political and business contacts, with prospects for additional growth in the coming years. Our Paulo Cabral
present government of President Lula, China feels very comfortable in investing more in Brazil and trading more with Brazil.
However, this former Brazilian ambassador to China stresses that Brazil also needs to do its part to make the most of its partnership with China.
China's integration in the globalized world, it did open a number of windows of opportunity for us Brazilians. China is, I think, ready to
very comfortable
import
investing more in Brazil.
A number of goods and services, as a matter of fact. The challenge is ours. We should become more competitive in order to
However, this former Brazilian ambassador to China stresses that Brazil also needs to do its cooperative diplomatic relations, and both nations express strong intentions to further deepen these ties in the coming years. This professor of international relations sees resilience in Brazil's diplomatic relations with China.
The fact that Brazil remains a member of the BRICS is a signal that China-Brazil relations, they will happen, they will take place, and they will be strong regardless of who is in power in Brazil.
China is Brazil's main trading partner and an important investor in the country, and there seems to be strong political will to further develop this relationship in the future. Paulo Cabral, CGTN, Brasília. Is Brazil's main trading partner and an important investor in the country, and there seems
what looks can be deceiving. The difference is not always
strong
obvious.
Political will to further develop this relationship in the future. Paulo Cabral, CGTN,
There are always different sides to a story. We put the focus on the details. To see more, to understand images better, may appear to be identical. See the difference. What looks can be deceiving. The difference is not always obvious. It has to be discovered. There are always different sides to a story. We put the focus on the details. To see more, to understand better.
We turn to Gaza, where at least 15 Palestinians, including children, are dead after an intensive Israeli attack in the city of Han Yunis. Al-Qadari's report.
There has just been
a very violent strike that took place in Khan Yunis area. The Palestinian civil defense is, in the meantime, trying to help as much people as they can. Right in front of me, just now, a few seconds ago, there was a child that was hit and his family was rushing to the emergency department because they were extremely worried about his safety.
Gaza, and where at least 15 Palestinians, including children, are dead,
affected, either killed or injured or left with a lifestyle scars because of losing their family member. And this is the situation. And this is how it has unfolded for the people in Gaza. The discussions are between the mediators and the American administration and the Israeli government. In Khan Yunis area, the Palestinian to those negotiations is not present. In the meantime, that means that there is a misrepresentation as much people as they can. That they will not be as effective and they will not be as successful. Of course, Hamas has been commenting on the situation that has been unfolding, the bombardments, what they call the massacre in At-Tabi'in school, the assassination of Ismail Haniyeh, and all of those things together. And they have been saying that they are not likely to accept any more negotiation over the situation and that they are open to see a timetable, a schedule with all the details as to how can the agreements that were proposed by Mr. Biden and the American administration be translated into action. Everyone, including Israel and the American administration, is anticipating a round of violence, a round of war, given that Iran has been insisting to retaliate for the killing of Haniyeh on its sovereign land. No much administration and be translated into action. Also, everyone escalation, including Israel, that's going to be abrupt and that is going to be also regional.
Although Hamas says it will not take part in the ceasefire negotiations scheduled in Doha on Thursday, the U.S. and Qatar has been working to ensure Hamas representation. As a mediator, Egypt says the discussions aim to resolve outstanding issues and address the humanitarian situation in Gaza. Jonathan Regev has more from Tel Aviv.
Hamas will not be there, that is correct, but Hamas will be insisting in touch with
to retaliate for the killing of Haniyeh on its sovereign land. No much expected, and I think we are expecting also an escalation that's going to be abrupt and that is going to be also regional.
Although Hamas says it will not take part in the ceasefire negotiations scheduled in Doha on Thursday,
they might not officially participate, but they are there close by, and their voice will be heard.
As a mediator, Egypt says the discussions aim to resolve outstanding issues and address the humanitarian.
We can understand it by the fact that both the head of the Mossad, the Israeli Secret Service, Dadi Barnea, and the head of the Israeli Internal Security Agency, Ronen Bar, both of them will attend. This is quite a high-level delegation sent from Israel. There is a lot of pressure from inside and outside. First, from inside the families, from Israel, there is a lot of pressure. This from inside and outside. The last chance to bring them out alive. Therefore, they're putting pressure on the government to proceed, to go forward. There's also pressure coming from outside. We know that the American administration and other Israeli allies, such as the United Kingdom, families, Germany, France, families are all putting their pressure in order for this might be the last chance to bring them out alive. Therefore, for some kind of an end or at least a pause and maybe be able to achieve some kind of an agreement to other arenas, most notably the Lebanon border. Still, the discussions are difficult. There are still points of contention. There are still things that Hamas wants to achieve that Israel is unable to deliver, and vice versa. So a lot at stake. We'll have to wait and see to proceed to go forward. There's also pressure summit coming from outside. We know that the American administration and other Israeli allies.
The Russian Defense Ministry says its forces have repelled 6 Ukrainian attacks in the Kursk region over the past day. Russia's Belgorod region has declared a regional state of emergency. Ukrainian President Zelensky says Ukraine's offensive in the Kursk region continues to make progress despite intense fighting. Dasha Tinishova has more from Moscow.
The regional state of emergency that has been declared in Belgorod region has been explained as by the needs of extra security for the civilian population of this region, because according to the governor Vyacheslav Gladkov, the region has been under daily attacks from the Ukrainian side as a result of the shelling, as a result of drone strikes. The authorities will appeal to the government to translate the regional state of emergency into the federal emergency. We understand that more people have been evacuated from the neighboring Kursk region over the course of the past days. And overnight, there have been at least 117 drones coming from the Ukrainian side against the Russian regions. In Belgorod, there were 17. In the Kursk region, there were 37. In Voronezh region, there were understand that 7 people have been evacuated from the neighboring once again, saying that they have been preventing and repelling the Ukrainian attempts to get deeper inside the Kursk region. They say they have been attacking the mobile groups of the Ukrainian military inside Russia, and the security measures have indeed been strengthened, especially at the nuclear sites. But what is important at the moment for Moscow is to make sure that the Ukrainian troops are outside overnight. There have been at least 117 drones coming from the Ukrainian side against the Russian regions. The Ukrainian incursion against the Russian territory has put the possibility of holding the ceasefire negotiations on the long pause.
Ukraine's incursion into Russia Kursk region is in its second week. Kyiv says it is taking more ground, while Russian authorities say have issued a mandatory evacuation order for all residents in the Glushkovsky district. Magumilin has more from Kyiv.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said on Wednesday Ukrainian forces had advanced 1 to 2 kilometers deeper into the Kursk region and that troops had finished clearing the Russian town of Sudzha of Moscow's forces. Kyiv has so far claimed to have captured in total more than 1,000 square kilometers of territory. Authorities in the Belgorod region declared a state of emergency, the second Russian region to do so following attacks by Ukrainian forces. The Russian Ministry of Emergencies on Wednesday released footage of evacuation from 2 districts in the Kursk region. So far, Moscow has evacuated almost 200,000 people from border areas.
It's very hard to assess how deeply they penetrated because they are being, well, according to our Ministry of Defense and according to the
Ukrainian forces.
To the pictures
the
that
Russian
I saw,
Ministry of
we are continuing to eliminate their equipment and their manpower.
Ukraine has said that the incursion is to bring the conflict home to Russia and force Moscow into making peace. Megumi Lim, CGTN, Kyiv.
German prosecutors have issued an arrest warrant for an Ukrainian suspect in connection to bombing of the Nord Stream gas pipelines. Well, the explosion happened back in 2022. Europe planned to decrease its reliance on Russian energy sources after the conflict broke out in Ukraine. The Nord Stream pipeline carried Russian natural gas to Germany and other European countries. The main suspect is a diving instructor whose last known address was in Poland. Polish authorities report that the suspect left for Ukraine in July before they could detain him. Bombing of German media says prosecutors have identified 2 other Ukrainian suspects, both diving experts who may have planted explosives on the pipeline. German officials have not issued an arrest warning for them.
Facing the unknown is always difficult. In a world in turmoil, it's easy to lose orientation. But when the storms come, we have to see the possibilities. Reinvent. Find new opportunities. Discover a path forward. CGTN. See the difference. When the storms come, we have to see the possibilities.
Welcome back. The World Health Organization has declared Mpox a global public health emergency for the second time in 2 years. An outbreak of the viral infection from the Democratic Republic of Congo has spread to neighboring countries. Jody Jacobs.
Discover a path forward.
The World Health Organization
CGTN.
says the speed
See
of the
difference.
Mpox outbreak in the past few weeks is alarming. The WHO on Wednesday convened a meeting of its emergency committee to evaluate the surge in Africa.
The detection and rapid spread of a new clade of Mpox in eastern DRC. Its
Welcome back. The World Health Organization has declared Mpox a global public health emergency.
And the potential for further spread within Africa and beyond is very worrying.
For the second time
Burundi is
in
the
2
latest
years,
country
an
where
outbreak
Mpox
of
has
the
been
viral
confirmed.
infection from the
According to the World
Democratic
Health
Republic of
Organization,
Congo
the
has
Democratic
spread
Republic of
to
Congo
neighboring
has
countries.
the highest
Jody
number
Jacobs
of reported
explains.
cases, with outbreaks also reported in neighboring Rwanda, Uganda, and the past few weeks. Since the beginning of the year, more than 15,000 cases convened and 500 deaths have been reported. Mpox is transmitted through close contact and causes flu-like symptoms and lesions. Most cases are mild, but it can kill, and the new variant of an endemic strain appears to spread more easily, particularly among children. Tedros Ghebreyesus says the WHO is helping support a rollout of vaccines through close contact and causes flu-like symptoms and lesions. Most cases are mild.
$15 million. We have released about $1.5 million from the WHO contingency fund for emergencies, and we plan to release more in the coming days.
Who says that
we're also appealing to donors to fund the rest of the response plan.
Meanwhile, in Gaza, the health organization is fighting another possible emergency. Is helping support a rollout the risk of polio spreading is high.
Has developed unless there is an urgent response requiring an initial
a serious health threat
$15
for the children of Gaza. A humanitarian ceasefire, it says, needs to be implemented so that it can vaccinate as many children as possible to mitigate the risk of transmission. Jody Jacob, CGTN, New York.
Water bomber aircraft and firefighters are battling to contain the wildfires in southern Spain. A blaze in southern coastal town broke out in nearby hills. The blaze forced emergency services to remove local villagers from their homes. As a precaution, Spanish weather authorities have issued their highest category extreme risk warnings for wildfires in large parts of the country. We turn to Greece, where worst wildfires of the year has forced thousands of people to flee their homes and find shelter outside of bomber aircraft and firefighters are battling more than 100 wildfires in southern Spain, northeast of the Greek capital, leaving one person dead. Evangelos Sipsas has more.
Everywhere you turn your head, burned trees and ashes, the remains of Athens' deadly fire. Among the trees, 4 walls stand. It's the only thing left of Yannis's house. It is here where he worked as an artist. A blaze in southern coastal town broke out in nearby hills.
The blaze forced emergency services to remove local villagers from their homes as a precaution.
It all happened around 3 p.m. and 5 p.m. on Monday. It did not burn overnight. This whole neighborhood was burned between those times. It happened really quickly. Now I'll have to find something to rent, but I don't know where. I'm not sure if I can live in Athens anymore.
The blaze that burned from Sunday forced 11 communities and villages to evacuate and thousands to find shelter elsewhere. That's why the government has set up centers across the capital to distribute essentials and places to host them.
We have been welcoming people that lost their homes or have been taken out of hospices in order to provide a safe shelter for some hours. Then we immediately send them out to hotels that have been funded, subsidized by the state. They will stay there for about 2 or 3 days, hopefully going back to the house that is now accessible again.
But can people affected by extreme weather conditions return to their neighborhoods to rebuild their houses and live again? According to Greek scientists, the climate forecast to distribute their scientific research by creating longer periods of drought and extreme heat waves, such as wildfires. And some communities have already started to suffer.
We have been welcoming people that lost their homes or have been taken out of hospices in order to provide a safe shelter for some hours.
In 2021 in Attica, similarly in 2023, and now this major fire in eastern Attica. The frequency of such events is increasing and occurring in the same geographic area, so these regions will gradually become difficult to inhabit.
The term climate refugee has been lingering more and more lately as communities like this one face more extreme weather conditions, forcing them to call elsewhere home. While the Greek government has put a plan together to support those affected by such events financially, scientists warn that without a plan to avoid these disasters, more and more people will have to migrate within their own borders. While financial support provided by the government to people like Yannis who have lost everything could ease the blow and help them rebuild their life, without a plan to preserve and protect areas like weather conditions, forcing them to call elsewhere home. Evangelos Ipsos for CGTN, Athens.
And Japan continues to be on high alert for the first ever megaquake. The warning came after a 7.1 magnitude earthquake struck last week. Professor Nobuto Mori, the deputy director of Kyoto University's Disaster Prevention Research Institute, tell us, Sun Ye, what the alert means for people and how long the threat could last.
We cannot say it can be 100% increase.
And after a 7.1 magnitude earthquake struck last week, Professor Nobuto.
Normal situation now, Nankai earthquake can be occurred more frequently. That is the meaning of this alert. But if there's nothing happen until end of this week, it can be back to the normal situation.
Okay.
But potentially, Nankai earthquake can be occurred very high, possibility within 30 to 40 years. That's very clear. But we don't know exact date, exact time. So potentially, it's still pretty can be severe in Japan. Very.
How long do you think we should be worried about a possible tsunami or so?
Yeah, that is also very difficult and interesting question scientifically. Historically, Nankai earthquake occurred, sometimes occurred a few hours delay after such kind of, pre-earthquake 30 to 40 years. It was very clear. But we don't know exact date, exact time. And so potentially, actually, we don't know much about such kind of relation scientifically. So in this alert, we just keep this alert a week after Miyazaki earthquake. And the main purpose of this kind of alert is to issue the people preparedness, like preparing water or some emergency food for 1 or 2 days.
All right, before we go, a quick recap of the top story this hour.
I have been making a lot of notes since I arrived.
And the main purpose of
Prime Minister of Fiji's Devanti Rabuka praises China's development while touring Yunnan and Fujian provinces during an official visit.
This kind of alert is
Hamas says it will not take part in the latest round of Gaza ceasefire talks in Qatar. Fierce fighting rages as Ukrainian forces continue their incursion into Russian territory.
The potential for further spread within Africa and beyond is very worrying.
And the World Health Organization declares Mpox a global public health emergency for the second time in 2 years. All right, that's it for the world today. I'm Hona. Thanks for watching. I'll see you soon.
The spread within Africa and beyond is very worrying.
of Insight. As China marks National Ecology Day, time to take stock of wildlife protection efforts of science and the tribe. What better place to do this than the Chengdu research base of giant panda breeding, home to China's beloved conservation efforts of science and the tribe. What better place to do this to meet its carbon emission goals and the challenges in rolling out China-made green exports? Direct answers from Liu Chenmin, China's special envoy for climate change.
Hello and welcome to World Insight.
The Chengdu research base of giant panda breeding, home to China's beloved conservation icon, and a close hard look at China's efforts to meet its carbon emission goals and the challenges in rolling out China-made green exports. Direct answers from Liu Chenmin, China's special envoy.
Earlier, I visited the Chengdu research base of giant panda breeding, which has advocated wildlife protection and ecological civilization. Hello and welcome to World. I met the inimitable giant pandas there. The much-loved China icon has proven to be adorable wildlife protection ambassadors. Thanks to the wonders of science and conservation, the panda has not only survived, but its numbers have thrived. They are older than all of us as a species, 8 million years old to be exact. They are wiser than all of us, as they know there are more important things in life. Eat, drink, fun, and eat, drink, fun. They are natural-born, cute, and cuddly creatures that humans could hardly resist. They are older. The giant panda stories, as been told by so many, 8 million countless times on frequent occasions. I thought the pandas would no longer come as an irresistible surprise while visiting the Chengdu research base of giant panda breeding. But I was wrong. I was totally smitten with those big eyes on black and white fur again, and overwhelmed with everyone's bare enthusiasm. Panda, 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 everywhere. In the huge crowd, I found Zhao Hao. He's the lucky one, a babysitter of the giant panda. He has nurtured 80 panda cubs in the past decade. He said they are all his kids. 你这个手下有很多熊猫是吧？
对，我有7个大熊猫。
Panda 是小的大熊猫。
对，是亚成年大熊猫，叫我们也对亚成年大熊猫。
我知道你家也有小朋友是吧？
啊，对，3岁多。嗯。
咱们这儿的7个宝贝儿也是差不多3、4岁左右。
对，他们也是3、4岁，正好差不多大的年龄。
你给谁的时间多呀？
其实还是熊猫的时间要多一些，给这7个小宝贝的时间要多一些。然后自己家的宝贝嘛，就平常就是说，可能就下班回家的时候看一眼，然后晚上睡觉的时候，他一般他也不会理我了。
So what are the characteristics of pandas at this age?
它是一个是从行为上来说，它比较活泼，这个年龄段。然后
In terms of behavior, pandas in this age group are more lively. This age group is also a very important growth stage for them. It is the process of self-adaptation and the growth spurt stage. So we have to ensure there's enough food and at the same time manage their behavior. Usually, we observe their behaviors, record everyday events, as well as to check if their behaviors may be abnormal. Sure, there's enough food and at the same time manage their behavior. Usually, I usually bring some small things when I visit them, so mostly they will respond. Meanwhile, they could recognize my voice. We have our communication skills with animals. For example, when we call them to come over, we will immediately give them a small thing. We want to reinforce the behavior, usually using food or toys. Pandas are born to have some hobbies, such as taking a bath, rolling, and some others. So I would create the conditions for them to be expressed through behaviors.
Which panda impressed you the most?
What impressed me most was actually in 2009, when I mainly did some medical assistance and field rescue. There was a small panda named Yuan Sha. When he was a child and playing with his friends, he fell down from the bed and got foot fracture. After trying 3 times, the bone connection still failed. Giant pandas are always active, even worse when they are young. In the end, we had no choice but to arrange the surgery and install bone plates to connect. During that time, I had been taking care of him for almost 3 months until he recovered. This process is actually full of hardship.
At that time, when you saw that he was going to have an operation, did you feel very distressed?
What impressed me most was actually in 2009, when I mainly did some medical assistance and just like my own child. There was a small panda named Yuan Sha who may have difficulty when he was a child and playing with his friends. He fell down from the bed and got a foot fracture. Fortunately, he's now very trying 3 times, live the bone connection still no problem.
Is this job still challenging for you?
The next goal of our job actually also is the biggest wish of all of us who are engaged in wildlife protection, is to finally release the animals in captivity into the wild. They should live and go. The next goal of ours is very difficult to release animals in captivity. First of all, they have to be able to live on their own outside, and they could successfully breed with other wild pandas. Our job actually also is the biggest wish of all of us who are engaged in wildlife protection, is to finally release the animals in captivity. I think captivity is also a way to protect. When we can successfully release the captive wild animals into the wild, that's a time very difficult to release animals in captivity. First of all, they have to be able to live on their own outside, and they could successfully. We can also use our captive populations to replenish the wild, to restore the wild populations to normal levels when the wild populations are at risk. This is what I think the most important thing for us to do on wildlife protection. And it's also, from my perspective, I think captivity is also a way to protect. When we can successfully release the captive wild animals into the wild, that's the time our protection period finished completely.
Protecting the giant panda will not only benefit this species itself, but also many in the wild, such as the red panda, the golden snub-nosed monkey, and the red-crowned crane. Wu Yongsheng, the director of the Chengdu research base of giant panda breeding, the guardian of the giant panda, has a dream.
Yes, I want to convene world-renowned wildlife biologists to discuss the protection of ecological environment and biodiversity, as well as the protection of what we call the blue planet home, and jointly find a path or a method for human beings to live in harmony with the environment. I want to convene world-renowned wildlife biologists
How many areas do you think we need to carry out at the same time to really protect our giant pandas?
There are 4 areas. The first is scientific research protection of ecological environment and biodiversity, as well as the protection of what we call the blue planet prevention, and jointly find a path. The second is popular science education. We should disseminate the knowledge of the giant panda to the public. The third is the most important task of international exchanges. The last and most complicated one is cultural tourism. It's much more comprehensive.
Where do you think to start from?
The first is to do a good job in breeding pandas. The second is to tell others the story and culture of pandas. The third is to let more people know the ecological story and culture story of pandas. Protecting the giant pandas is to protect our own. The giant panda has 8 million years of history. The second is the animals that lived with the story and culture are now extinct, but the giant panda still exists today. They must have overcome many difficulties and problems to be able to adapt to nature, so it is very great wisdom. The wisdom will bring our modern thought and study on climate change, biodiversity protection, and protection of the blue planet, the protection of the ecological environment. Let more people know the ecological story and culture story of pandas. Protecting the giant pandas is to protect our own. The giant panda has 8 million years of history. The animals that lived with the panda are now extinct, but the giant panda still exists today. They must have overcome many difficulties and problems to be able to adapt to nature, so it is very great wisdom. The wisdom will bring our modern thought and study on climate change, biodiversity protection, and protection.
As we are only newcomers to our planet. The world is much bigger than what we are. That was repeated beautifully to me when I was just about to leave the research base by these kids who have their own logic about the world and their love, the giant panda.
So how was your trip this time at the garden?
When I was just about to leave the research base,
the babies were very cute.
Who have their own logic about the world and their love, the giant panda.
Cute and funny too, and
so
beautiful.
How was your trip this time at the garden? How did you see?
The big panda.
The big panda. You like the big one?
Yes, the white and black one.
Absolutely. And what about yours?
They were so cute, the babies, and they're very sportive.
Very nice.
Because they can go up the trees and simple
very funny
for
to
them.
watch.
And they eat all the time? Yeah?
Yes, all the time. Cute. They like to eat very much.
Yeah. Did you enjoy watching them eating? Which one?
Yes.
I love that. Right? That's the ultimate
big
life
panda.
we want. The big panda. And what about for you?
I like the red panda
You like the big
the
one?
baby panda. Yes, the white and black one.
I always think this is my life. About yours?
They were so cute, the babies, and they're very sportive because they can go up the trees and simple for them.
They eat all the time here.
Yes, all the time. They like to eat very much.
It's incredible what they do with the small babies and how they take care of the small babies.
Right? That's the ultimate life we want. Exactly. And what about for you?
To save them instead of keeping only one. Now we can keep the two of them.
The baby
That's great.
Yes, and it's good because now we protect their habitats as well.
So
it's important for them to get this possibility to live their life also in the wild. This is what this site is about.
So we don't squeeze their living space, right?
I think we are educating people around the panda, knowing them better, what they are eating, how they are living. And now, yes, people are respecting better the panda life.
In my case, it was in the 80s because my uncle used to come here a lot.
Oh, you did?
My uncle.
Oh.
So he was telling us about China and these stories and the pandas and all other things. And I thought, in the 80s, because my uncle used to come here a lot.
Oh, you did?
I was my uncle. For me, they're really part of China, so...
What kind of story did he tell you?
Oh!
Did he make those stories up, or now
so
you
he was telling us about China and these stories China and the pandas is different and other things, and I thought, one day in my life I need to go see with my own eyes in this country, and for me, as a kid, I just thought panda is the one I remember. Panda and silk, actually, were the two things. And he would bring a panda... panda stuffed animals or panda gifts.
Oh, you have one of those?
Yeah.
Wow, that's very lucky. I would say, yeah.
It was in Europe too, and it was at that time there was the birth of a baby, and it was a big event. So it made me realize how much it was important to safeguard the pandas. And I thought next time I see panda in a real bamboo forest.
Very nice.
J'aime les pandas. I love panda.
我爱熊猫。
You're watching World Insight. Still to come, a close look at China's efforts to meet its carbon emission goals and the challenges in rolling out the China-made green export. Direct answers from Liu Zhenmin, China's special envoy for climate change. Next.
Images may appear to be identical, but looks can be deceiving. The difference is not always obvious. It has to be discovered. There are always different sides to a story. We put the focus on the details. To see more, to understand better, CGTN. See the difference. Focus on the details. There are millions of stories to see more. To understand each one can open new perspectives, new possibilities. Wherever you look, we are there. To see, discover, explore. Put the pieces together to find what really matters to you. All around the world. All around the clock. Our reporters are at home across the globe. There are headquarters in Beijing and production centers in Washington, each one Nairobi, open and new perspectives, new possibilities. Wherever you look, stories from across the globe, reaching people across the globe. CGTN. See the difference. We are there. To see, discover, explore. We put the pieces together to find what really matters.
Welcome back. This is World Insight with me, Tian Wei. Over the years, the pursuit of green, circular, and low-carbon development has become a tall mission in China. The nation has committed to have carbon peaking before the year 2030 and achieving carbon neutrality before 2060. The whole country has mobilized for these goals over the years while providing the best and most affordable green solutions to the rest of the world. Low-carbon development, electronic vehicles, batteries, tall mission in China. So what more could China contribute to global decarbonization before the year 2030 and achieving carbon neutrality before 2060? In exporting China-made green products for these goals over the years while providing the best and most affordable green solutions to the rest of the world. For example, electronic vehicles. Mr. Special Envoy, during various conversations regarding climate change, we see an issue about China's economic status always comes up, especially recently. Some people say, oh, China is already very developed in its economy. Solar panels. You're a big chunk what more of the world contribute to global decarbonization. Why do you still call yourself a developing country? How is the country doing with the challenges recently to negotiate exporting China-made climate change discussions? Answer to these questions. Now, as the special envoy, what is your answer to them? Liu Zhenmin.
China, economically, I think, talking about GDP will be reached a certain level.
Special envoy for climate change.
But national
Mr. Special Envoy,
we're still
during various conversations regarding climate change, we see an issue about China's economic status always comes up, especially recently. Some people say, oh, China is already very developed in its economy. You're a big chunk of the world's GDP. Why do you still call yourself a developing country and use that status to negotiate?
Achieve industrialization within a few decades. I think there's a lot of new issues emerging. Better understand for China, you should just not only go to Shanghai and go to Shenzhen, I think of the coastal area. You also need to go to see what's remaining within a few decades. Large part of West Central, a lot of part of China.
Yeah.
I think West can still in its process of development, because with our national objective, we are going to achieve our China's new issues emerging. China's style modernization. China. You should just not only go to Shanghai and go to Shenzhen, I think the coastal area. You also need to go 35 we are more or less we can achieve the national to see what's remaining. In a large industrialization West doesn't mean that the entire country will be. I think will be ready to manufacture. Still, we have to large part of our development rural part because with our urbanization will achieve 60%, 70%. But China's large part of the country, China's modernization to ensure that before 2035 balanced development. I think even urban area and rural area. Big challenge. We are more or less we can achieve international industrialization. Very vulnerable country to climate change. Industrialization doesn't mean that every year we suffer. Entire country will be converted to manufacturing. We have job. We have to large part of the country. So it will be China. That's where. Our urbanization will achieve maybe over 60%, 70%, but I think the ratio of our will remain. Chinese government, I think, will ensure that we have a nationally mobilized, balanced development to achieve the urban area and the rural area. We announced China President Xi in 2020. At the same time, before the UN General Assembly, we are also going to achieve carbon neutral, carbon peaking. Before 20, you can see that every year we're suffering from carbon neutral natural disasters. 60 in the north because we have jobs. This in the south will fly as a one. So it will be economy. China that's demonstrate our need to Chinese contribution global to the global solution. I think the ratio. I do think Chinese government also help China nationally mobilized towards our objective to achieve the building up a beautiful China has been announcing that we in 2020 when we are completed our nationwide eradication neutral carbon peaking nationally we are moving towards and we are going to achieve better life for the people before 2060. Better life for the people because they see well as one of the largest economy will demonstrate ecological Chinese contribution for our global solution. This is to addressing climate change is also help global of China as well as national towards our objective. I think the building up a beautiful China. Not talking China when we developing when we are just completing our nationwide eradication of poverty. We are nationally we are moving towards need to be very better life for the people in country. Better life for the people means actually we also need any country really to achieve the industriological very difficult for our people.
China has been committing, as you said, to 2030, 2060.
Global objective
Yet,
as well as
many are expecting for some time
I think
a specific timetable to achieve those important goals. Meanwhile, with the upcoming COP29, many are wondering what might be China's contribution to a complex and possibly challenging discussion.
Actually, for achieve the national NDC for 2035.
China has been committing, as you said, to 2030.
It's for developed country parties.
Yet, many are expecting for some time a specific timetable to achieve those important goals. Meanwhile, with the upcoming COP29, many are wondering what might be China's contribution to a complex and possibly challenging discussion.
Need to demonstrate how we are going to achieve for submitting to achieve a national national determined contribution as announced by President Xi that China will achieve CO2 for developed country carbon peaking before they need to demonstrate that this is one issue we have to address in your next NDC to reduce. But I think the emissions. Definitely, before 2035, are required by Paris Agreement carbon peaking before 2030. For 2030. Developing countries like China, so challenge also need to demonstrate how we are going to achieve the global submission to achieve a national carbon peaking. Because I next few years, President Xi that China will achieve another global CO2 to review carbon peaking before how NDC. So I think that this is one issue we have to address in your next NDC. For the but I think COP29 in Baku, I think definitely the focus would be to address the carbon peaking before 2030, global before 2030. climate financing. So challenge for especially for supporting developing countries. This submission by all countries. So this will be a very critical issue within next few years. The world will have now for the world another global topic to review how the convey this message at some of the forums to the global efforts. If we want to achieve the forthcoming COP29 in which I think that the focus would be address the issue to address we need to provide to the world more affordable climate finance secure technology for especially for supporting developing financing countries to provide. So this will be very critical issue financing because they could now for the world the process of energy transition. As I also they also need to be prepared for some national adaptation. Convey this message at some of the third, of course, we need to ensure if we want to achieve global the fair international system for cooperation. We have to cooperation. Without international cooperation, the world we need to really provide the world more affordable secure around mid of century. Second, we have to that's why I think these three elements are interconnected to provide developing for the global climate finance. They could really challenge the process of energy transition. Otherwise, they also need to be prepared for their national adaptation. Developed countries parties really continue. Third, of course, they need to provide financial there will be developing countries the fair international system for cooperation announced and cooperation many years ago. Without international cooperation, second, I think the world will not be. We also need to mobilize all the multilateral around mid of the century for their. That's why these three elements they are interconnected. In the future, so even for the global climate finance, I think we need also to mobilize challenge to be how we are going to private cooperation among all for their investors to develop country parties really contingent. So that's why I think China is providing financial support. Many of our private enterprises and all of their commitments they announced. Third, many years ago, we also need to mobilize. Second, I think of course we also need to mobilize. All the multilateral encourage to mobilize the world people to practice so-called their investment is extremely important to climate finance, to lead, to follow low carbon footprint, to mobilize, to enjoy a private sector. It is also important. So their investment to address the climate for the next 30 years. So that's why I think China is doing now, and for global cooperation. Many of our private enterprises there be already.
That's all the time we have for today. If you'd like to know more, search World Insight. Check out our YouTube channel. Follow us on X and Facebook. I'm Tian Wei. On behalf of the team, thanks for being with us.
The world people to practice so-called circular economy, and it's really important to follow a low carbon footprint. Circular economy, it is also important. So, for the next
our YouTube channel, follow us on X and Facebook. I'm Tian Wei. On behalf of the team, thanks for being with us. Bye for now. Global
Hello and welcome. And in Gaza, at least 15 Palestinians, including children, are killed after an intensive Israeli attack on the city of Han Yunis. As Al-Sadawi reports.
There has just been a very violent strike that took place in Khan Yunis East area. The Palestinian civil defense is, in the meantime, trying to help as much people as they can. Right in front of me, just now, a few seconds ago, there was a child that was hit and his family was rushing to the emergency department because they were extremely worried about his safety. And every incident that takes place, the children are affected, either killed or injured or left with a lifetime scars because of losing their family member. And this is the situation, and this is how it unfolds for the people in Gaza. And every discussion incident that takes place between the mediators and the American administration and the Israeli government. And if one key party to those negotiations is not present, that means that there is a misrepresentation in there, and that means that they will not or injured or left with a lifetime and they will not be losing their family member. Of course, Hamas has been commenting on the situation that has been unfolding, the bombardments, the what they call the massacre in At-Tabi'in school, the assassination of Ismail Haniyeh, and all of those things together. And they have been saying that they are not between the mediators any more and negotiation the American administration and the Israeli government to see and timetable key party schedule with all the details as to how can the agreements that were proposed by Mr. Biden and the American administration be translated into action. Everyone, including Israel and the American administration, is anticipating a round of violence, a round of war, given that Iran has been insisting to retaliate for the killing of Haniyeh on its sovereign land. No much expecting and Israel and the American administration that is anticipating to be abrupt, and that is going to be also regional.
Although Hamas says it will not participate in the ceasefire negotiations held in Doha on Thursday, the U.S. says Qatar has been working to ensure Hamas representation. As a mediator, Egypt says the discussions aim to resolve the outstanding issues and address the humanitarian situation in Gaza.
And I think we are expecting also an escalation
Hamas will not be there, that is correct,
but and that is going to be also regional.
In touch with the mediators, especially with Qatar, so there are a message.
Although Hamas says it will not participate in the ceasefire negotiations held in Doha on Thursday, the U.S. says Qatar has been working to ensure Hamas
officials they live in Qatar right next door. So
as a mediator, Egypt says the discussions aim to resolve the outstanding issues and address the humanitarian situation in Gaza.
The mediators, Israel is hoping to progress, and Hamas will not be there. That is correct. We can understand it by the fact that both the head of the Mossad, with the mediators, especially with Qatar, so the Israeli Internal Security Agency, Ronen Bar, both of them will attend. This is quite a high-level delegation sent from Israel. There is a lot of pressure will be delivered outside. First from inside, in families, negotiations. Families are saying Qatar and many hostages. This might be the last chance to bring them out alive. Officials, therefore, they're leaving Qatar right next door, so to go forward. They might not officially participate, but they are there close by. The American administration and other Israeli allies, such as the United Kingdom, Germany, France, are all putting their pressure in order for this to succeed, for the war in Gaza to come for some kind of an end, or at least a pause. Other Israeli allies, maybe such as the United Kingdom, some kind Germany, of France, to other arenas, most notably the Lebanon border to succeed. For the war in Gaza difficult, or still for some kind of an end, or at least a pause. Hamas and wants to achieve that Israel is unable some kind of an deliver, and other arenas, most notably the Lebanon border. We'll have to wait and see if the discussions are difficult. There are still points of contention. There are still in Qatar things that Hamas wants to achieve that Israel is unable to deliver, and vice versa.
To Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas, who is visiting Ankara. Erdogan says Turkey will continue to rally the international community to increase pressure on Israel. Turkey has condemned Israel's action in Gaza and accused some Western countries of remaining silent or supporting Israel. Erdogan told Abbas that Ankara, Turkish President, especially in the Muslim world, he supports to Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas, who is visiting Ankara. Abbas is scheduled to address Turkey will continue to rally session on Thursday. Erdogan invited Abbas after Israeli Turkey has condemned Israel's action in Gaza and accused some Western countries of remaining silent or supporting Israel. Well, 2024 marks the 50th years of anniversary between diplomatic relations between China and Brazil. Since then, the two nations to address the greatly developed business and political contacts with prospects for additional growth in the coming years. Netanyahu addressed the U.S. Congress late last month.
In a recent interview with foreign media in Brasilia, Brazil's President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva highlighted the 50 years of diplomatic relations between China and Brazil, emphasizing his government's ambitious plans for this partnership.
We intend to discuss with the Chinese a new strategic partnership between Brazil and China,
a strategic partnership in a recent interview with foreign export of commodities, but also includes collaboration in science and technology.
50 years of diplomatic relations between Brazil and China, emphasizing his government's ambitious plans for this partnership.
Of President Lula, China feels very comfortable.
We intend to discuss with the Chinese a new strategic partnership between Brazil and China, a strategic partnership that involves not only the export of commodities, but also includes collaboration in science and technology
with China.
China's integration in
so I believe that
globalized world. It did open a number of windows of opportunity for us Brazilians. China is, I think, ready to investing more in Brazil,
import
and trading more with Brazil.
A number of
However, the former Brazilian ambassador to China stresses that Brazil also needs to do its part to make the most of its partnership with China.
In order to China's integration in the rest of the world, globalized
Brazil and China enjoy well-established cooperative diplomatic relations, and both nations express strong intentions to further deepen these ties in the coming years.
This professor of international relations sees resilience in Brazil's diplomatic relations with China.
The fact that Brazil remains a member of the BRICS is a signal that China-Brazil relations, they will happen, they will take place, and they will be strong regardless of who is in power in Brazil.
China is Brazil's main trading partner.
Brazil and China enjoy well-established cooperative diplomatic relations, and both nations express strong intentions to further deepen these ties in the coming years.
This professor of international relations
as
sees
cultural tourism
resilience
consumption
in
evolves,
Brazil's
maritime
diplomatic
tourism is
China.
also diversifying,
The
and
fact
new
that
integrated
Brazil
business
remains a
models are
member of the
emerging.
BRICS is a signal that China-Brazil relations, they will happen, they will take place, and they will be strong regardless of who is in power in Brazil.
Wake up
China
to the
is
sound
Brazil's
of the
main
ocean
trading partner
and
an
explore the
important
vibrant
investor
marine
in the
life
country.
at your doorstep.
There seems to be
This
strong
is not a
political
traditional
will.
cruise ship, but a giant floating hotel. This is Mentol #1 aquaculture platform, Fuzhou's latest attraction in tourism. It has a
To
dining
further
hall with
develop
over
this
100
relationship
seats,
in the future,
25 rooms,
Paulo Cabral,
and many other
CGTN,
amenities for
Brasília.
relaxation. Many visitors
As
told me
cultural
they're
tourism
truly
consumption
impressed
evolves,
by its
maritime
remarkable
tourism
stability.
is also
Here's a
diversifying,
glass
and
of
a
orange
new
juice.
integrated business
You can
models
see
are
it is
emerging.
still and untouched.
Fijian has launched
And
a
this is a
platform
large
that is
yellow quacker
attracting many
exactly
visitors
farmed on this
with
platform. Visitors can enjoy this incredibly delicious
fishing-related
然后我刚才也尝了一下
tourism.
I tasted the yellow croaker in the morning, and it was indeed
Wake up to
fresher
the
and more
sound of the
flavorful
ocean
compared to
and
others I've
explore the
tried.
vibrant marine
I also
life
tried
at
fishing.
This floating hotel features an advanced aquaculture system. It combines sonar, optical, video technologies, and data analysis to manage deep-sea farming in an intelligent way. The annual output of large yellow quackers is worth nearly $140 million. They also offer rapid delivery services. This drone delivers fish to downtown Fuzhou 70 kilometers away within 45 minutes.
We believe that the integration of fishing and tourism is quite unique.
To manage
It
deep-sea
breaks the
farming in an
conventional
intelligent
exploration
way.
of the ocean
The annual
and
output of
allows
large
visitors
yellow
to
quackers
experience
is
the
worth
lives
nearly
of fishermen.
$140 million.
Since July of last
They also
year,
offer
we have
rapid
hosted
delivery
over
services.
5,000
This drone
visitors.
delivers fish according to the downtown Chinese Fuzhou Ministry of 70 Natural kilometers Resources away The within national 45 marine minutes. tourism industry generated a value add of over
We
$200
believe that
billion
the
in
integration of fishing
2023,
and tourism is
increasing
quite
10%
unique.
year on
It
year.
breaks the conventional
Tourism
exploration
consumption
of
is
the
becoming
ocean
more
and allows
diversified,
visitors to
with new
experience the
integrated
lives of
business
fishermen.
models
Since
constantly
July of
emerging.
last year,
Guo
we have
Lingjie,
hosted over
CGTN,
5,000
Lianjiang County,
visitors.
Fujian Province. According to the Chinese
Alright,
Ministry
that's
of
it for the
Natural
road today.
Resources,
Thanks for watching.
the national marine tourism industry generated a value add of over $200 billion in 2023, increasing 10% year on year. tourism consumption is becoming more diversified, with new integrated business models constantly emerging. 郭林杰 CGTN 连江 County, Fujian Province.
That's it for the world today, and we'll not thanks for watching, and bye.
sports scene. Kylian Mbappe marks his Real Madrid debut with a goal as the European champions get past Atalanta to win the Super Cup. Cristiano Ronaldo gets a goal and an assist in Al Nassr's win over Al Tawun in the Saudi Super Cup semi-final. And Olympic champion Zheng Qinwen reveals that she is not feeling 100% for the Cincinnati Open after picking up the flu.
I don't know why.
Hello, thanks for joining us on Sports Scene. We're live from Beijing. I'm Mike Fox. We start with Real Madrid's latest high-profile signing, marking his debut with a goal. Kylian Mbappe was on target as his side got past Atalanta 2-0 in the UEFA Super Cup final. With Europe's top-flight domestic season set to get underway this weekend, the traditional season curtain raiser between the Champions League and Europa League winners is taking place in Warsaw. Mbappe has a penalty shout waved away in the 5th minute, but the Champions League winners do go in front in the 59th minute. Thanks for joining us. Good work, Sports Scene. Vinicius Junior, that results in Federico Valverde tapping into an empty net. We start with Real Madrid's latest high-profile signing, marking his debut with a goal. Kylian Mbappe into the top corner and announced his arrival in style. It ends 2-0. Real start their La Liga season against Real Valladolid on Sunday. Atalanta are away at Lecce on Monday in Serie A. Afterwards, Valverde made it clear just how important their new star man will be.
He adds up a lot to the team. His maturity. We all know he's a great player. I think he's arrived to give many things to the team, not only related to football, but also with his personality. During these few days, I've shared the pitch with him and realized he's a great person and a great teammate. He hasn't come just to be his own leader, but rather to lead the team. And that speaks volumes. I think he's arrived to give many things to his teammates, not only related to football, so he can do his best for the club.
Over in Saudi Arabia, Cristiano Ronaldo was back in club action for Al Nassr. The forward doesn't look like slowing down at the age of 39 and helped his side to a 2-0 win over Al Tawun
also with his personality.
In the Saudi Super Cup
During
semi-final.
These few days,
Ronaldo takes to the pitch looking to put a disappointing Euro
he's a great person and a great teammate. He hasn't come just to be his
allow Ayman Yaha to get the opener in the 8th minute. The former Real Madrid man then gets the second in the 57th minute, finishing off a decent move, and then a cross from Sultan Al Ghanam. It ends 2-0. Al Nassr will take on champions Al Hilal in the final on Sunday. Brazilian Olympic medalists received a triumphant welcome home after their performances in Paris. Gymnast Rebecca Andrade, the country's most decorated Olympic athlete, received a huge ovation after winning gold in the floor final, silver. It ends 2-0 on individual all-around, and bronze in the women's team competition with Flavia Saravia and Lorraine Oliveira, who also took part in this event in Flamengo. Canoeist Isaquias Queiroz won silver in the men's canoe singles 1,000 meters, and judoka Rafaela Silva, who won bronze in the team's competition, were also greeted. Brazil was the Latin country to win the most medals in Paris, earning 20 in total. 3 of them were gold, 7 silver in the final on Sunday. Brazilian Olympic medalists.
As long as I'm healthy, I'll play my sport and I'll be happy and performing. Not everything is a medal, but it's always very good, and we strive for that. Winning medals is incredible, but everything we experience along this path, I think, is what makes the difference.
Everyone was watching, so I couldn't do it ugly. But even now I'm rewatching the video
I'll
again,
play my sport
because
and I'll be
for
happy
me it
and
was a
performing.
surprise.
Not everything
it was
is a
an
medal,
athlete very
but it's
unusual.
always very
For
good,
me, in the
and we
end,
strive for
I had
that.
to do my best to
Winning
bring the
medals
medal
is incredible,
because I couldn't
but
live
everything
without
we
a medal
experience
there.
along this path, I think, is what makes the
Chinese
difference.
elements were of some interest in Paris, with focus on the country's
Everyone was
history
watching,
and modern
so I couldn't
achievements.
do it ugly.
The recent Olympics
Even now
were
I'm
also
rewatching the video again, because for me it was a surprise. It was an athlete very unusual, and for me in the end, I had to do my best to bring the medal
China's
because
Olympic
I couldn't
delegation
live
achieved
without a
their
medal
best
there.
overseas performance at the Paris Olympics.
Well,
Also
Chinese
shining in Paris was
elements
China
were of
House,
some interest in
an
Paris,
iconic
with
site
focus
which
on
aimed
the
to
country's
showcase
history
the country's
and modern
rich cultural
achievements.
heritage.
The recent
During the
Olympics
Games,
were also
the house captured the attention of Parisians and others with multiple activities such as traditional Chinese sports and food
in the same
events.
year as the 60th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic ties between China and
China
France.
House is a
CGTN's
window
Jun
onto
Mandan
Chinese
reports.
sports and a platform to show Chinese sports culture to the world.
China's
I think
Olympic
it's nice
delegation
to be able
achieved
to
their
have
best
a
overseas
place like
performance
China
at the
House
Paris
in a city
Olympics.
that hosts
Also
the Olympic
shining in Paris
Games
was
to
China
show
House,
Chinese
an
culture to
iconic
people
site
from
which
different
aimed to showcase
countries.
the With China's efforts to promote its culture to the rest of the world in recent years, more and more people are getting to know the country's ideals and accomplishments, with journalists and volunteers working at the Games sharing their opinions.
I have a pretty good idea about China, and I was there last year for Asian Games.
Working at the Games sharing their opinions.
We had a good time, and I have a pretty good idea about amazing experience. So they have organized very well that Asian Games. Well organized. I was there last year for Asian Games.
Yeah, I know the runner.
So we had a good time.
And Queen Haiyang.
Oh, I saw the clip on TikTok. With the outfit. Yeah, he was so cool.
Amazing.
These elements have provided an opportunity for the world to gain a better understanding of Chinese culture and promote cultural exchanges between China and other countries. 朱满丹 CGTN.
Games well organized. Did it well.
Yeah, I know the runner Su Bingtian.
And Queen Haiyang. Oh, I saw the clip on TikTok. With the outfit. Yeah, he was so cool.
These elements have provided an opportunity for the world to gain a better understanding of Chinese culture and promote cultural exchanges between China and other countries. 朱满丹 CGTN.
You're watching breaking news on CGTN. Headlines from around the world. Welcome to the world today on CGTN.
Facing the unknown is always difficult. In a world in turmoil, it's easy to lose orientation. But when the storms come, we have to see the possibilities. Reinvent. Find new opportunities. Discover a path forward. CGTN. See the difference.
Jiang Qinwen has revealed that she is not feeling 100%
is always difficult.
for the Cincinnati Masters after suffering with an illness after the Paris Olympics. The Chinese became the first Asian player to win the women's singles gold at the Games 2 weeks ago and says she may need to wait before competing again.
This experience means a lot for me because I never know I could play 5 matches in a row without stopping these Olympic Games. Because before the slams, the girls will always have to play 2 matches in a row in one slam. That moment I say,
Discover a path forward.
I don't like that. But after these 5 matches,
6
matches in total, I can say, yeah, that will be a piece of cake for me to play 2 matches in a row in the slams. In Olympic Games, I had a lot of fun in the village. That was nice. Of cake for me to play 2 matches in a row in a slam. But in the same time, the conditions has been more tough than the usual tournament. I was ready, honestly, 3 days ago in the village. And after that, the nice experience for me to meet another athlete. I got a bit sickness. But at the same time, the conditions has been more tough than the usual tournament. I was ready, honestly, 3 days ago. Then after that, I wouldn't say I'm 100% there. The flu. My mental was 100% ready, but my hit me a bit. I got a bit sickness. I need more time to be prepared, and I wish I can travel maybe by tomorrow. I take a flu in the airplane.
In men's tennis, world
right now, I wouldn't say I'm 100% there. I mean, my mental was 100% ready, but my physical needs to. I need more time to be prepared, and I wish I can be recovered by tomorrow.
The top-seeded Italian, who turns 23 on Friday, world number one, Yannick Sinner, past the third round at the American Midwest event, but is hoping to improve on that showing this week. Sinner is given a tough test recently down to the intensity of the matches after skipping the Paris Games due to tonsillitis, but wins the frame 6-4. Top-seeded Italian, who turns 23 on Friday, has early on past the third round at the American Midwest event, but is hoping to improve on that showing this week. Sinner is given a tough test in his opening match. In the Australian Open winner gets to match point the qualifier once and converts, wins the frame 6-4 just in the second frame. Sinner tries hours. The victory marks his 25th upper hand early on. And next over him tied at 5-5. Sebastian Baez nets Jordan Thompson for a place in the quarterfinals for the first time at this event. The Australian Open winner gets to match point and converts. Another action to win in overcame just under in 2 hours to reach the second round. Marks his 25th of quick the season. That event, the 21-year-old. Next over him, lost the Open 6-2, but the Dane was able to fight back and take the next 2 frames for a place in the quarterfinals for the first time. Turning to golf event and the China Golf Association Wuhan Open. Xiao Bowen edged another action by 1 shot, overcame his third title in 3 sets to reach the second round. 144 golfers. Just give you a quick bit of news from that event. The 21-year-old in this event lost the Open and the final round. The Dane was able to fight back Chinese players. Xiao and Jim go neck and neck with the victory for the title, despite trailing by 2 shots in the opening 3 rounds. And Open shows Xiao Bowen edged Jin Zhao by 1 shot to clinch his third title of the first 9 holes. However, Jin has a double bogey 10 countries and 12 participate in this event. And the final round, leading position, Chinese players Xiao and Jin go neck and neck. The 34-year-old title lifts the trophy trailing by the total score in the opening 3 rounds. Jin finishes second. Superb form from the final day behind Lance 530s on the first 9 holes. Okay, I'm going to say goodbye with some more tennis highlights from the Cincinnati Open. Be sure to check us out to maintain his leading position across X, Facebook, and 13. Join me for the 34-year-old Xiao lifts the trophy and then with a total score of 6 under par. Jin finishes second, just 1 shot behind. Okay, I'm going to say goodbye with some more tennis highlights from the Cincinnati Open. Be sure to check us out using the handle CGTN Sports Scene across X, Facebook, and YouTube. And join me for more Sports Scene at 1:15 p.m. and then again at 3:30 p.m. Beijing time. See ya.
Hello and welcome to the Hub on CGTN. I'm Wang Guan in Beijing.
In an era marked by complex geopolitical dynamics, the relationship between China and the United States extends beyond policy matters and economics to harness profound levels of human connections. During last year's APEC conference in San Francisco, Chinese President Xi Jinping vowed to invite 50,000 American students to visit China over the next 5 years. The goal is to increase people-to-people exchanges between the two nations. This summer, groups of university and high school students from the United States have joined integrated courses on conference in San Francisco with topics covering the economy, diplomacy, and foreign policy. They've also visited tourist attractions to explore more of China's traditional and modern cultures. My colleague Xu Shu caught up with Christopher Keith Tillman, who will be entering Wayne State University to visit China over the next 5 years. He became interested in China is to increase people-to-people exchanges between the two nations. Expectations. This summer, groups of
What has drawn you to this program, and what have left strong impressions on you so far?
it's the fourth day of the trip. So tomorrow we'll be going to Xi'an, and I'm pretty excited.
And high school students from the United States have joined integrated courses on China studies with topics covering the economy, diplomacy, and foreign policy. They've also visited
rapid and last minute, but I was the only one that decided to do it, and I was very happy to. It was the end of the year, the end of my senior year, so I'm going to be a freshman in the fall. And our Chinese teacher just had thrown a program at us and told us that we were able to go to China for the summer. And I was the only one interested in my class, so I decided to go to China. Chinese teacher just had thrown a program at us and told us that for 4 years we were able to go to China.
What made you want to do it?
So at first it was for my grandmother, because I wanted to travel to China myself and bring her along with me and be able to speak the language, at least conversational, to be able to get around China easily along with my grandmother. She wanted to visit the Shaolin Temple, and I wanted to be able to speak Chinese because I didn't just want to go and be in a foreign country and not be able to speak the language, and the summer would be a struggle. And I was the only one interested in my class, so around China I decided to
give us a little bit context of how many people were taking. How long have you taken? How did you feel when you first started reading? What made you want to do it? Didn't make
so at first it was for my grandmother
compared to
because I
woman
wanted to
letters.
travel to China myself and bring her along with me, be able to speak the pandemic. At least conversational. Most people quit the class that year, so I didn't even know who was fully in the class. She wanted to visit for the Shaolin Temple first and second year, and it was I wanted to speak Chinese because I didn't just want to go hello and be how to say a foreign country and not be able to speak the language. The time, telling time, it would be a struggle. How to tell time. And then second year, it was
give
more
us a little
complicated. We
bit
started
context
learning
of
sentence
how many
structure,
people were taking the
and
class,
also,
and how did you feel when you first start reading all the
at restaurants and
characters that didn't make a lot of sense comparing to
Which
woman
parts
letters?
of the language or culture that's related to the language that so far gives you
most people
the most
quit the class that
excitement,
year,
and what
so I
has
didn't
been
even
the
know
biggest
who was fully in the
challenges?
class. My sophomore year cultural part would be Chinese New Year. First and second year, I love Chinese New Year every year. Basic Chinese, so just learning how to celebrate. Hello, I bring it into my household at home. Eat. I like to share the time. Telling time. We learned a lot of stuff. How to tell time. And also in the classroom as well, our teachers, we would have. I remember we all shared jiaozi. In that second year, dumplings. It was more complicated. We started learning all sentence structure all over the world. Also, it was how to it was like a melting pot of dumplings. And I remember that at restaurants and being one of my favorite moments in that class. Nature challenges.
Which parts of the language or culture that's related to the language that so far gives you
tone was pretty good. But the only problem I had was
the most excitement, and what has been the biggest challenges?
Figuring out cultural part, how the subject went in the sentence, definitely. And then there's different ways of putting them in the sentence. That's what kind of threw me off because I thought it was only one way, but it could be multiple ways as well. And so that was pretty difficult for me.
You're going to college soon. Do you have an idea of what you want to study in college, and do you plan to continue your Chinese learning journey in college?
I already have met the professor for linguistics at my college. I've already registered for the first Chinese class of many, and also my major will be information business technology, so I'll be in the IT department. I already have met the professor for linguistics at my college. I've already registered for the first Chinese class of many, and also my major will be information business technology, so I'll be in the IT department, as well as I found a minor very interesting. Very, very interesting, as well as other technological advancements. So yesterday they were doing multiple things, providing multiple companies with also was different things, and not just specializing in one technology department that was technology. And I found that very interesting. Creating drones, especially with the AI. I found that very interesting. Driving, very, very interesting, as well as all these things that are in the U.S. as well, but they're getting more technological that we've seen on the trip as well. I saw the development being at a totally different level than being in the Americas. And they were doing multiple things, providing multiple companies very developed, but in China I feel like they have just more resources, specializing in one aspect, do these things, and have multiple plants and all of these different devices and things of that sort.
If you return home and talk to someone who hasn't been to this country, what are the three things that you would tell them?
So the first thing I would
all
say,
these things are in the U.S. as well, but
China
they're getting more developed in
It's
China.
wonderful. It's beautiful. The culture is very rich. The second thing I would say
that we've
is that
seen on the trip as well.
There are
I saw
multiple
the
opportunities in China, especially
being
for
a
Americans
totally different
that
level
want
than
to
being in the Americas.
pursue international business relations in China. And then the third thing I would say would be the food is amazing. Yeah.
Alexander David Basayo is an incoming sophomore at the University of Pennsylvania. He also shared his China story and how Chinese culture has inspired him.
So, what brought you to China?
Yeah.
I've always had a very deep passion
Alexander
for learning
David
Chinese. I always loved being around my Chinese classmates and learning about their
Basayo is an incoming sophomore at the University of Pennsylvania.
Even at school.
He also shared his China story and how Chinese culture has inspired him.
So, what brought you to China?
Like Chinese I've always had a very deep passion. It's always been very Chinese.
Okay. Before the interview started, you told me your story, your connection with China, with Chinese, with the language, with the culture. Do you feel comfortable sharing maybe a little bit more about that story?
America, sure. Americans can learn from the way my parents weren't around. My friends all the time about like Chinese life. After school, I think it's always been very interesting. Elementary school, middle school.
Before the interview started, you told me your story, your connection with China, with Chinese, with the language, with the culture. Do you feel comfortable sharing maybe a little bit more about that story?
And sure, his family was made up of his grandparents, who my parents were around from China all the time, so only knew Chinese. After school, his parents, especially were elementary school and middle school, only fluent in Chinese, and because I was always super hungry. And he translated my friend's house down the street. He was one of my first friends. Going there every day after school. I go to his house, and Chinese family was made up of his grandparents who immigrated I spent with his grandparents, learning from them. Chinese, and I gained a lot of cultural insight through that. One of my favorite memories was Chinese and someone fluent in English, and then he translated a lot of things for me. We were making dumplings together, going there, and I was still trying to learn my Chinese, so I was like, oh, how true, like delicious, like this is so good. And they were like laughing at me because they had never really seen an American speaking Chinese before.
What have you seen so far?
Every day, the Great Wall. After school, my second time seeing the Great Wall, I slowly learned Chinese over time. As amazing as I remember. Really enjoyed such the time I spent with his grandparents. Every time learning from them. And I gained a lot of cultural insight through that. One of my favorite memories was Lunar New Year's. I remember last time I was in Beijing. Me and his grandparents, beautiful as always. I still don't know how they keep it so well maintained. Making dumplings together, were able to and I was still trying to learn my Chinese dishes. I was like, I really like delicious. Like, this is so good. Every night. So I've made dumplings with my friend's family before. It's been a while, but I still have some of the rolling skills. So
do you make the dough yourself too? Because that would take a lot of time.
It takes multiple days for us. But it was part of the Lunar New Year's tradition with my friend's family. It's all about spending time with the people you care about. I cared a lot about my best friend's family. His home was like a second home to me. Spending time with them, getting to hear their native tongue, Chinese, like every time I would go over, and listening to more traditional music, especially around Lunar New Year's, is what made it so special to me because it was so different. My neighborhood was traditionally pretty white. I had a small connection with the Asian community. I had a Korean friend that lived nearby. I knew some of the Chinese families in the neighborhood through my friend. It was always kind of a connection with the Asian community. Every time I walked through their doors, I had a Korean friend that lived nearby. It was so different than anything else. The Chinese families in the neighborhood, my American friends. You know, you kind of knew what you were getting into with them. It was always kind of a new world every time I walked through their doors. My Chinese friend. His name was Li Ming. It was so different than anything else with my and then going to school, friends, especially kind of knew what you were getting into in high school. Again, never knew what you were getting into when you were hanging out with like the most Chinese school. His name was Li Ming for the but I definitely had experience with and then going to school, especially in university now, middle and high school, and it's always was something that's not very fascinating to me because I get to take so much away, not only from but I definitely had experience with, of course, have the diversity, especially in university now, how they grew up. And I also learned so much from my friends from India, very fascinating to me because I get to take so much away, not Pakistan, only from my Chinese friends, Korea, of course, have the most interest in their lifestyle and how they grew up. But I also learned so much.
And you were telling me that you took Chinese classes, so share a little bit about that.
Like Pakistan. They were Korea, Japan. My Chinese classes were very difficult. It's just such university that I'm able to experience that.
And you were telling me that you took Chinese classes,
nice woman.
so
she was happy that
share a little bit about that.
I was even taking the class with her. They were hard. I was the only. My Chinese classes were very difficult. American university. Everybody had some sort of. My Chinese teacher was a super nice woman. She was happy. Pretty difficult for me. I was even taking the class with her. I always felt very nervous. I was the only Chinese. American, but in the my class, teacher always gave me some extra support. There was always resources, which when I wanted it, pretty when I told them I was actually coming to, I always felt very nervous. Shanghai, they were speaking Chinese, like very happy to hear that I was coming. But my teacher always gave me a lot of extra support. There was always resources willing to go either when I wanted it to support me. When I told them I was actually coming to. Beijing through Chinese. Shanghai, I think I'll need like another year or two to hear that I was before I can start reading. I find that a lot of people in my classes have been more than willing to go either way to support me through my. It's a little bit spotty learning through Chinese. My speaking I think I'll need like another year or two of practice before I can start reading. Newspapers and books as active as I used to be. On social media, I saw it's a little bit spotty, touristy. My speaking skills aren't the best, which is great. I love getting to see.
Are you active on social media?
In the Forbidden City, all the really cool photos of them on Instagram. Active as I used to be. On social media, I saw a lot more things. I would say is when I actually come to Beijing, things, which is great. I love getting to culture, like the Great Wall, the Forbidden City, going into those really cool photos, small shops on Instagram are never posted and like asking more impactful waiters or whatever when I actually come to Beijing, whatever they recommend. Immersed in I find that the culture, the language, and going into those small shops that Chinese are never posted in comparison to social media. A waiter for whatever they want gives me a good perception. Whatever they recommend, the touristy things, the beauty of China, the natural landmarks, very, very informative of how Chinese life really is in comparison to social media. Businesses, where social media, that's when you find a true perception of Chinese culture. The touristy things, the beauty of China. I think there's something, the national landmarks, interesting when you're actually in speaking those broken Chinese to locally store owner that doesn't know any English. That's when you find the true essence of Chinese culture. Something that's very traditional. I think there's something you would never get in America. Very interesting, or any other country for that matter. Speaking broken Chinese, that's just seeing how much this world has to offer and how big this world truly is. Something that's very traditional. I believe that you would never get in America. So much from or any other country for that matter. Type of to me, that's just seeing how much this world has to offer and what you can read off the menu. You can't read this world truly is that well. I believe that we can take so much from is where you're kind of communicating with somebody through like pointing in those type of restaurants. Emotionally, like what you can read off the menu and put your hands up if you like something. Those it brings an understanding for each other that. You're kind of communicating with somebody through like pointing. You are trying your best. More emotionally, like
if you go back on campus, say the semester begins, and what are the three things that you would tell your classmates who have never been to China?
Well, I can't wait to tell such a different background. What China was like. You're trying your best. Three things.
If you go back on campus, say the semester begins, and what are the three things that you would tell your classmates who have never been to China?
Well, I can't wait. I really enjoy that about most. What China was like, as I've shared. Three things. Well, my first thing, I would tell them is, I would say is, make sure I would tell them about all the Chinese before you go to that. I think a lot of Chinese people are the most known. I really enjoy that the most about my trip as I've shared the world. I think they the second thing I would say is make sure you learn a little bit of Chinese before you go. And then the third thing, I think a lot of Chinese people are looking to connect with somebody from the whole other side of the world. Experience I think other people are experiencing. Find it really interesting. Those see life through the lens of the Chinese local to the best of your ability. You have so much to learn from these people that have such a experience what other people are experiencing. Live life as a Chinese local, see the way through the lens that they see their lives to the best of your ability. What is important. You have so much to learn from their drives, these people that have such a different background. I think you can get that through just walking around.
In the future, do you want to take your experience in learning the language, in learning about the culture
what is
with
important
you?
to them,
And if so,
their
in
drives, their passions. Later I think you can get that through just walking around.
In the future, do you want to take your experience in learning the language, in learning about the culture with you? And if so, in what ways?
The U.S. government and the Chinese government, much later in life, I would ideally like to become some sort of U.S. ambassador, as I did with my friend growing up in Beijing or somewhere else in China. Love Chinese my whole life, working alongside the U.S. government and the Chinese government from each other. Still, that I want to make sure that we're able to have the best relationship possible, as I did with my friend. I would love the opportunity to come here again easily as I could. Love Chinese and my whole life, the lifestyle that a lot of my friends experience. So much to learn from each other. Still, that I want to make sure that we're able to have the best relationship every American can learn in the future. I would love the opportunity to come here as easily as I could and experience the lifestyle that a lot of my friends improving growing up. The relationship. I believe that you have to invoke that on a very emotional level, as me and my friend did. So much from I think it takes stopping by Beijing on a more personal level for me to even just talk to some of my friends and tell them about my experiences. I believe that you have to invoke that on a very emotional level, as in China, my friend did. With all my friends that I've made here, all my international friends. Just telling them about those sort of things, trying to get them to tell them about my experiences, and my very positive experience, I guess, as I've had global level in China. I wish that with all my friends that I've made, set aside our differences, all my international friends, ideally, just telling them about those sort of things, trying to get them engaged in different opinions, and then politically, economically, but at the global level, we're all human. I wish that we just were able to set aside our differences, ideally, and that is what can understand that change our relationship. We may have different opinions, taking the time to connect politically, economically.
A cultural and academic adventure that transcends borders, reminding us that collaboration remains as key to overcome misperceptions and foster mutual understanding across mountains and seas. Every cultural and academic adventure that transcends borders. Reminding us that collaboration remains as key to overcome misperceptions and foster mutual understanding across mountains and seas. Every single person-to-person interaction counts.
With the latest market-moving headlines from around the world.
Welcome to the world today on CGTN.
Throughout the years and decades, China-U.S. relations are often described as one of the most consequential relationships in the world. How China-U.S. relations evolve, adapting to the changing times. So I'm pleased to be joined by Dr. Li Cheng. He's the Director of Center of Contemporary China and the World at Hong Kong University. Dr. Li, it's so good to see you. It's wonderful to have you back on the show.
Well, very nice to be here.
Last year, unfortunately, we lost a great mind and a great person, that is Dr. Henry Kissinger, a great friend of yours. And last year, unfortunately, a great mentor. Can you maybe share with us some of the more memorable episodes, stories between you and late Dr. Kissinger? And a great person that is Dr. Henry Kissinger, know that, a great friend of yours and someone you consider a great mentor. Can you maybe share with us some of the more
every 2 or 3 months for 1 hour? During the first year of COVID, we stopped, but when we resumed, we did by Zoom. I also, last time I saw
stories between you and late Dr. Kissinger.
Actually June 29th. Well, yeah, as someone probably know that I've left the U.S. for Hong Kong. We talk a lot of things. It's an 80 minutes long conversation. But the one thing struck me the most, he is really unique. I regularly, I would say, meet him in the 2 centuries, every 2 or 3 months for 1 hour. Profoundly changed the world. During the first year of always emphasized on big picture, the greatest threat to when we resume to humanities. I also previously nuclear weapon. Last time I saw AI, and particularly AI's use in the warfare. So that's he emphasized a lot. 29 years last year, was the day before 95, 96 years old, Hong Kong. Talk a lot of things. It's 80 now, minutes the one conversation contribution which had profound impact on me and surely on many others is that his view that the U.S. and China are equally powerful. So that view challenged so-called Thucydides Trump, or someone called Lao Da, they must have a fight. He believes that these 2 countries, China and the United States, Trump, some very, very unusual, they must have happened before in contemporary world. They are equally powerful. He believes that these 2 countries, China and the United States, want to defeat the other is unusual, even without having before casualty in the world, devastating result. So if that's the case, we should pursue what he called co-evolution, coexistence. So that's very, very important. I interpret the declaration of U.S.-China relations being as a mutually reinforced defeat the other is impossible without its largely by existing devastating result. Now, China's emerge should not challenge international system, as Chinese leaders claim, but United States. So if that's the case, do not trust that. I think as time goes on, eventually, U.S. will recognize that. Very, very important. As Winston Churchill once said, I interpret U.S. declaration of U.S.-China relations as mutually trying all these bad things, and they will figure out animosity largely by existing power right now. But at the moment, U.S. distracted by domestic challenges in at home, particularly the U.S. election this year will be something quite extraordinary.
Mutually reinforcing
China's emerge should not challenge international system.
We've seen that over and over again. We've experienced that. You and I have been talking about the fact that
I think
the sane voices or the alternative voices of China experts like yourself had been increasingly excluded from mainstream Washington Beltway circle, starting in 2017, 2018. Is that partially why you chose Asia to be your new base of academic research? Chose Asia to be the fact that your new mainstream American academic research, academia, increasingly could not hear alternative voices?
I stayed in U.S. for 38 years.
How do you feel about the fact that
U.S. education,
American,
I really
academia
benefit from American
increasingly
openness.
could not hear alternative voices?
And also generosity. Stayed in U.S. for 38 I had a wonderful time back in China. Great time before I left U.S. the U.S. education. I really my college benefit from American openness. So the things is that. When I moved to Washington, work at and also 17 years ago, also 18 years ago. Just like at that time, Chinese American is an asset before I left the U.S. But when I was about to leave U.S. college in a couple of years, you are right. So the things is that when I moved to Washington and worked 17 years ago, 18 years ago, U.S. made the strategic Chinese American for the China asset most formidable. But when I was about to leave the U.S., so that's a couple of years. You are right that actually the turning point is 2017. Of course, I should say I personally did not experience any bias in nation U.S. But I just think that the strategic shift, capacity China as the most formidable dialogue or formidable discussion enemy. So that's a second track dialogue, the late 5-track dialogue. Even of course, I should say I personally did not experience frequent events as we did before. Discrimination become very. I just think that I do not want to go capacity to convene. It's the atmosphere change, dialogue, and so discussion. Also give you a second track. When I came first came to Washington 5-track dialogue, that even many retired leaders, frequent events as we did before, we are doing business become very limited. Directly or indirectly. Go to detail. But at the time when I want to leave, no one wants to say we are doing business with China. It's become sounds like a big no-no. So that also give you a particular background when I came first, not only as Chinese Americans, I found that many retired leaders. Now, I do believe that so long U.S. and China they are doing business with China directly, I think things will return to the time when they want to leave. No one wants to say, I don't want to do business with China. Now, Hong Kong give me the opportunity. Some people outside the world think Hong Kong and Beijing, Hong Kong and the Chinese city are the same. They are not the same. Hong Kong is a cosmopolitan city, has a very unique tradition. Atmosphere. Not only is Chinese American, financial center, even in the recent years. Now, I do believe that so long U.S. and also Hong Kong University, very, very strong. According to I think things will return to normalcy. When the University, as I explained, I don't want to wait for too long. This is now Hong Kong gives largest opportunity. Some people may say the top 100 in Beijing, any city, Chinese city are the same. They are not the same. Hong Kong is a cosmopolitan city. The high quality of education, Hong Kong is there, and also financial center. Even in the recent years, they did not half well. And also Hong Kong University. So that's very, very strong. According to why I choose Hong Kong. I mean, the top opportunity university. Now, if Hong Kong is already great. 5 seats. Talk about this is the city has a lot, but I think it is a critical moment. I think that if you see that to the top 100 and Hong Kong is any cities in Europe, especially and North America, will push for change, more positive change, more civil society work, and more international cooperation of education. Again, my role still there, and also my job changed across the half the Pacific. The role is nothing. So that's a bridge role for communication, mutual understanding, to try to undermine this kind of mutual reinforced fear. We should not fear each other. We should better understand each other.
Dr. Lee, thank you so much for your insights.
Thank you. Great seeing you. We should better
and that will do it for this edition of the Harvard CGTN. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'm Meng Guan in Beijing. I'll see you again next time.
You're watching Global Watch. I'm Philip Hampshire.
And I'm Li Dongming in Beijing. First of all, the headlines. Fierce fighting rages as Ukrainian forces continue their incursion into Russian territory.
This is Global Watch. Hamas says it will not take part in the latest round of Gaza ceasefire talks in Qatar. Global Watch, I'm Philip Hampshire.
And Thailand's largest party is set to decide the Prime Minister candidate ahead of the parliamentary vote.
The potential for further spread within Africa.
Fierce fighting rages as Ukrainian forces continue their incursion into Russian territory.
Mpox, a global public health emergency. Hamas says it will not take part in the latest round of Gaza ceasefire talks in Qatar.
And on the Ukrainian side, as a result of the security drone strikes, the authorities will appeal to the government to translate the regional state of emergency into the federal emergency. We understand that 40 civilian population of this region, because according to the governor, Vyacheslav Gladkov, and overnight there have been at least 117 from the Ukrainian side as a result of the shelling as a result of regions. And the authorities will appeal to the government to translate the regional state of emergency into the federal emergency. We understand once again saying that they have been preventing and repelling the Ukrainian attempts to get deeper inside the Kursk region. They say they have been attacking the mobile groups of the Ukrainian military inside Russia, and the security measures have indeed been strengthened, especially against the nuclear agents in Belgorod and the moment in Moscow region. They were sure that the Ukrainian troops are outside the Russian sovereign territory. And we understand from the words of the Russian officials that the Ukrainian
and their manpower.
Ukraine has said that the incursion is to bring the conflict home to Russia and force Moscow into making peace.
To the pictures that I saw.
CGTN Kyiv.
Well, German prosecutors have issued an arrest warrant for a Ukrainian suspect
we
in
are
relation to the bombing
continuing
of the
to
Nord Stream gas pipeline.
eliminate their equipment and their manpower.
Ukraine has said that the
Europe
incursion
planned
is
to decrease its reliance on Russian energy sources after the conflict broke out in Ukraine. The Nord Stream pipeline carried Russian natural gas to Germany and other European countries.
Moscow into
The
making
suspect
peace.
is currently a diving instructor whose last known address was in Poland. German prosecutors have issued an arrest warrant for the suspect left for Ukraine in July before they could detain him. German media say prosecutors have identified 2 further Ukrainian suspects. The Ukrainian suspect diving in connection to the bombing of the Nord Stream gas on the pipelines. German authorities have not issued arrest warrants for those other 2 suspects. Europe planned to decrease its reliance on Russian energy sources after the conflict broke out in Ukraine. The Nord Stream pipeline carried Russian natural gas to Germany and other European.
And Hamas says it will not take part in a new round of ceasefire negotiations in Qatar. It will not take part in a new round of ceasefire negotiations in Qatar ensure Hamas representation. And as a mediator, Egypt says the discussions aim to resolve outstanding issues and address working to ensure Hamas representation. And as a mediator, Egypt says the discussions aim to resolve outstanding issues and address humanitarian situation in Gaza. Jonathan Regge has more from Tel Aviv.
So there are
Hamas will not be there, that is correct.
The point of view will be delivered in these negotiations in Qatar. So there are some Hamas officials, they live in Qatar right next door, so they might not officially participate, but they are there close by, and their voice will be heard. Hamas officials, they live in Qatar right next door, so they might not officially participate, but they are there close by, and their voice will be heard. According to the mediators, Israel is hoping to progress internal security agency some kind of a deal. We can understand it by the fact that both the head of the high-level delegation sent from Israel. There is a lot of pressure from inside and outside. Both of them will families, quite a high-level delegation for many hostages from Israel. There is a lot of pressure from inside and outside. First, from inside the families, hostage families. There's also pressure for many hostages coming from outside. We know that the American administration alive. Therefore, they're putting other Israeli allies to proceed to go forward. Kingdom, Germany, France are all coming from outside. We know that the American administration succeed for the war in Gaza, other Israeli allies for some kind of an end, or at least Germany, France, and maybe all be able to achieve some kind of an agreement to other arenas, most notably for the war in Gaza, Lebanon for some kind of an end, or at least a pause. Discussions are difficult. There's still points of contention. There's kind of an agreement to other arenas, most wants to achieve that Israel is unable to deliver, and vice versa. Discussions are difficult. There's still points of contention. There's still things that Hamas wants to achieve that Israel is unable to deliver, and vice versa. So
in Gaza, at least 15 Palestinians, including children, are dead after intensive Israeli attacks on the city of Khan Yunis. Akram al-Satari reports from Gaza. In Gaza, at least 15 Palestinians, including children, are dead after intensive Israeli attacks on the city of Khan Yunis.
The Palestinian civil defense is, in the meantime, trying to help as much people as they can. Just right in front of me, just a few seconds ago, there was a child that was hit, and his family the Palestinian to the emergency department in the meantime, trying about to help as much people as they can. Right in front of children, just now a few seconds ago, either there was a child that was hit, and his family was rushing to the emergency department because they were extremely worried. This is how the safety unfolds for the people in Gaza. The children are affected, either killed or injured, or left with a lifetime scars because of losing their family member. And this is the situation.
Fiji's Prime Minister Sitiveni Rabuka visits southern China's Fujian to learn more about the nation's achievements. Global Watch on CGT opening up.
And August 15th marks the 50th anniversary of diplomatic relations between
Fiji's
China
Prime
and
Minister
Brazil.
Sitiveni Rabuka visits southern China's Fujian to learn more about the nation's achievements in reform and opening up.
Images may appear to be identical.
And August 15th marks the 50th anniversary of diplomatic relations between China and Brazil.
It has to be discovered. There are always different sides to a story. Images may appear to be identical. To see what looks can be to understand better. CGTN. The difference is not always obvious. It has to be discovered.
Now, the Prime Minister of Fiji, Sitiveni Rabuka, is on an official visit to China. Rabuka is visiting southern China's Fujian province to learn more about China's achievements in reform and opening up. And now Xu Hua is joining us from the city of Ningde in Fujian. Xu Hua, hello there. So what's on the Prime Minister of Fiji, Sitiveni Rabuka, is on an official visit to China. Rabuka is visiting southern China's Fujian province to learn more about China's achievements in reform and opening up. And now Xu Hua is joining us from the city of Ningde in Fujian. Xu Hua, hello there. So what's on the Prime Minister's agenda
there here in Ningde city with new energy, industrial development and poverty alleviation topping his agenda. Yes, today is the Fiji Prime Minister visited the contemporary second day in the East China technology, which is the world's largest EV battery maker here in Ningde city Tesla supplier. Somebody may ask that why he is making the Chinese lithium-ion battery giant to pursue a more sustainable development. The Fijian government said last August that it will hold trials of electric vehicles across the public sector in due time. Tourism in Fiji has taken lead in this sector by purchasing a batch of BYD new energy vehicles last year. And also the Fijian government has offered $10,000 battery giant to pursue a more sustainable development. So with all these efforts, the Fijian government aims to achieve net zero carbon emissions by 2050. So we are expected to see more cooperations in this field between the two countries. Also in Ningde city, the Prime Minister visited electric vehicles themed on public sector in due time. Tourism behind me, the Prime Minister said that he was amazed by China's achievements over the past decades, and he would like to replicate the successful development experience of China back in Fiji. And he would like to replicate this morning's successful back to you.
All right, thank you very much indeed.
That's pretty much from this morning's trip back to you.
All right, thank you very much indeed. Reporting from Ningde in Fujian province.
Since then, the two nations 2024 business, 50 years of diplomatic prospects for additional growth and Brazil. Since then, correspondent Paulo Cabral developed business and political contacts.
In a recent interview with foreign media in Brasilia, Brazil's President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva highlighted the 50 years of diplomatic relations between Brazil and China. Brazil's President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva highlighted the 50 years of diplomatic relations between Brazil and China, emphasizing his government's ambitious plans
the Chinese new strategic partnership between Brazil and China, a strategic partnership that involves not only Chinese export of commodities, but also in Brazil and China, collaboration in strategic partnership that involves not only the export of commodities, but also collaboration in science and technology.
President Lula, friend of China, feels so. I believe that with the investing more in Brazil of President Lula and trading more with Brazil, very comfortable.
However, this former Brazilian ambassador to China stresses that Brazil also needs to do its part to make the most of its partnership with China. To China stresses that Brazil also needs to do its part to make the most of its partnership with China.
China's integration in China is, I think, ready. It did open a number of windows of opportunity for us Brazilians. China is goods and services ready. As a matter of fact, the challenge is ours. We should become more competitive in order to the challenge is ours. The rest of the world, we should
Brazil and China enjoy well-established cooperative diplomatic relations,
and both nations expressed strong intentions to further deepen well-established cooperative diplomatic relations. And both nations expressed strong intentions to further deepen these ties in the coming years.
This professor of international relations is a signal that China-Brazil relations, they will happen, they will take place, and they will be strong regardless is a signal that China is Brazil's main trading partner and an important investor in the country. There seems to be strong political will to further develop this relationship in the future. China is Brazil's main trading partner and an important investor.
And earlier, our colleague Kasturi Manikam spoke with Dr. Letitia Grubert, director of the Confucius Institute at the Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul. And she talked about the potential of cultural and also educational exchanges under President Lula da Silva's Kasturi Manikam spoke with Dr. Letitia Grubert, director of the Confucius Institute at the Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul. And she talked about the potential of cultural and also educational exchanges under President Lula da Silva's
and education. There's potential for new educational partnerships and scholarship programs. There's a great potential, particularly with China, for promoting cultural and educational exchange interest in educational collaboration. So this could include joint research projects focused on social inclusion, exchange, education. There's the development of Portuguese and Mandarin educational language partnerships in both countries.
You mentioned about Portuguese education earlier. Brazil is by far the world's largest Portuguese-speaking nation. Now, with President Lula expressing interest in China's Belt and Road Initiative, do you see an increased demand in Portuguese-speaking talent?
This could include joint research. It's highly likely that there will be an increase in demand of the development of professionals in China as China promotes the Belt and Road Initiative.
You mentioned about Portuguese
there has been a notable
increase. Brazil is by far the world's largest
exchange
Portuguese
between China and Brazil. And also the expansion of economic and trade relations between China and Portuguese-speaking countries, such as Brazil, is expected to create more opportunities for trade, investments, and collaboration in various sectors. So these factors, combined with the growing presence of Chinese companies in Portuguese-speaking countries, increase the need for talents that can speak Portuguese and act as an intermediate Chinese companies in Portuguese-speaking countries. So I do believe that increase the need knowledge of Portuguese that will become progressively and act as in international relations and linguistic driven by the Chinese initiative. So fostering Portuguese language skills will be an increasingly valuable asset for anyone looking to engage in the global market.
Thursday marks the 50th anniversary of diplomatic relations between China and Brazil. And during this period, the first agreement on cultural and educational programs exchanges was inked in 1985. How do you see the progress made so far?
Over the years, by the Chinese, there has been a substantial increase in the number of exchange programs. Scholarships and collaborative research projects will be an increasingly valuable asset for the establishment of Confucius Institutes in Brazil has been a key development promoting Chinese language learning in the global market and cultural understanding among Brazilians.
50th anniversary of diplomatic relations between China and Brazil. And during this period, the first agreement
of Brazilian
on cultural and educational programs exchanges was inked in 1985. How do you see the progress made so far?
Over the years, there has been a significant progress in these areas.
Thailand's ruling Pheu Thai party is expected to nominate Sheikh Hassim Nitasiri as a candidate for Prime Minister following the Constitutional Court's decision to dismiss the incumbent Srettha Thavisin. Sheikh Hassan Natasiri is a legal decision to dismiss the incumbent previous Pheu government's Pheu Thai-led coalition will soon agree a new nominee, and a parliamentary vote is expected on Friday morning. Shalawat Yongjiranon has more from Bangkok.
In a shocking ruling, Thai Prime Minister Srettha Thavisin and his cabinet have been removed from their positions by the Constitutional Court. In a ruling of 5-4, judges of the court found Srettha guilty of a gross violation of ethics by his appointment of an ex-convict Pichit Chinban as cabinet minister. Pichit, a former lawyer of the Shinawat family, was briefly imprisoned for contempt of court in 2008 for allegedly attempting to provoke court staff. Prime Minister Srettha did not show up in court today, but instead he sent his Secretary General did not show up in court today, but instead he sent his Secretary General ruling itself. The Prime Minister was seen out and about chatting with citizens at a local market. Right after the announcement, Prime Minister Srettha announced at Government House that he accepted the ruling itself. The Prime Minister was seen out and about chatting with citizens at a local market. Right after the announcement, Prime Minister Srettha announced at Government House that he accepted the ruling.
With sincerity and adhere to being transparent. I respect the decision of the Constitutional Court. Throughout my time in office of almost 1 year, I tried my best to do everything right with sincerity
Deputy Prime Minister Phumtham Wechayachai serving as acting Prime Minister until Premier can be selected by the House of Representatives. A lot is on the table now for the ruling party as the future administration will have to determine key government policies, including the $286 digital wallet scheme and the Land Bridge Initiative. It will be interesting to see who will take up the premiership role amongst the government coalition. The parliament will have to convene to select the next prime minister, and this time the Senate will have no vote serving as acting prime minister until premier can be selected by the House of Representatives. Possible candidates a lot is on the table now for the ruling party as the future administration will have to determine key government policies, including the $286 digital wallet scheme and the Land Bridge Initiative.
No, August the 15th marks the 79th anniversary of Japan's unconditional surrender during the World War II.
The Parliament will have to convene to select the next Prime Minister, and this time the Senate will have no vote in the decision.
In the city of Jining, there are no rules as to how long it can take.
Possible candidates could be Pheu Thai leader Pathongthan Shinawat, but her father, Thaksin, voiced his concerns about her taking up the role. Chawarat Yongjiranong, CGTN, Bangkok, Thailand.
The victims of China's fight. No, August the 15th marks the 79th anniversary of Japan's unconditional surrender during the World War II.
Protest one of the victims of Japan's sexual enslavement of women during World War II. The protest took place on August the 14th, which coincides with the first public testimony from a surviving victim over 3 decades ago. Our correspondent Shane Ham reports.
Here in front of the Japanese embassy in Seoul and just steps away from the iconic Statue of Peace, protests are taking place in honor of International Memorial Day for Comfort Women. It's a day dedicated to the memory of the thousands of women and girls, many of whom were Korean, who were forced into sexual slavery by the Japanese military during World War II. It's a poignant reminder of the pain and unresolved issues from a dark chapter in history. All of the surviving victims are now elderly. In fact, there are just 9 of them living, according to the South Korean government's official tally. It's a poignant reminder for them of the pain and unresolved issues. Remembrance. It's about justice and a formal apology from the Japanese government, an acknowledgement that they feel a dark chapter in history. All of the surviving victims are now elderly. In fact, fluctuating relations between South Korea and Japan. The South Korean government's official tally, especially under the current South Korean administration, to mend bilateral ties. It's about justice and a formal apology from the Japanese government, an acknowledgement that they feel has never fully come. Japan's handling of wartime history in its textbooks and disputes over compensation for forced labor continue to resurface. Today's protest, therefore, isn't just a call for historical recognition, it's a demand for progress in the ongoing dialogue between the two nations and accountability. Also comes against the backdrop reminder that despite diplomatic efforts, history continues to cast a long shadow under the current South Korea-Japan relations. To mend bilateral ties. CGTN Seoul.
You're now watching Global Watch on CGTN. Still ahead.
potential for further spread within Africa and beyond is very worrying.
The World Health Organization declares Mpox a global public health emergency for the second time in 2 years.
Thousands of suburban Athenian residents.
The World Health Organization declared
wildfire of 2024.
And August the 15th marks the second annual National Mpox Day in China. Public health emergency for the second time in 2 years.
Thousands of suburban Athenian residents are forced to flee from Greece's worst wildfire of 2024.
In a world
and August the 15th marks the second annual
orientation. But when the storms come, we have to see the possibilities.
National Ecology Day in China.
Reinvent. Find new opportunities. Discover a path forward. CGTN. See the difference. Facing the unknown is always difficult. In a world in turmoil.
Now, the World Health Organization has declared Mpox a global public health emergency for the second time in 2 years. An outbreak of the viral infection from the Democratic Republic of Congo has spread to neighboring countries.
But when the storms come, we have to see the possibilities.
The World Health Organization says the speed of the Mpox outbreak in the past few weeks is alarming.
Find new opportunities.
WHO on Wednesday convened a meeting of its emergency committee to evaluate the surge in Africa.
See the difference.
The detection and rapid spread of a new clade of Mpox in eastern DRC, its detection in neighboring countries that had not previously reported Mpox, and the potential for further spread within Africa and beyond is very worrying.
Burundi is the latest country where Mpox has been confirmed. According to the World Health Organization, the Democratic Republic of Congo has the highest number of reported cases, with outbreaks also reported in neighboring Rwanda, Uganda and Kenya. Since the beginning of the year, more than 15,000 cases, the Democratic Republic of Congo deaths have been reported. Mpox is transmitted through close contact and causes flu-like symptoms and lesions. Most cases are mild, but it can kill, and the new variant of an endemic strain appears to spread as the highest number of reported cases among children. Outbreaks also reported in neighboring Rwanda, Uganda and Kenya. Since the beginning of the year, more than 15,000 cases and 500 deaths have been reported. Mpox is transmitted through close contact and causes flu-like symptoms and lesions. Most cases are mild, but it can kill, and the new variant of an endemic strain appears to spread more easily, particularly among children. The health organization is fighting another possible emergency. The WHO says the risk of polio spreading is high, and unless there is an urgent response, this could constitute a serious health threat for the children of Gaza. A humanitarian ceasefire, it says, needs to be implemented so that it can vaccinate as many children as possible to mitigate the risk of transmission. Jody Jacobs, CGTN.
We have released about $1.5 million
Uganda is going to receive 1 million doses of the malaria vaccine later this year as it plans to roll it out for nationwide immunization. The vaccine will be included in the routine immunization schedule for children before they reach 2 years of age. Isabel Nakia reports.
Joyce Ntamalera says her children have slept under insecticide-treated mosquito nets all their lives. But this hasn't fully protected her children from getting malaria. Joyce believes an alternative like Joyce Ntamalera says her children have slept under insecticide-treated mosquito nets all their lives.
For instance, when children get measles vaccine, children don't get severe measles attacks. I feel this vaccine will be very helpful. Even if they fall sick of malaria, it won't be severe.
But this hasn't fully protected her children from getting malaria. The use of mosquito nets and indoor spraying an alternative like the vaccine in the country would be. The health ministry warns the malaria parasite is developing resistance to some medication. The world's first effective anti-malaria vaccine was approved by the WHO in 2021. The vaccine will be given to children between the ages 6 months and 1.5 years. That means a big percentage of people are still at risk of getting severe malaria. In Uganda, 6 in every 10 sick children have malaria and are at risk of death if not treated early. 3 million doses of the vaccine are expected at the end of the year.
When you're using the vaccine, you reduce hospitalization by about 20%. And severe malaria is about 27 to 29, and mortality is about 33.
Uganda has one of the highest incidences of malaria in the world. Joyce hopes the vaccine rollout will mean more of the country's children are safe. Isabel Nakiria, CGTN Kampala, Uganda.
Now, water bomber aircraft and firefighters are battling to contain wildfires in southern Spain. And a blaze in a southern coastal town broke out in nearby hills. And the blaze forced emergency services to remove local villagers from their homes as a precaution. Spanish weather authorities have issued the highest category extreme risk warnings for wildfires across large parts of the country.
Well, that was Spain, but there's similar problems in Greece, where the worst wildfire of the year has forced thousands of people to flee their homes and find shelter outside of Athens. The fires have burned across more than 100 square kilometres of land northeast of the Greek capital, leaving one person dead.
Evangelos as a precaution. Spanish weather
Everywhere you turn your head, burn trees and ashes, the remains of Athens' deadly fire. Among the trees, 4 walls stand. It's the only thing left of Yannis' house. It is here where he worked as an artist. It is here where he lived for over 12 years. But the flames took all that away.
It all happened around 3 p.m. and 5 p.m. on Monday. It did not burn overnight. This whole neighborhood was burned between those times. It happened really quickly. Now I'll have to find something to rent, but I don't know where. I'm not sure if I can live in Athens anymore.
Everywhere you turn your head, that burned trees and forced 11 communities and villages to evacuate, and thousands the trees find shelter elsewhere. It's the only thing the government has set up centers across the capital. It is here where he worked as an essentials. It is here where he lived for over 12 years.
We have been welcoming people that lost their homes or have been taken out of hospices in order to provide a safe shelter for some hours. Then we immediately send them out to hotels that have been funded, subsidized by the state. They will stay there for about 2 or 3 days, hopefully going back to the house that is now accessible
again. Now I'll have to find something to rent, but I don't know where. I'm not sure if I can live in Athens anymore.
To their neighborhoods. The blaze that burned from Sunday forced 11 communities and villages to evacuate the climate forecasts to find shelter elsewhere. Research. That's why the government has set up centers across the capital to distribute essentials and places to host. And some communities have already started to suffer.
What we have unfortunately witnessed in Greece in recent years is the occurrence of repeated large forest fires. For some hours, in 2018 in Mati, in 2021 in Attica, similarly in 2023, and now this major fire in eastern Attica. The frequency of such events is increasing and occurring in the same geographic area, so these regions will gradually become difficult to inhabit.
Their neighborhoods to the term climate refugee has been lingering more and more lately as communities like this one face more extreme weather conditions, forcing them to call elsewhere home. While the Greek government has put a plan together to support communities like this one face financially more extreme weather that without a plan to avoid these disasters, more and more people will have to migrate within, forcing them to call elsewhere. While financial support provided the Greek government has put a plan together to support those affected by such events and financially rebuild scientists warn that without a plan to avoid these disasters like these, more and more people will have to migrate within. Evangelos Ipsos for CGTN, Athens.
Puerto Rico is facing widespread power outages, flooding, and infrastructure damage
by the government
following the impact of the now strengthened Hurricane Ernesto. And Ernesto is the 5th named storm of this year's Atlantic hurricane season. Soledad Perez has this report.
Rebuilt their life without a plan to preserve and protect areas like these, internal displacement will become a reality.
Causing heavy rain, floods, and mudslides. Heavy rainfall led to rivers overflowing across the region.
President Biden has approved our request for
Puerto
FEMA
Rico is
emergency
facing
assistance
widespread
funds.
power outages,
This, of course,
flooding,
enables us to
and
implement
infrastructure
measures
damage.
under the Public Assistance Program
Following the impact
with
of the
75%
now
federal funding
strengthened
for all
Hurricane
municipalities.
Ernesto. And Ernesto
As of the
is
latest
the
update
fifth
provided by
named
Luma,
storm
approximately
this year's Atlantic hurricane
635,000
season.
customers
It's a Soledad
are without
Perez
electrical service.
The governor said more than 400 people are in shelters. Ernesto intensified to a Category 1 hurricane after last in Puerto Rico, leaving half of the islands without power, causing via shaky phone connection from her home in Fajardo, Puerto Rico, led to rivers overflowing across the region.
All right, how bad was it?
It was President Biden.
I was not expecting such strong winds
because they approved our request for FEMA emergency assistance funds. This, of course, enables us to implement measures under the Public Assistance Program with 75%.
And then in the night, it started hitting.
So, Marichu, do you have power right now?
No, it went in the middle of the night. We don't know the time. Around 1 hitting.
So, Marichu, do you have power right now?
We still have no power.
I spoke to another resident of the island who lives away from the coast.
There's a lot of municipalities that are damaged, road blockage because of trees has fallen.
It went
a lot of
in the middle of the night.
Also,
we don't know the time.
Thank God I have electricity and I have water.
We still
until
have no
now.
I spoke to another resident of the island who lives away from the coast.
I know there's a lot of municipalities that are damaged, affected by blockage because of trees has fallen.
Energy provider Luma warns that restoring power could take weeks,
also
evoking memories of the aftermath of Hurricane Maria in 2017, when the island endured a prolonged blackout for over 6 months. Do you think Puerto Rico is prepared for a major hurricane? Right now, what the island experiences is a tropical storm.
I am crossing my fingers,
starting the peak of the hurricane
I know
season.
that other places here in Puerto Rico are really my hair just by the storm. I think we are not prepared. We are not prepared at all. We have to do the government have a lot of work to do. We as citizens
Energy provider Luma warns that restoring
we have
power
to take
could take
care of our
weeks,
things.
evoking memories of the aftermath of Hurricane Maria in 2017, when the island endured a prolonged blackout. Ernesto is now on a northward path, away from Puerto Rico, 6 months. And forecasters say it could intensify into a major hurricane
for a major hurricane. Right now, what the island experiences is a tropical storm
of the U.S. mainland.
Yeah.
We are starting the peak of the hurricane season. So what do you think?
Now, continuous heat wave is also affecting Japan's food supply as the country's rice stockpile has fallen to the lowest level this century. Terence Terashima has more.
Japan's rice stockpile has fallen rapidly this year due to several factors. A record-breaking heat wave and low rainfall in 2023 stunned the growth of crops, including fruits, vegetables and rice, leading to lower shipments and sharp price increases. Hidehisa Shinohara owns a rice store in Tokyo. He says he's never seen such low stockpile.
My store now has less than half of the stock compared to normal years.
Japan's rice stockpile has fallen rapidly
There are
this year
so many kinds
due
of
to
rice
several
that are
factors.
available in a normal
A
year that are
record-breaking
not
heat
available
wave
this
and low
year.
rainfall in 2023. Naturally, the cost of rice has risen rapidly.
According to the latest figure released by the Agricultural Ministry,
The growth
the price
of crops,
of rice
including
has
fruits,
risen by
vegetables
4%
and rice,
in the same
leading
time
to
the
lower
previous
shipments
year,
and
putting
sharp
further strain
price increases.
on household finances.
Hidehisa Shinohara owns a rice store in Tokyo. Many consumers are visiting different stores to buy more affordable products.
Rice is in shortage,
My store now has
and I
less
see
than half
many
of the
people
stock.
looking for more affordable options in supermarkets around here.
Compared to normal
I
years,
usually buy 4 or
everything
5
is less
kilos
than
of rice.
half.
When it
There
was
are so
cheap,
many
5
kinds of
kilos
rice
would
that are
cost about
available in a normal year
1,400
that are not
yen.
available this
But
year.
now 4 kilos would be over 2,000 yen. It's a big burden.
The Ministry of Agriculture the cost of rice has risen by increasing demand from the food service industry, still recovering after being hit hard by the COVID-19 pandemic. On top of this, there's increasing demand from a record number of inbound tourists with an appetite for Japanese food. While the new harvest is expected to go on market from late August, businesses say prices are likely to remain high by the COVID-19 pandemic.
I think prices will remain high due to the increased production costs. Farmers say they cannot make ends meet.
Prices still recovering after being hit hard by the COVID-19 pandemic.
We need to maintain.
On top of this, there's increasing demand from a record number of inbound tourists with an appetite for Japanese food. While the new harvest is expected to go on market from late August, businesses say prices continues. CGTN, Tokyo. Market from late August, businesses say prices are likely to remain high.
I think prices will remain high due to the increased
conservation for the construction of an ecological civilization. Data from the Ministry of Natural Resources show that there are currently 52 integrated protection and restoration projects for mountains, forestry, grasslands, sand as well.
I think prices will remain high due to the increased conservation
for the construction of an energy civilization. Data from the Ministry of Natural Resources show that there are currently 54% integrated protection and power generation capacity, protection and restoration projects on mountains, rivers, forestry, 2023 China's energy carbon emissions have declined by more than 35% since 2012. Impressive stuff.
Very impressive. And on the ground in Tianjin, a series of rounds have been kicked off in one of the cities called Sanli, marking China's second National Technology Day. And the theme was accelerating a comprehensive green transition in all economic sectors. So now let's go live to the city of Sanli, where our reporter Howard Jones is right now. They're asking us more about China's second National Technology Day, and the theme was accelerating a comprehensive green transition.
Yeah, Dongning. So this is the second National Ecological Day, and the theme of this year, as you mentioned, is accelerating green transition in all economic and social sectors. Government officials from across China and environmental experts have come here to discuss on China's green and low-carbon development. The event is held in Sanli, the city of Fujian province, and actually Fujian is a leading model in the sector ecological. Government officials from across China and environmental rate over 65%, ranking first in China at 45 consecutive years. And in the morning of the event, we witnessed a 3-hour conference that highlighted some of the key achievements of China's ecological experts this year. The 10-year span of the green and low-carbon development, urban planning and land reform, city of the China province, and actually Fujian is leading 10-year system. Actually, China has made remarkable progress after the 18th National People's Congress. And for example, as you mentioned before, China nation's carbon emissions, for example, it has by far rate and China is the largest, ranked first in China, 45% in renewable energy generation. And also, China is witnessing a 3-hour conference that highlights some of the green and solar projects China's ecological progress, benefiting the 10 years, especially those development plan of the young green version and urban planning and land reducing energy costs. But the collective pictures officials said that China has made remarkable progress after the guides show that people should rest. Also, and for example, as you mentioned before, China's carbon emissions. So both the guideline and today's event highlight some of the efforts that China is going to invest. And China is the largest, will expand its green industry in the world, both in renewable energy generation. And also, China will work towards meeting its goal of carbon neutrality and carbon emissions. And also, the Chinese government is encouraging its citizens to pursue a greener and healthier life, for green transition in carbon neutrality and carbon. That is all. And also, the Chinese government is increasing.
Very rich event happening there. Thank you very much. Going here reporting from Sanli City in Fujian province. And in Zhongwei, in China's Ningjiahui Autonomous Region, work in new energy and low-carbon green and pursue a greener and healthier life, green transition in consumption models. That is all from Sanli. Back to you, Dominique. All right, very rich event happening there. Thank you very much.
decided to pioneer innovative methods to combat desertification.
At that time, I was under tremendous pressure to think against day and after to solve this problem.
60 years of Tao Ximing eventually developed a tool that boosted the survival rate of seedlings by planting them deep enough to reach the moist layer of sand. However, he's not alone in this effort. In the same region, China's largest renewable energy base is also making significant advances in combating desertification while harnessing solar energy. This solar base generates power for 150,000 households and reduces carbon emissions by 1.398 million tons annually. Here we are in the field of photovoltaic panels. By raising this instrument up to 3 meters, it helps to collect solar energy while creating space for plants to thrive, thereby increasing the overall vegetation coverage.
最终我们还是要实现板上发电。Our main strategy involves generating power above, planting in between, and restoring the ecosystem below the panels. We use grass grids to stabilize sand and spread about 42 tons of grass seeds annually. By planting desert-adapted varieties like the sand sagebrush, we have improved the vegetation coverage from less than 0.5% to 20 to 25%. Desert-adapted varieties like the sand sagebrush, we have
Their
improved the
efforts are bearing fruit in this vast desert through long-term practices and exploration in combating desertification. A new model of stabilization first, treatment later has been developed. Their efforts are bearing involves first stabilizing the moving sand to prevent it from spreading, followed by planting vegetation in those stabilized areas to improve coverage. As a result, the Tanger Desert has now retreated 20 kilometers from the urban area. CGTN, Zhongwei, Ningxiahui Autonomous Region, vast desert through long-term practices and exploration in combating desertification. A new model of stabilization
from Germany to China maintained strong growth during the first half of 2024.
And companies, startups and investors from around the world visit Brazil for real innovation.
Europe, the latest GDP figures show that economic recovery is somewhat
they will move interest rates lower than the end of the second quarter of this year. Often European economies might follow that. That could be quite good news. Certainly it was good news for the European stock markets that reacted positively to the news of those inflation numbers and interest rates. Certainly not doing they will move today. The wider factors though are concerning. A lot of economies due to the Eurozone Act is a wider rapid investment in building materials and elite structures. There's also wider uncertainty in the region on how much interest rates expand and escalate the impact that is creating in the future though, which is could be that investors have volatile stock markets. New data we've had, and certainly until that level of geopolitical, talking about 2.9% inflation, that might be a central bank decides that they will move interest rates, Caroline, the lower of them, the CBTN.
Direct investment from Germany to China has maintained strong growth momentum during the first half of this year. According to data from the Central Bank of Germany, Germany's FDI to China came in at 7.3 billion euros, more than the same period last year. Germany's direct investment to China nearly doubled in the second quarter, amounting to 4.8 billion euros. The first quarter totaled 2.48 billion euros. And the same Germany's strong investment momentum in China this year, according to data from car makers Volkswagen and BMW, planning to send more than 2 billion euros to direct manufacturing bases in China. Despite Germany's de-risk strategy, Germany accounts for FDI to China came in at 7.3 billion euros. The strategy urges companies to diversify their supply. Germany's direct investment in China is reducing reliance on the Chinese market. And that is what we have for you. Doubled business back at about 15.8 billion euros.
To stay. Science is very important for developing our businesses, advancing our lives, and protecting our planet. But we must not forget that humans are behind the machines.
And sometimes they will be inside machines. This robotic exoskeleton can help people with mobility impairments.
Science is very important for developing our businesses, advancing our lives, and protecting our planet. But we must not forget that humans are behind the machines.
And sometimes they will be inside machines. This robotic exoskeleton can help people with mobility impairments.
Science is very important for developing our businesses, advancing our lives, artificial technical planets. But we must not forget that humans are behind the machines.
Sometimes they will be inside machines. This robotic exoskeleton can help people stay.
Science is very important for developing our lives, artificial technical planets. But we must not forget that humans are behind the machines.
country with a 94% of accuracy.
There are no shortages of ideas and investor interest at this well-attended event.
Fierce fighting rages as Ukrainian forces continue their incursion into Russian territory.
To attract a global audience. Brazil in particular is flexing its tech muscles. According to the Global Innovation
And
Index
Thailand's
by the
largest party is set to decide the Prime Minister candidate ahead of a parliamentary vote.
in Africa and beyond is very worrying.
The World Health Organization declares Mpox as a global public health emergency for the second time in 2 years.
And August the 15th marks the second annual National Ecology Day in China.
Well, that's all that we've got time for on this edition of Global Watch. I'm Philip Hampshire.
And I'm Li Dongling. Thanks for watching and stay with CGTN.
Hello and welcome to the weather forecast. Thunderstorm as well. And meanwhile, here up in the north, we'll also see random scattered rain to develop. And many of them will be bursting out in a rather short period of time, so please take care and stay safe. About business and travel, much cooler here for Changsha with high temperatures just around degrees Celsius, and clear skies are in the forecast here for the city of Shanghai with the temperatures ranging between 34 and 28 degrees Celsius on Friday. And that is all from me. Stay tuned for more.
region. They say they have been attacking the mobile groups of the Ukrainian military inside Russia, and the security measures have indeed been strengthened, especially at the nuclear sites. But what is important at the moment for Moscow is to make sure that the Ukrainian troops are outside the Russian sovereign territory. And we understand from the words of the Russian officials that the Ukrainian incursion against the Russian territory has put the possibility of holding the ceasefire negotiations on the long pause.
Ukraine's incursion into Russia's Kursk region is in its second week. Kyiv says it is taking more ground, while Russian officials have issued a mandatory evacuation order for all residents in the Kluzhkovsky district. Magumilin has more from Kyiv.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said on Wednesday Ukrainian forces had advanced 1 to 2 kilometers deeper into the Kursk region and that troops had finished clearing the Russian town of Sudzha of Moscow's forces. Kyiv has so far claimed to have captured in
Prosecutors have issued an arrest warrant for an Ukrainian suspect in connection to a bombing of the Nord Stream gas pipelines. Well, the explosion happened back in 2022, where Europe planned to decrease its reliance on Russian energy sources after the conflict broke out in Ukraine. The Nord Stream pipeline carried Russian natural gas to Germany and other European countries. The main suspect is a diving instructor who's as a mediator. Egypt says the discussions aim to resolve the outstanding issues and address the humanitarian situation in Gaza. Jonathan Regav has more from Tel Aviv.
Hamas will not be there, that is correct, but Hamas will be in touch with the mediators, especially with Qatar. So their message, their point of view will be delivered in these negotiations in Qatar. And let's remember, some Hamas officials, they live in Qatar, right next door. So they might not officially participate, but they are there close by, and their voice will be heard. This, according to the mediators. Israel is hoping to progress and to achieve some kind of a deal. We can understand it by the fact that both the head of the Mossad, the Israeli Secret Service, Dedi Barnea, and the head of the Israeli Internal Security Agency, Ronen of an agreement to other arenas, most notably the Lebanon border. Still, the discussions are difficult. There are still points of contention. There are still things that Hamas wants to achieve that Israel is unable to deliver, and vice versa. So a lot at stake. We'll have to wait and see if and what this summit in Qatar is able to achieve.
Meanwhile, in Ankara, Turkish President Erdogan has pledged his support to Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas, who is visiting Ankara. Erdogan says Turkey will continue to rally the international community to increase pressure on Israel. Turkey has condemned Israel's actions in Gaza and accused some Western countries of remaining silent or supporting Israel. Erdogan told Abbas that all countries, especially in the Muslim world, should step up efforts to achieve a ceasefire in Gaza. Abbas is scheduled to address the Turkish parliament in a special session on Thursday. Erdogan invited Abbas after Israeli Prime Minister's address on the U.S. Congress last month, which Ankara has condemned. Turning to Thailand's ruling Pheu Thai party is expected to nominate Chingkhonsam Thinissiri as a candidate for Prime Minister following the Constitutional Court's decision to dismiss the incumbent Srettha Thavisin. Well, Chingkhonsam Thinissiri is a legal scholar and has served in a previous Pheu Thai government. The Pheu Thai-led coalition will soon agree on a new nominee, and a parliamentary vote will be on Friday morning. Chimarai Winchugunan has more from Bangkok.
In a shocking ruling, Thai Prime Minister Srettha Thavisin and his cabinet have been removed from their positions by the Constitutional Court. In a ruling of 5-4, judges of the court found Srettha guilty of a gross violation of ethics by his appointment of an ex-convict Pichit Chunban as cabinet minister. Pichit, a former lawyer of the Shinawat family, was briefly imprisoned for contempt of court in 2008 for allegedly attempting to bribe a court staff. Prime Minister Srettha did not show up in court today, but instead he sent his Secretary General Promin Lertsuridej instead. In hours before the ruling itself, the Prime Minister was seen out and about chatting with citizens at a local market. Right after the announcement, Prime Minister Srettha announced at Government House that he accepted the ruling.
I respect the decision of the Constitutional Court. Throughout my time in office of almost 1 year, I tried my best to do everything right, with sincerity, and adhered to being transparent, listening to opinions from all parties.
Right now, Prime Minister Srettha Thavisin and his cabinet are in caretaker positions, with Deputy Prime Minister Phumtham Wechayachai serving as acting Prime Minister until Premier can be selected by the House of Representatives. A lot is on the table now for the ruling party, as the future administration will have to determine key government policies, including the $286 digital wallet scheme and the Land Bridge Initiative. It will be interesting to see who will take up the premiership role amongst the government coalition. The parliament will have to convene to select the next prime minister, and this time the Senate will have no vote in the decision, and there are no rules as to how long it can take. Possible candidates could be Pheu Thai leader Pathongthan Shinawat, but her father, Thaksin, voiced his concerns about her taking up the role. Chawarat Yongjiranong, CGTN, Bangkok, Thailand.
All right, that's it for the world today. I'm Hona. Thanks for watching, and bye for now.
Coming up on Sports Scene, Kylian Mbappe marks his Cristiano Ronaldo gets a goal and an assist in Al Nassr's win over Al Taiwoon in the Saudi Super Cup semi-final. And Olympic champion Zheng Qinwen reveals that she is not feeling 100% for the Cincinnati Open after picking up the flu. Hello, thank you for joining us on Sports Scene. We're live from Beijing. I'm Mike Fox. We start with Real Madrid's latest high-profile signing, marking his debut with a goal. Kylian Mbappe was on target as his side got past Atalanta 2-0 in the UEFA Super Cup final, with Europe's top-flight domestic season set to get underway this weekend. The traditional season curtain raiser between the champions League and Europa League winners is taking place in Warsaw, into an empty net. The second arrives 8 minutes later. Jude Bellingham brilliantly set their La Liga campaign against Real Valladolid on Sunday. Atalanta are away at Lecce on Monday in Serie A. Afterwards, Valverde made it clear just how valuable their new star man will be.
He adds up a lot to the team. His maturity. We all know he's a great player. I think he's allowed to give many things to the team, not only related to football.
To get the opener after 8 minutes. The former Real Madrid man then gets the second in the 57th minute. Finishing off a decent move, and then a cross from Sultan Al Ghanam. It ends 2-0. Al Nassr will take on champions Al Hilal in the final on Sunday. Brazilian Olympic medalists received a triumphant welcome home after their performances in Paris. Gymnast Rebecca Andrade, the country's most decorated Olympic athlete, received a huge ovation after winning gold in the floor final, silver in the vault and the individual all-around, and bronze in the women's team competition with Flavia Saravia and Lorraine Oliveira, who also took part in this ceremony. In Flamengo, canoeist Isa Queiroz, who won silver in the men's canoe single 1,000 meters, and judoka Rafaela Silva, who won bronze in the team's competition, were also greeted. Brazil was the Latin American country to win the most medals in Paris, earning 20 in total. 3 of them were gold, 7 silver, and 10 were bronze.
As long as I'm healthy, I'll play my sport and I will be happy and performing. Not everything is a medal, but it's always very good, and we strive for that. Winning medals is incredible, but everything we experience along this path, I think, is what makes the difference.
Everyone was watching, so I couldn't do it ugly. But even now I'm rewatching the video again, because for me it was a surprise. It was an uplift very unusual, and for me in the end, I had to do my best to bring the medal, because I couldn't live without a medal there.
Chinese elements were of some interest in Paris, with focus on the country's history and modern achievements. The recent Olympics were also in the same year as the 60th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic ties between China and France. CGTN's Zhu Mandan reports.
China's Olympic delegation achieved their best overseas performance at the Paris Olympics. Also shining in Paris was China House, an iconic site which aimed to showcase the country's rich cultural heritage. During the Games, the house captured the attention of Parisians and others with multiple activities such as traditional Chinese sports and food events.
China House is a window onto Chinese sports and a platform to show Chinese sports culture to the world. I think it's nice to be able to have a place like China House in the city that hosts the Olympic Games to show Chinese culture to people from different countries.
With China's efforts to promote its culture to the rest of the world in recent years, more and more people are getting to know the country's ideals and accomplishments, with journalists and volunteers working at the Games sharing their opinions.
I have a pretty good idea about China, and I was there last year for Asian Games, so we had a good time, and that was amazing experience. So they have organized very well that Asian Games, and well organized. They did well.
Yeah, I know the runner Su Bingtian. Sprinter. Yeah, sprinter. Yeah.
And Queen Haiyang. Oh, I saw the clip on TikTok. With the outfit. Yeah, he was so cool.
These elements have provided an opportunity for the world to gain a better understanding of Chinese culture and promote cultural exchanges between China and other countries. 朱满丹 CGTN。
You're watching breaking news on CGTN. You're watching CGTN with the latest market-moving headlines from around the world.
Welcome to the world today on CGTN.
Zheng Qinwen has revealed that she is not feeling 100% for the Cincinnati Masters after suffering with an illness. After the Paris Olympics, the Chinese became the first Asian player to win the women's singles at the Games 2 weeks ago and says she may need to wait before competing again.
This experience means a lot for me because I never know I could play 5 matches in a row without stop in these Olympic Games. Because before in the slams, the girls will always have to play 2 matches in a row in one slams. In that moment, I say, I don't like that. But after these 5 matches, 6 matches in total, I can say, yeah, that will be piece of cake for me to play 2 matches in a row in the slams. In Olympic Games, I had a lot of fun in the village. That was nice experience for me to meet another athlete. But in the same time, the conditions has been more tough than the usual tournament. I was ready, honestly, 3 days ago. But after that, the flu hit me a bit. I got a bit sickness. I don't know why. Maybe for the travel, maybe because I take a flu in the airplane. Right now, I wouldn't say I'm 100% there. I mean, my mental was 100% ready, but my physical needs to. I need more time to be prepared, and I wish I can be recovered by tomorrow. But let's see.
On the men's side in Cincinnati, world number 1 Jannik Sinner fought off 8 break points to beat Alex Michelsen in the first round. Sinner put his recent struggles down to the intensity of recent matches after skipping Paris due to tonsillitis. The top-seeded Italian, who turns 23 on Friday, has never been past the 3rd round at the American Midwest event, but is hoping to improve on that this week. Sinner is given a tough test in his opening match. In the opener, he only manages to break the qualifier once, but wins the frame 6-4. In the second, Sinner tries to get the upper hand early on, and when the two are tied at 5-5, Michelsen ends up netting a forehand, and Sinner breaks to move ahead. The Australian Open winner gets to match point and converts to win in just under 2 hours. The victory marks his 25th of the season, and next He will play Sebastian Baez or Jordan Thompson for a place in the quarterfinals for the first time at this event.
6-4, 7-5.
In other action, Holger Rune overcomes Matteo Berrettini in 3 sets to reach the second round. The 21-year-old loses the opener, though, 6-2. But the Dane fights back to take the next 2 sets, 6-1, 6-4, completing his victory in 1 hour and 47 minutes. Rune will play Nuno Borges in the second round. We turn to golf, and at the China Golf Association Wuhan Open, Xiao Bowen edged Jin Zhahao by 1 shot to clinch his 3rd title of the tour. 144 golfers from 10 countries and regions participate in the event, and the final round sees the 2 Chinese players, Xiao and Jin, go neck and neck for the title. Despite trailing by 2 shots in the opening 3 rounds, Jin shows some superb form on the final day and lands 5 birdies on the first 9 holes. However, Jin has a double bogey on the 12th hole, which allows Xiao to maintain his leading position with a birdie putt on 13. The 34-year-old Xiao lifts the trophy with a total of 6 under par. Jin finishes second, just 1 shot behind. Finally, China's National Fitness Championships recently wrapped up in Xiamen, with the event serving as a qualifier for the World Championships in Japan. A total of 51 teams and 368 athletes from across China compete across 9 major events and 35 divisions. The top 3 finishers in each secure a spot to represent China at December's World Championships. In the men's fitness category, the champion is Wu Chenlong. He had previously secured the title in the same category at the 2018 World Championships, but has since struggled to replicate his best form at various international competitions. Now, after 6 years of dedicated training, he is determined to make a triumphant return.
In the past 6 years, I have focused extensively on enhancing the strength of my abs, shoulders and back, addressing previous weakness through the targeted training. In the upcoming World Championships, I aim not only to reclaim my division title, but also to challenge for the overall championship.
Okay, I'm going to say goodbye with some more highlights from the Cincinnati Open. Don't forget to follow us using the handle CG.
To perpetuate its species.
sectors worldwide. We feature top analysts and newsmakers to provide perspectives on every facet of business. From an on-the-ground perspective, we provide you with balanced and objective assessments. Fast, sharp, and insightful. Global business. Only on CGTN.
China is celebrating its second National Ecology Day today, a significant initiative aimed at bolstering environmental conservation as part of the country's commitment to building an ecological civilization. According to data from the Ministry of Natural Resources, there are currently 52 integrated projects focused on the protection and restoration of mountains, rivers, forests, fields, lakes, grasslands and deserts. As of the end of June, China's renewable energy capacity has surpassed 1.65 billion kilowatts, making up nearly 54% of the nation's total installed power generation capacity. The installed capacity for wind and solar power now exceeds that of coal. Last year, the intensity of carbon emissions from energy use in China decreased by more than 35% compared to 2012 levels. China is actively pursuing advanced productivity, referred to as new quality productive forces. Our reporter Wang Tianyu recently visited a high-tech special steel factory in Wuxi to find out how it's transforming into an intelligent and green company.
This is a lighthouse, a lighting tower guiding the way for others. But in recent years, the term has adopted another meaning. Since 2018, the World Economic Forum has been scanning through thousands of factories to find out which ones are the most advanced manufacturers in the world, calling them lighthouses. The Jiangyin Xingcheng Special Steel Factory is one of those lighthouses, and it is the only one in the special steel sector. Its highly automated facilities and digital connections have made this traditional factory a pioneer in its industry.
There are 20 CCTV cameras in this area. Thanks to the 5G Plus industrial vision systems, we are able to make the steel plates roll on, move and roll off the cooling bed automatically.
Since 2020, Xingcheng has implemented a large-scale intelligent upgrade. It has enabled these giant machines to operate automatically according to predefined procedures.
Workers that used to be required here are all moved to the control center now.
How to become the world's most competitive special steel enterprise? Some of the secrets are hidden in this building.
This digital intelligence center is not just about the monitor screens. It represents a combination of different smart control systems, putting this whole factory under the monitor of an intelligent ecosystem.
After we applied our big data platform, the qualification rate of our products increased by 23.3%.
Now, Xingcheng is capable of producing 6.9 million metric tons of special steel per year. They are widely used in transportation, wind power, bridges, and other fields. However, the large output is not the only thing the company is pursuing.
Our intelligent upgrades support our green transition, which contributes to energy saving and emission reduction. For example,
autonomous region where work in new energy and low carbon, green and intelligent production models is transforming the desert environment.
连一场风，从吹刮到冬，天上不见鸟，地下不见草。
Tang Ximing, 16 years of age, has dedicated his entire life to transforming the Tundra Desert into a green oasis. Having witnessed the diverse impact of sandstorms on the lives of local people, he decided to pioneer innovative methods to combat desertification.
是我的压力是特别大的。
At that time, I was under tremendous pressure, thinking every day about how to solve this problem.
用什么方法来解决这个问题？
Tang Ximing eventually developed a tool that boosted the survival rate of seedlings by planting them deep enough to reach the moist layer of sand. However, he's not alone in this effort. In the same region, China's largest renewable energy base is also making significant advances in combating desertification while harnessing solar energy. This solar base generates power for 150,000 households and reduce carbon emissions by 1.398 million tons annually. Here we are in the field of photovoltaic panels. By raising this instrument up to 3 meters, it helps to collect solar energy while creating space for plants to thrive, thereby increasing the overall vegetation coverage.
最终我们还是要实现
Our main strategy involves generating power above, planting in between, and restoring the ecosystem below the panels. We use grass grids to stabilize sand and spread about 42 tons of grass seeds annually. By planting desert-adapted varieties, like the sand sagebrush, we have improved the vegetation coverage from less than 0.5% to 20 to 25%.
Their efforts are bearing fruit in this vast desert through long-term practices and exploration in combating desertification. A new model of stabilization first, treatment later has been developed. This approach involves first stabilizing the moving sand to prevent it from spreading, followed by planting vegetation in those stabilized areas to improve coverage. As a result, the Tanger Desert has now retreated 20 kilometers from the urban area. Du Yusi, CGTN, Zhongwei, Ningxiahui Autonomous Region.
Now for more discussions on China's green development, let me bring in Shen Yiyang, Director of the Inclusive Development Research Centre. Thank you very much for joining us. How does China's recent surge in green energy production with wind and solar power now surpassing coal compare to the progress made by other countries worldwide?
Well, thank you for having value chain, the cost is coming down. That's also benefiting a lot of other developing countries.
We also saw the special steel factory in Wuxi, one of those lighthouses, showcasing impressive automation and increased energy efficiency. However, does this advancement pose challenges related to job losses, or does it create opportunities for new, smarter jobs?
I think it's very encouraging that, I think the cleaner production and smart jobs is now improving. But generally, China as a whole is just still a developing nation. So a lot of people in the rural areas still, earn about, less than, $60 per month. And I think still, in a big, region in China, still a lot of, this manpower intensive jobs existing. And we haven't seen the trend that it will be removed within short times. So I think the generally the efficiency is improving, but still a long way to go.
And which industries are gaining the most from China's advancements in renewable energy, and what are the potential benefits for other sectors such as tourism in a cleaner, more sustainable environment?
definitely. I think the green development brings a lot of opportunities to almost all these sectors. Actually, China's, in the past several decades, the development and the industrialization is the result of cheap, cost of energy. If we go to many, sub-Sahara African countries and many other developing countries, the industrialization is very slow. One big reason is the high cost of the energy price tariff. So from this viewpoint, I can see the trend. The energy efficiency in China is improving. More green power in the future. Green hydrogen. I think all these factors and also this energy system optimization can be happening in China. So that will bring more, the green life of people. In the tourism, sector, there's no doubt. So a lot of, green tourism has been, developed in China and provide very good, demonstration and example for many other developing countries.
Shen-Yi Yang, Director of Inclusive Development Research Centre, thank you very much for your time. Really appreciate your insights. Still to come here on Global Business. Youth Power. Future leaders share their perspectives about global developments at the ongoing World Youth Development Forum's UN Summit of the Future.
Here on Biz Talk, we connect the dots, shedding light on the real stories behind the economic landscape. To better understand China's dynamism and the economies and rhythms of business, propelling new drivers of growth.
China.
Biz Talk. Your window into China and the global economy. Only on Biz Talk.
The 2024 World Youth Development Forum began in Beijing this Monday, August 12, and the theme of this year's forum is Together for a Better Future. Our reporter Xu Yi is on the ground to bring us the latest updates.
Responding to President Xi Jinping's initiative at the high-level dialogue on global development in 2022, the World Youth Development Forum is an important measure to put youth strength to implement the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and Global Development Initiative, and an important platform where young people worldwide can contribute to global development. And the forum invites the heads of United Nations agencies, ministers for youth affairs, youth leaders, and youth representatives from 33 countries to participate offline events. Over 200 guests have gathered in China. In addition to Beijing, there are 4 thematic forums held in Nanning, Hangzhou, Chongqing, and Changsha. Today is the 3rd day of the forum, and guests have come to
collaborate and to work together to have the better region, to have the better world. So that's like the slogan also of the forum here, to have the better work together. So that's also what I mean and what is important for us. We work a lot in our region to get together youngsters, but I think that we need to work beyond the borders.
It's a very good experience for us to share our experience, our best experience regarding our countries, and to take the best. And when we'll return back in our countries, I'm sure that we will say the best experiences that we faced here to do as well in our countries.
Youth can actually benefit from artificial intelligence technology and actually contribute even more to this. So I think youth generation can actually most contribute than benefit, and it will benefit otherwise because all of these technologies require fresh minds, openness, and will actually drive the future. So I think youth people mostly will contribute to these changes.
Looking ahead, the UN Summit of the Future will be held this September, where global leaders will try to forge a new international consensus on how to deliver a better and safeguarded future. According to the UN, opinions of the global youth will be heard at the summit. Sijitian Cao Chufeng is at an event under the World Youth Development Forum, where some of those opinions were expressed and collated.
Now, inside these classrooms are youngsters from around the world having discussions on topics that will be addressed at this year's UN Summit of the Future. Now, as told, these youngsters are free to choose the topics they are interested in, and inside of each classroom, there are also keynote speakers who will share their expertise and facilitate the discussions.
I'm going to do my master's in sustainability.
From transforming global governance to financing future generations to cooperation in science and innovation, various topics are being discussed at the youth pre-meetings for the Summit of the Future. Although young, the participants are knowledgeable and each has an opinion on what needs to change in the world.
I want to change the narrative when it comes to women issues. At my place, women don't have decision making.
I'm going to listen about peace and security.
The opinions collated at these discussions will be handed over to the UN Summit of the Future, which will be held this September. According to Rodrigo Reis, a keynote speaker on transforming global governance, the youth can and should do more than just being heard.
And the next stage is how they can exert influence and put pressure in terms of like the decisions that are being made in so many topics debated in the United Nations.
We don't yet know which opinions are being collated and shared with the UN.
Headlines we're tracking this hour. Australia's net employment rose by $58,200 in July from June. According to the Australian Bureau of Statistics, the figure was well above the market forecast of a net 20,000 positions. Increase. However, the jobless rate climbed to 4.2%, marking the highest recorded point since early 2022. Japan's economy expanded strongly by an annualised 3.1% in the second quarter, exceeding market expectations of 2.1%. The increase was mainly driven by a strong rise in consumption. And direct investment from Germany to China maintained strong growth momentum during the first half of this year, according
We've got on one hand Poland that has more than 3% GDP, more than 3% growth. We've got countries such as Spain also doing quite well, France as well doing well with positive growth, also likely to continue to do well off the back of the Paris Olympics that just finished, of course. Then on the other hand, we have the Eurozone's largest economy, Germany. They had a 0.1% contraction at the end of last quarter, the second quarter of this year, certainly not doing as well as other economies, largely as a result of uncertainty, but also due to internal factors, things such as lack of investment in building materials and construction. There's also wider uncertainty in the region over interest rates. One slightly impacting factor in the future, though, could be this new data we've had out of the United States. The United States talking about 2.9% inflation. That might mean the central bank decides that they will move interest rates lower them to a rate that's more acceptable, lowering the cost of borrowing. Often European economies might follow that. So that could be quite good news. Certainly it was good news for the European stock markets that reacted positively to the news of those inflation numbers and potential interest rate changes on the day. The wider factors, though, are concerning. A lot of economies in the Eurozone and in the wider world are concerned about tension in the Middle East. There's the potential for this 10-month conflict between Israel and Hamas to roll on, to expand, to escalate. That is creating uncertainty, which is rattling investors. We have volatile stock markets. And certainly until that level of geopolitical instability is resolved, the recovery in the Eurozone may take even longer. Caroline Malone for CGTN in Brussels.
Staying in Europe, the Italian island of Sicily is facing a severe water shortage this summer. Hermione Kitson finds out how the drought has been affecting residents, visitors and businesses in the tourism hotspot.
Dating back to 500 BC, Sicily's Valley of the Temple
putting us in this situation.
There are areas in the city where water hasn't arrived for 10 to 15 days. Unfortunately, it's like this year.
The president of the local water authority, ICA, admits it's a difficult situation, but says the blame game isn't a solution.
They have a right to be angry, but ICA can't pay the cost of 30 years of inefficiency. We have a water network from the 90s that, due to leaks, loses 58%.
The crisis is also affecting tourism.
It's a window that opens out to this area, which has 2,600 years course of history.
A window of opportunity in the midst of adversity. Hermione Kitson, CGTN, Sicily.
That is all we have time for you for this edition of Global Business. Thank you very much for your company. I'm Lincoln Humphreys from Beijing. We'll see you next time.
Hello and welcome to the weather forecast. I'm Jenny. Well, it's pretty cool to cool yourself inside the underground shelters. And this is exactly how people in Chengdu enjoy their summer leisure under the scorching temperatures. I also get chilled by looking at this photo. And actually, scorching temperatures continued to bake many of Sichuan and Chongqing the last Wednesday. However, fresher air is already on its way. We can notice that many of the maximum temperatures across Sichuan and Chongqing will be lowering down towards into the lower 30s over this weekend, and the areas with high temperatures in excess of 35 degrees Celsius will be mostly confined here to a small patch along the middle and the lower reaches of Yangtze River in the near future. However, the minimum temperatures for many of the southern portion of China will remain relatively warm. Most of them will be staying in the upper 20s. For instance, here in the city of Hangzhou, low temperatures will be quite steady, around 28 degrees Celsius over this week. Along with high humidity levels, probably the evening hours will remain rather sweltering, so please take care and stay cool. But much cooler here for many major cities up in the north.
President Xi Jinping and Lula da Silva exchanged congratulatory messages on the 50th anniversary of diplomatic ties between China and Brazil. Russia declared a federal-level emergency in the Belgorod region after Ukrainian forces continue their advance. Hamas says it will not take part in the latest in Beijing. Chinese President Xi Jinping and Brazil's President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva have exchanged congratulatory messages on the 50th anniversary of diplomatic relations between the two countries.
and technology.
President Lula is an old friend of China. So I believe that with the present government of President Lula, China feels very comfortable in investing more in Brazil and trading more with Brazil.
However, this former Brazilian ambassador to China stresses that Brazil also needs to do its part to make the most of its partnership with China.
China's integration in the globalized world, it did open a number of windows of opportunity for us Brazilians. China is, I think, ready to import a number of goods and services, as a matter of fact. The challenge is ours. We should become more competitive in order to sell to the rest of the world, China included.
Brazil and China enjoy well-established cooperative diplomatic relations, and both nations express strong intentions to further deepen these ties in the coming years. This professor of international relations sees resilience in Brazil's diplomatic relations with China.
The fact that Brazil remains a member of the BRICS is a signal that China-Brazil relations, they will happen, they will take place, and they will be strong regardless of who is in power in Brazil.
China is Brazil's main trading partner and an important investor in the country, and there seems to be strong political will to further develop this relationship in the future. Paulo Cabral, CGTN, Brasil.
And in southwest Brazil, Chinese investment firms are plowing funds into the local business landscape. Our reporter Xu Xinchen speaks to the mayor.
Is exported to other countries, we feel as if XCMG is a genuine Brazilian company, a piece of China inside Brazil, filled with love, dedication, and exchanges between Brazil and China. We, as people from Pozo feel very honored to have XCMG in our city.
This year, 2024, marks the 50th anniversary of diplomatic relations between China and Brazil. We can definitely see a closer cooperation between the two countries, and G20 is coming to Brazil. How can this cooperation between China and Brazil serve greater goods for the emerging market so that developing countries can grow together?
This mutually cooperative relationship between Brazil and China, two major developing countries, allows us to share a common perspective to benefit both parties.
Has more from Bangkok.
In a shocking ruling, Thai Prime Minister Srettha Thavisin and his cabinet have been removed from their positions by the Constitutional Court. In a ruling of 5-4, judges of the court found Srettha guilty of a gross violation of ethics by his appointment of an ex-convict Pichit Chunban as cabinet minister. Chit, a former lawyer of the Shinawatra family, was briefly imprisoned for contempt of court in 2008 for allegedly attempting to bribe a court staff. Prime Minister Seyata did not show up in court today, but instead he sent his Secretary General Promin Lertsuridit instead. In hours before the ruling itself, the Prime Minister was seen out and about chatting with citizens at a local market. Right after the announcement, role amongst the government coalition. The parliament will have to convene to select the
around Wednesday noon. Judging by the scene, life seems normal here. People go about their daily business with no sign of state of the emergency declared just a few hours prior. While some settlements in the region have been evacuated, people in Belgorod say they have no reason to leave the city.
This is my home. I was born.
He said the offer is no longer on the table. And this was back up by Russian Foreign Ministry Special Envoy Rodion Miroshnik.
Террористическими действиями на
with their terrorist actions in the Kursk area. Ukraine has, at minimum, put peace talks on pause for a long time. In my opinion, they did this intentionally. Peace talks with an absolutely
had advanced 1 to 2 kilometers deeper into the Kursk region, and that troops had finished clearing the Russian town of Suja of Moscow's forces. Kiev has so far claimed to have captured in total more than 1,000 square kilometers of territory. Authorities in the Belgorod region declared a state of emergency, the second Russian region to do so following attacks by Ukrainian forces. The Russian Ministry of Emergencies on Wednesday released footage of evacuation from 2 districts in the Kursk region. So far, Moscow has evacuated almost 200,000 people from border areas.
It's very hard to assess how deeply they penetrated, because they are being, well, according to our ministry,
will attend. This is quite a high-level delegation sent from Israel. There is a lot of pressure from inside and outside. First, from inside, the families, hostage families are saying that this, for many hostages, this might be the last chance to bring them out alive. Therefore, they're putting pressure on the government to proceed, to go forward. There's also pressure coming from outside. We know that
In Gaza, at least 15 Palestinians, including children, are dead. After intensive Israeli attacks on the city of Han Yunis. Earlier, Akram al-Saturi reported from Gaza.
There has just been a very violent strike that took place in Khan Yunis East area. The Palestinian Civil Defense is, in the meantime, trying to help as much people as they can. Right in front of me, just now, a few seconds ago, there was a child that was hit and his family was rushing to the emergency department. Because they were extremely worried about his safety. And every incident that takes place, children are affected, either killed or injured or left with a life.
It was organized by the US and co-hosted by Saudi Arabia and Switzerland, with the African Union, Egypt and the United Arab Emirates and the United Nations acting as the steering group. Both sides of the Sudanese conflict were urged to attend. US Special Envoy for Sudan, Tom Perriello, said despite the absence of both sides, efforts will be made to end the violence and restore humanitarian access.
weekend, they'll stay in far east of the U.S. mainland. Nitza Soledad Perez, CGTN, Miami.
57 people have been killed and 16 injured as heavy rain in Yemen gives way to devastating floods. The floods have had a destructive impact across several provinces. Concerns are mounting over the material damage and a potential humanitarian crisis. CGTN's Ihab El-Fandi has the details.
In the Al-Khadish camp in Hajjah province, northwest Yemen, Zahra stands on the ruins of her mud and straw house, which has been turned into a pile of debris by the floods. She complains about the difficult situation she's facing, living in the open without any help from any organization or even the authorities.
The people are struggling under the rain. For 3 days, the rain hasn't stopped. They can't find food to survive in such a disastrous situation. Massive floods came and destroyed our village. This is our home, which the floods destroyed, taking away everything we own.
Several Yemeni provinces, including Sana'a, Taiz, rain
combate uma série de coisas só não aprender e respirar.
Brazil's grandmaster and Serpio's teacher, Lee Wing-kei, has taught in Brazil for 50 years. For him, Kung Fu is an essential art.
Mestre Lee ele tem desbravamento a nível América do Sul, né? Talvez até América Latina. É uma pessoa muito respeitada e é uma pessoa muito acessível.
Ele já fica numa cultura melhorando da China. É uma formação de vida de humano.
Eu acho que as artes marciais chinesas têm muito a contribuir com a sociedade brasileira.
Master Serpio has taught some 60 black belt Kung Fu instructors, as well as training Marines in Rio about the art of hand-to-hand combat. He chose to teach Eagle Claw Kung Fu because of its practical application as a means of self-defense.
Eu escolhi o Garra de Águia para ver um estilo mais completo. No Kung Fu, na parte de luta, é luta, independente de outra luta. Então o Garra de Águia ele me proporcionou o quê? As técnicas de imobilização. Aí o Garra de Águia
huge, and today 500,000 Brazilians now practice Kung Fu regularly.
In Yunnan, there are more than 14,000 immovable cultural relics.
Coming up next, Italian local ingredients, Italian chef Stefano Baccelli creates a culinary experience that resonates deeply with local diners. And the word on the street is that snagging a table there is nearly impossible, but with whatever trick,
about food, they are about ingredients, they have a big culture about food. I would say Italian and Chinese are really close about this. I think is also a reason why they love Italian cuisine, Mediterranean cuisine, is because for some reason many recipes are similar. Or some step, some ingredient, the way we cook, the way we present, the way to eat also. Yeah.
Shiva, you're Shanghainese, right? Right. Do you think Chinese people are hard to please?
Yeah, of course. Because it's almost like every other week there's a new restaurant. Well, we can also be loyal, especially, when it's a really good and hard to book restaurant like this one.
Okay, so what is this?
So you're gonna see this one is a fish maw from Yellow Crocker. This one is green.
Do you follow the trend or do you kind of stay true to what you believe?
I would say more than to make it for others.
Can't wait for this. This is heaven.
You see how smooth it is. It's tasty.
So smooth.
Smooth and the texture, right? It's not too cold, not frozen.
Yeah.
It's just perfect.
Yeah, it is perfect. not sharing with any of you.
No.
While I'm still reminiscing about the wildly inventive place and the creamy texture of the velvety gelato, I meet with the international director of the Michelin Guide. As he reveals that they are further expanding their footprints in China, he also talks about Shanghai's incredibly exciting culinary scene that's on par with the world's food cities.
Since the very beginning, it's a Michelin Guide that's been embracing all the food cultures of the world. Chinese food cultures, maybe with an S, is or are already one of the most influential in the world because of its diversity, because of its strong identity.
Why Do you think the restaurants are getting better and better? The chefs are getting better and better?
Customers are more and more discerning and savvy. Okay, they are expecting more. So I think the local food lovers, they contribute to pull up the quality of the restaurants. Then there is a kind of positive emulation between the restaurants. So they have to elevate their game. When we look at the impact on the industry, you attracting chefs from abroad. It's definitely chefs that will settle where they know they can be recognized.
This year, the horse face skirt has catapulted to fame on social media and e-commerce platforms, becoming a symbol of the Hanfu revival as interest in traditional Chinese clothing continues to surge. The trend has invigorated the Hanfu industry in Heze City. Take a look.
及审美情趣，这令我感觉到非常的自豪。How
has this skirt, with over 1,000 years history, transcended time and space to emerge as a trendy fashion piece for young people today?
首先，
Horseface skirt is a harmonious blend of traditional elegance and modern design. Its aesthetic resonates well with contemporary lifestyles. Plus,
some entrepreneurs in Chaosian County seized the opportunity and swiftly pivoted to producing traditional Chinese clothing. Today, Chaosian County has over 2,000 Hanfu enterprises and nearly 100,000 people working in the industry. The thriving Hanfu industry is luring an increasing number of young talents back to Chaosian County to embark on entrepreneurial ventures.
My hometown is a comprehensive Hanfu production chain. With our country's recent emphasis on promoting traditional culture, I'm confident this represents a significant future trend and market opportunity. Thus, I chose to return.
With their exquisite craftsmanship and pioneering spirit, these young talents are infusing the Hanfu industry with fresh vitality.
what distinguishes Hanfu design
flowers and gardening styles from around the world, including 13 exhibitions. Parks and 6 core pavilions. One of the highlights is the Jingyun Pavilion. With a total height of 46 meters, it is ranked as the highest building in the Chengdu Eastern New Area main venue, reflecting the architectural style of the Tang Dynasty.
不可一个大密封的建筑能够 彰显成都的一个盛唐时期的一个风貌。
Here at the Tianfu Habitat Pavilion, visitors can feel the true lifestyle. Pond and bamboo hills respectively, creating the most